Morning, welcome to Friday. Thank God we've made it to Friday. It's been so cold, but apparently now we're in for the big thaw again. It can't make up its mind, can it, this weather? The good news is travel agents are literally now looking a lot happier. At 4 a.m. in the morning, literally a few minutes ago, this new scrapping of pre-departure coronavirus testing for people has come in. So everybody sorted it all out, and everybody's much happier, including my friend John Warrington from Janaway Travel, who said everybody now can start coming back in. He said hopefully Carol down at Eurostar will be looking a lot happier. She's been dealing with all the no-go Brits to France, so please say hi, and hopefully you'll be in that amazing lounge one day very soon. So that's good news. The change of rules that come in almost immediately, John. In fact, came in at 4 a.m. this morning. Funny time to start, isn't it? But we're happy to acknowledge it, and it's good news. Fantastic. We like a bit of good news. We don't get much good news nowadays, do we? There's been too many depressing stories. Paul says you take the tree down. No, I've taken all the drapey bits on it. Well, apparently, when I heard about this bad luck thing, I investigated it further, and it turns out it's got nothing to do with Christianity or anything at all. It was a way of getting people back to work. That's what it was. It was brought in, I think, in Victorian times, and so they said, you won't get bad... Listen, I took my tree down last year. What did we get? You know what we got. So it's a simple case of it's a load of old hooey. But unfortunately now, if you've had your tree indoors, it has dried out. When you move it, you'll be left with a twig in a stand because we're knee-deep in the needles at the moment. So I'd sucked off with the vacuum cleaner. I thought, brilliant idea. Supposed to take them off. I got the vacuum cleaner, took it down to the short hose and held it over the trim, and it sucked all the mylar stuff up. So I was very pleased about that. So today it goes outside, but I can imagine the mess it's going to leave. I did brush against it earlier on, and there was a shudder as it did shed. For me, although there was a city farm on the television, they did it on the news. They said, please don't take them down there. And they said they've been recycling Christmas trees because their goats eat the needles off the Christmas tree. Then the goats go to the toilet and then they put that on the land. So it goes to making our food and everything else. Didn't exactly sound very appealing, almost as unappealing as the postman who weed in that front man's garden. And then without even wiping his hands or washing his hands, dirty little person he is, he then proceeded to sort of pick up the post and carry on delivering it with God knows what diseases on it. Dreadful. Lord Sugar's fired the first apprentice wannabe, and what a bunch of wannabes they are. A bunch of made-up old tarts, and that's just the blokes. I mean, you've never seen anything like it. They're all there. They're acting. It's the same thing every year, this programme. The only thing that changes are the faces of the delusional. That's all it is. Exactly the same format. Alan Sugar, you're fired. And you think, he says that every year. I mean, it's the easiest bit of money he's ever made. But he has paid himself. How much has he paid himself? How many millions of pounds has he paid himself in a year? It was a lot of money. You're paying for that, by the way, which is good news, and his companies. So doing very well indeed. Thrown out by the Euro judges, the Christians who wouldn't make the gay cake. Do you remember this was in Ireland? I think it was a bakery, and a gay guy went in there and he wanted this thing, and they said, I'm terribly sorry, we are Christians, and it's against our belief to say, happy gay day or whatever it was. And so I thought this had all finished. A guy called Gareth Lee had a legal battle with the Belfast bakery that refused to make him a cake emblazoned with the message, support gay marriage. So he takes it to the European Human Rights Court 7 years ago. 7 years this has been running. They've thrown it out. They've overturned damages on Asher's Bakery, which is run by evangelical Christians. They refused to produce a cake featuring the Sesame Street puppets Bert and Ernie for Gareth, who is a supporter of the campaign to legalise same-sex marriage in Northern Ireland. Same-sex marriage was legalised in Northern Ireland last year, but the European Courts of Human Rights have said you didn't exhaust every avenue back in your own country in the court. So they've thrown it. 7 years this has been running over a blooming cake. God, I mean, all you had to do, I mean, I admit, I'm kind of with him on it. But, if you come up against bigotry like that, you go somewhere else. Don't give them your business. Do you remember there was that couple who ran a bed and breakfast and a gay guy booked, but he didn't tell them that he was gay? Because I don't think you should have to phone up and go, oh, by the way, I'm gay. I don't think that makes any difference at all. And so when he got there with his boyfriend or husband, they were refused a double room at the Swiss bed and breakfast in Cookham in 2010. And so she said, no, I'm sorry, I can't have you sharing a room, well, sharing a bed in March. And it turns out that the owner of the bed and breakfast lost her appeal against the fact that she unlawfully discriminated against the gay couple when she refused to let them stay in a double room. But the odd thing is, I can remember this from some time ago, that a friend of mine worked for a building society, and they weren't keen to give mortgages to gay couples. So effectively, they weren't giving mortgages to gay couples. And effectively, you had to tell lies to get the mortgage. Are you a gay couple? Certainly not. We're just two blokes, or two women, or whoever it happens to be, having a mortgage. There was all sorts of discrimination. Anyway, this woman's bed and breakfast collapsed completely because people were going, you're prejudiced. I can remember her, and they were talking about it on LBC. I think every phone-in was talking about discriminate. Is she allowed to discriminate? And the answer is no. If you're opening up a bed and breakfast, if you want to put up, we're running a bed and breakfast, but by the way, we don't want any gays, you're going to be taken to court. It's as simple as that. You cannot have discrimination, and but she wasn't having it. And so they took it further and they won their case. And her business then, she got heaped with abuse and all the rest of it, which of course I'm totally anti. Anybody who abuses people in the form of text messages or things like that deserves to be caught by the police. So on that tack, Piers Morgan has complained to the police about an online troll who's now been arrested for making chilling death threats. Not just death threats, it's a case of, if we don't kill you, we're going to kill your son. And so this person has been arrested. This person said no security measures could save him, and a promise that he was going to get killed. So he's been arrested by the police. I guarantee you by tomorrow we'll know who he is. Won't it be funny if he's somebody of authority? We've had this before, where sort of people, the people who've sort of, well, like that woman who trolled the McCanns, sending them hundreds and hundreds of perverted emails about, what had happened to Madeleine McCann and stuff like that. Anyway, and then they happened to put down in all the interviews and things like that, she was a committed Christian. And I thought, what sort of Christian writes stuff like that? Anyway, she got doorstepped by a journalist. She then killed herself. She took her own life because she obviously said, you must have realised if you send somebody who you do not know lots and lots of text messages or emails, it's going to come back and bite you. And in this particular case, I reckon this online troll is going to be hauled up before the magistrates. And as Piers Morgan said, I want him to go to prison. But in the meanwhile, if he turns out to be his marriage will collapse. If he's got a job, his employer will drop him like a ton of bricks. You can't write, death threats to people. No matter, he's got to be really thick and stupid, hasn't he? To not realise that Piers Morgan, taking on Piers Morgan, it's like taking on the might of a huge company. You've only got to push it that little bit, bang, you're done. It's as simple as that. So I, for one, will be so grateful to tell you who this person is and what they do for a living, or what they did for a living. Nobody should have to sort of put up with somebody putting something in writing and saying, I'm going to kill you and your son. So Piers has now got a panic button installed at home. And if it gets bad enough, mind you, the person's now been arrested. So, as I say, it'll be very interesting to see what happens. Wrap it in a sheet, says Beverly. This is the Christmas tree. Josie says, did you water your tree? I didn't. I don't have one of those stands for it, actually. Which is a shame because it is a nice stand. It's a very expensive stand, and it's a gold-plated stand, and it just has the tree sitting in it. And I've always been the advocate of they drink 2 litres of water a day because it's a living thing. Not anymore. Round our way, there's piles of these trees everywhere. Can't believe it, really. Steve says, Waj locked into the spike. It's going to snow tomorrow. Not down here, it's not. Andy in Mansfield says, cheer us up, the cricket score's depressing. I know, what can we do about that? Adrian says, did you ever interview June Brown? Yes, I've done June on a few occasions. Yes. And Sarah says, what do you think of the key safes that carers use to enter a house? Well, do you know, I was down Edgware Road in London, and we went past, we'd parked the car, I forget what we were doing actually, but anyway. Yes, and on the wall of this block of flats, there were loads of these boxes. And I said to a friend, what's that for? He said, that's for the carers to get in and out. It's got the keys in to get. Really? I'd never seen anything like it. I don't like the idea, actually. I mean, there's a code you put in, and then it opens up, and then you can take the key out. But there were loads of them. Loads and loads of these things. Oh, look, the Beckhams again. A little bit of a treat for Posh and the parents. They bought this cheap boat. It is cheap. Put it this way, the people they've never had a boat up until now. Never had a boat. Well, they had a rowboat or something, and it only cost $5 million. Now, I'm telling you, in terms of boats, this is cheap. This would be an outside Carsey, for somebody like Roman Abramovich, whose boat was, 160 million? Something like that. That was a yacht. This thing here, they've laughingly called it a yacht, but it's only 5 million. Obviously, Dave, he wouldn't have the faintest idea how to drive it. But the good news is Victoria's already telling one of the staff off. OK, I have lettuce and 2 tomatoes, all right? And that's for the whole day. And so they've got the parents out there as well, and the tattooed family, which is lovely. They've got a buoyant mood. Cruz, Romeo, Libby. Oh, his little Harper. She must be due a tattoo any day soon, surely. Everybody else has had them. Who's just had them? Romeo has just had a tattoo on the back of his neck, matching his father's. Really, it's very cheap. But anyway, so only only a £5 million yacht, which is a little bit late. I should imagine the Peltz family must be wetting themselves with hilarity, going, "Do you see what he's done now? He's bought a yacht, $5 million. Do you think it'll match our $100 million yacht?" Because I reckon the Peltzes have got a $100 million yacht. They must have. He's a billionaire. Whereas the Beckhams are poor relations. She's got a business that isn't working very well. He's, we don't know what he does. It's a bit difficult to tell. He'll endorse anything, but he didn't get a knighthood. So whether that happens next year, I've got no idea. But it takes 2 pages. It's obviously issued as like a press release. The Beckhams have now got a yacht. Because frankly, they don't do anything. We don't know what the children do. I've got no idea. And Victoria just sort of, faffs around. And obviously she likes being waited on. You'd have thought with their own yacht she could actually afford to do something, And Riyad Mahrez has secretly married model Taylor Ward. Don't know what sort of model she is. This is Dawn Ward's daughter, wearing the most inappropriate outfit I've ever seen for a wedding. But there again, it goes with the family. And so during the service, the couple repeated the word Kabul, meaning I accept 3 times. So they're legally married under Islamic law. I wasn't aware that she changed religions at all. For them as a couple, it was important to follow the traditions of his religion. So they went on holiday. So it's Dawn, who I'm not even sure is in The Real Housewives of Cheshire anymore. I thought she came out or something. But and her daughter's described as a model. What sort of model? I think you'd have to make up your own mind when you look at the pictures. But put it this way, I don't think it's going to be fashion. Put it that way. I love it. Oh, there's a brewery. I've got to tell you about it in a moment. They've launched a beer flavoured with cast-off pie crusts. I don't drink beer. I can't imagine what it would taste like. In fact, so it's 2 pies of lager and a pack of crisps, please. OK, get it? Nothing like humour, is there? And that was nothing like humour.
This is LBC.
Right now, businesses are facing tough choices. Do you cut costs or drive growth? Solve for today or build for tomorrow? Do you satisfy your shareholders or satisfy your customers? Yes. You don't have to choose with the intelligent platform for digital business from ServiceNow. You can say yes to unifying your existing systems and yes to accelerating growth. Visit servicenow.co.uk to see how we can help you put yes to work. The world works with ServiceNow.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Actually, it's so funny. We're looking at this picture. It was sent to me the other day, actually, of Leicester Square with cars parked in it. And 1964 this was. And our building was the British Institute of something. I can't remember what it was, actually. But I mean, but we now own both. Well, we have both buildings. But strangely enough, just over the road from us, where the hotel is at the moment, was the Golden Egg. So it was like a wimpy bar, a big wimpy bar. And above that was the Royal Dental Hospital. Interesting, though, the Golden Egg, because a producer said to me, he said, what's the Golden Egg? And I couldn't think of a way of describing it. Of course, it's like an upmarket wimpy bar. And they did eggs and a lot of things like that. So pancakes and all sorts of things. But it was quite a big branch, actually. Quite a big branch. But Leicester Square, cars parked all over the place. all over the place, but quite nice actually. It's always nice. I'd like to see a bigger shot of that. Opening it all up so you could see the rest of the square and see where the cinemas used to be, because I find it fascinating, the history. Absolutely. What else have we got in the paper today? The weird world of the tennis champion detained over the COVID visa row in Oz. Apparently the hotel is a grim flea pit. Novak Djokovic has been locked in a hotel for immigrants full of fleas with horrible food. Oh, God, honestly, nothing worse than a moaning old tennis player. Meh, 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 meh. Yeah, don't bother popping over then, love. They weren't interested in taking you on anyway. He's been ordered to isolate after trying to enter the country using a medical exemption. His mum, Dijana, blasted conditions at the hotel where he's awaiting a judge's ruling. Oh, tough, love, isn't it tough? Think how everybody else has to suffer. Think everybody else has to say, honestly, what a moaning old Mary. I've never heard anything like it. Apparently he is Novak, they say, has never declared his vaccination status, but did say in April 2020 he was opposed to vaccination. Well, if you don't tell the truth when you go into a country, they're going to put you in detention. Makes no difference to them. They have rules. And as the Prime Minister said, Scott, he'd warned Djokovic he'd be put on the first plane home if his exemption was not fully explained. It's as simple as that. You're not exempt from rules, sweetie pie. Just because you knock a ball over a piece of string and call it tennis, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Anti-vax stance is not the only odd thing about the sports ace. He counts a tree as a friend and believes prayers can purify water, diagnosed an allergy by holding bread to his stomach. He thinks pyramids have mystified energy, has a bond with a spiritual guru and several women other than his wife. I don't think they need you in Australia, love. I really don't. So, bye-bye. Off you go. It was like there was another one. What was it? Was it Bob Dylan, who's 80, been accused by this woman of sexual abuse? And it turns out that she's a fantasist. She's the same woman who years ago claimed that she'd been abducted by a spacecraft and they'd allowed her to drive it. I mean, exactly. Even the producer went, what? I know. That's how mad some people are. And so Bob Dylan's people are throwing this out. She's obviously on for a quick buck. She thinks she can make a quick buck. And she originally said this abuse happened when she was 12. So we're talking something that, could be quite serious, but not. And she said it happened here and these were the dates. Until Bob Dylan's fans pointed out that he wasn't even in New York on those dates. So she promptly changed it and went, oh, no, it was later. She's quite clearly mad as a fruit bat. We've had all sorts of people. Do you remember we had somebody from this country who went to America claiming they'd lost relatives in 9/11 and got put up in a hotel and all sorts of things? It turned out she was a compulsive liar. Really? I mean, really, there's some very, very peculiar people. I blame the Conservative government. They sort of took away all that kind of thing. People need help. Although I did hear somebody on the radio yesterday who was talking about he was in mental health. And he was having to find another job, he said, because we're just overwhelmed, completely overwhelmed by the amount of people who need help, and we don't have enough staff, he said, and it's getting to me. So he's looking for something else, poor soul. He's had time off for stress and things like that. Rampant Brits have gone sex toy mad. What was that, like Monopoly or something like that, or pickup sticks? I don't know. Apparently they own 4 each on average. Do they? Good Lord, I'd hate to think any of my listeners were entering into these sort of things. Apparently, it revealed that a quarter of UK adults use sexual wellness devices. The only wellness device I know is a bottle of Prosecco. Never heard of anything else. Apparently, vibrators and other things are the most popular sex aids, accounting for 27% of the market. They're followed by massagers designed for men. Oh dear, I don't want to talk about things like that at this time of the morning, haven't it? Bad enough. Next year, the Stephen Allen merchandise for Make Some Noise, yes, our very own vibrator. Can you imagine? They had a couple on the television, wasn't it? It was a family, and the family business was a sex shop, and they were sitting there, and they're trying, and the son's sort of saying, OK, do we need these? Apparently, the profit on these vibrating things is vast. Although, to be honest with you, I've never seen anybody walk out of a shop with anything like that. I think sex shops, I mean, if you're going to order something like that, do it online. We used to, one of our buildings, don't know why I'm telling you this, but we were over the road from a shop that sold sex objects. And we used to sometimes get their post. So we opened it. because I forget what it had. It didn't have the actual name of the sex shop. It just had the number on so people opened it. And it was a woman of 89 inquiring about the price of vibrators. So we took it over the road immediately. We couldn't answer that question. It was far too complicated. And most of us had no idea what they were talking about. There's a letter from President Richard Nixon about a visit by Western star John Wayne, auctioned for £3,500, which is lovely. And a police officer is facing criminal charges over claims he had flings with at least 10 women. It's unbelievable. What is it with police officers at the moment who think they can get away with going onto the internet and doing certain things and nobody's going to find out who they were? There was another one, a police officer, somebody else had complained about him. I think it was a member of the public saying that they thought he wasn't really the best person to be a police officer. So he found out about it, found out who it was who'd made the complaint, and he put them on a list of racists. So they featured on a list of racists. So they then got investigated. It's got nothing to do with racism. And it turned out it's a bent copper again. What is going on? What is happening? Mind you, a smuggler yesterday admitted trying to transport some cocaine. Some cocaine. This was 2 tons of cocaine. I mean, seriously, I'm surprised the thing floated. Worth 160 million. The bloke... It was on a boat last year. Hall said to be worth 160 million quid. Where'd you get money like that from? It's unbelievable, isn't it? It really is. Oh, Ella Henderson. Anybody remember Ella Henderson? No, we didn't either, which is unfortunately a bit bad for her because it was 10 years ago that she shot to fame on the X Factor by releasing her second album. So 8 years on, she's decided that her exile is over and she now wants to be a star. So while she's been back in the singles charts with a stream of dance bangers, her new single opens up about hitting rock bottom. So a right cheerful little song, you know. During the chat, Ella said, "It feels so good to finally have Brave out there. I wrote this song years ago. It was a song I signed for. And so, I mean, I think the time's passed you by, love. I don't want to be rude about it, but you can't come back after sort of 10 years. You know, and then go, oh, I think I'll sort of, you know, I'm ready now for my close-up, Mr. DeMille." I love it. Steve, I'm back in Blighty, says Lulu. Having listened to you on LBC in Thailand for the last month, and I was lucky to escape, went from 31 degrees to -3 when I landed yesterday. Oh, right. Another one saying, oh, somebody else asking about these key safes. I'd never seen them before. These are things for the carers to get in. I didn't know what they were. I thought, how odd. I mean, in theory, I suppose with a screwdriver you could open them anyway, but you wouldn't know which flat it was, would you, that you were trying to break into? But it was amazing how many people had carers in one block of flats. Oh, these are these things. Oh, here they are. Oh, right. £18. Well, that looks like you could open that with a pick. £12. They're quite nice, aren't they? A key safe wall-mounted 4-digit combination key, and then you just put the thing in there. They're all about 20 quid. Well, that means you must be able to open that with a hammer, would you not? Can you not open them with... Really? What, for $12.99? I'm not totally convinced. But I was just amazed that there were so many people who had carers in one building. That's what frightened me more than anything else. I wonder how many were genuine. Dogs can distinguish between languages, apparently. So if you say, sit in German or in French, asseyez-vous, the dog will know exactly what you mean. Apparently, because dogs speak different languages. Yeah, right. You might be having a few problems if you're trying to listen to us outside of the UK. Try the app or the website if you're having trouble. We are working on it. It's all of a sudden everybody has descended on the app at the same time. Yes, and there's a bit of a bottleneck that's built up. So if you're having a few problems outside of the UK, which you might be, I've had a couple already this morning. Try the app or the website if you're having trouble. And rest assured, we are working on it for your further listening pleasure, which I'm sure we will sort out for you. A Royal Navy warship hit a Russian nuclear submarine it was hunting in the icy North Atlantic. They tow a sonar line behind the ships, and this submarine sort of took it on. They said the sub's crew would have... they'd have heard a sudden noise like a fork being dragged over a cheese grater. So it's a long cable that stretches out behind, and that does all the sonar. And what the sonar, so that they're basically, you can track submarines. And or failing that, the submarine. So Putin's sub, well, it's not his sub, it's owned by the country, and it hit the British warship. Didn't actually hit the British warship, but it hit the line that tows out. Sometimes I think it's about a mile behind the actual ship, and it's got a little funnel thing at the end, and that sort of relays all the information back to the ship. And so there was a submarine, underneath there. They don't have much luck, the Russians, with their submarines, but they do their best, I suppose. The Betty White Day is going to be held in the Golden Girls Star town to mark what would have been her 100th birthday. You have to listen to my little bit extra podcast today to find the little twist in that story. And a 1978 Star Wars, is it Boba Fett figure? I don't know what Boba Fett is, but anyway, with a £1.39 Debenhams price sticker still on it, sold for £2,000 at auction in Kent. I've often said, when you get things like Star Wars or Star Trek and they bring out these little, toys and stuff like that, then some people buy them and they keep them locked away in their boxes because they're worth money. Superfans buy these and they're worth money. I've got a friend via another friend of mine who collects Barbie dolls, and I know, not exactly camp, but but they're worth money. You keep them in the box. You don't take them out and play with them, because most little girls get the Barbie, they open the pot, rip the packaging, take the Barbie doll out and then play with it. But of course, some people keep them in the packaging. So I've got loads of stuff in the packaging. I've got, I've got Furbies, I've got Daleks, I've got ETs. I've got about 2 of each. In the Furby line, I've got about 6 to 10. And they're all in the packaging. I've not taken them out of the packaging at all. I'm hoping one day to get the money back. Unlikely.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Apparently, according to Steve the driver, Novak has a new name. It's Novak Djokovic. Thank you. They're all coming up with them, aren't they? Shade says, you're right about the tennis player. He can fly home anytime he wants. He's quite clearly mad as a toothbrush, isn't he? I mean, absolutely. Carol says, I'm listening via the Global app in New York City, not having any issues at all, touch wood. So she's got the Global app. So it seems to be Alexa that has the problem. Seems to be that one, actually. And apparently, says Paul in sunny Glasgow. Yeah, in your dreams. There's no check. Listen, Glasgow's not been sunny since the 1940s. He says, can you let Steve know the key safes are not just used by care people, it's usually to hold the key for an Airbnb flat. Oh, right. Well, these flats are council flats off the Edgware Road. So either somebody is subletting a council flat, which of course could be highly likely. Highly likely. Many have wilted under Lord Sugar's glare in the boardroom. I love the way they're trying to re-hype the same boring programme we've had for the past God knows how many years. The only things that change are the names of the people on it. And so we finally got rid of Harry Mahmood. He reckons gazing into the boss's eyes was so pleasant he drifted away. Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, he's been kicked out. What have we got here today? Glasgow, there you go. Heavy snow showers and a moderate breeze. I mean, and 4 degrees. You get the picture of snow. I get this on the dashboard of my car, actually. When I first saw it, I didn't know what it was. Because it was a dashboard, strange enough, with a wheel. And it means you can go around corners. Up until then, I was just going straight, then having to get round, push the car round, and then head off in the opposite direction. So 4 degrees centigrade in Glasgow. Saturday, you've got the rain. So the snow that you'll have today, heavy snow showers. And there's pictures of people with heavy snow showers. And they always take umbrellas out, just in case it rains at the same time, which is very nice. Sunday, you've got 7 degrees. Monday, your temperature rises to 10, but then on Tuesday, you've lost it again and it drops to 7. And there's no mention of sunshine, in fact, for the whole of January. Absolutely nothing at all, I'm afraid. You've got nothing but doom, gloom and despondency, which is a bit of a shame. But we have much better weather in London. We had some quite nice weather the other day. It was a bit sunny. I went out. And I was going to go and buy a coat. I don't know why I've got loads of coats. I don't know why. I thought I'll go and buy another coat. And I didn't get round to buying it. And then I thought I'd buy some jumpers. And strangely enough, I'm not a jumper person. I'm really not. I do have a couple... What? It's all shirts, and mainly short sleeve shirts. If I inadvertently had picked up a long sleeve shirt, back it goes on the rail again. And I did see a nice coat I liked yesterday. I liked the colour of it, and it turned out they didn't have it in my size. So no, there were no mediums at all there. They just had small and then something called large. I mean, whoever wears those, goodness only knows. And extra large. And so I didn't bother, actually. It was a shame. And then I thought I'd buy some shoes. And I thought, I don't need any shoes. I was just sort of wandering, just for the sake of wandering. Anton Decker in most papers today tried to drum up interest for their Limitless Win game show, which sounds to me like a pile of pants. It really does. I mean, they say, because at the moment somebody says, you know, it's a contestant's bid, you guess it, to win a limitless prize pot, and nothing's ever been seen like it on television before, nothing, you know, to be honest with you, nobody cares. Nobody cares, you know. So it's called Limitless Win on Saturdays at 8:30. And I think you'll sort of watch it, and then you think, why are we watching somebody else winning money? What's the point of that? I don't get that at all. What have we got here? This morning, Philip and Holly returned to their presenting duties on Monday. So Monday coming up. So I kept thinking, what day are we up to now? We're up to Friday. And it wasn't them the other day. It was Alison Hammond. You can't shut her up. Seriously, you wanted to gag her yesterday. There's a poor woman struggling to cook in the kitchen. She's cooking Italian, and it was a risotto it was delicious. It had porcini mushrooms, and it was all the rest of it. But they stupidly made the mistake of shoving it into Dermot O'Dreary and Alison Hammond's faces. So they were sitting there with bowls of it, and Alison Hammond, this woman's going through saying, you pour a little bit of wine, and Alison's going, oh, this is really delicious. And the woman says, you're jumping the gun a little bit. Because the trouble with Alison, she's not a great presenter. In fact, he's actually not much better either. He gave away something the other day on the television when they were out there doing something with giving away money. And he said, oh, it's £10,000 we'll actually be giving away. And it was £1,000. And they had to cut in and say, no, it's £1,000. He always looks bored out of his mind. And also his body language is terrible. First of all, his arms are folded. He's hunched up. He's got his legs crossed. And you think to yourself, that's why he was rubbish on the X Factor. It was terrible presentation because his presenting skills just weren't there. And on this programme, the whole idea, that's why Philip Schofield and Holly Willoughby do so well on it, because they're just relaxed and they laugh and chat. Whereas, you know, Dermot, unfortunately, looks like he's a bag of nerves. Alison just feels that she needs to keep talking because she's the star on the show. I don't think they get on. They don't seem, well, put it this way, they might get on, but they don't have any chemistry. On screen, there is no chemistry. You can have two people presenting a programme. I've said it before. And they just go through. They read their auto cue bits. You read this, I read this, you read this, I read that. Then we cue to this, and then we do, and that's it. But there's no warmth and chemistry, unfortunately, which is a shame, really. So we finally got rid of this bloke from The Apprentice. Well, I watched the one. Do you remember the one we told you the other day? He thought he was having a relationship with this girl for 4 years. And she went, no. We've never had. He thought it'd been going on for not like a month, not like 6 months or a year, 4 years. He thought he was having a relationship. And then we saw him yesterday speaking. Well, I say speaking. He was attempting to struggle. And I remember thinking, uh-oh, I think that you're going to be the irritating one. But everybody looks on it as if they've been through the dry cleaning machine. You know, and they're all sort of trying to pretend. You can tell that they're all frauds. They're all fake people pretending that they're really, really talented at business and they know everything. They didn't know anything. They knew nothing. It was really embarrassing, very embarrassing. Tom Daly's launched his own knitting kit range, which I said would happen, and it will happen. And the papers have got it wrong. Andrew's bid to sell, this is Prince Andrew, but we've given up with the Prince bit because he's no more royal than you or I are. His bid to sell this chalet, which they have in Verbier, to pay for legal bills. No. They're having to sell the chalet because the woman who lent them the money to purchase it wants her money back. It's as simple as that. This thing's been on the market for ages. In the meanwhile, you've got to put up with Sarah and the two girls and respective husbands and assorted animals staying in this chalet because they go, oh, it's Andrew and Sarah's chalet. Where she got the money from, God alone knows. I mean, yeah, him probably. Where does he get it from? His mother, but apparently she's supposed to have said, how they know these things, I don't know, that she's not funding his legal fees. He can fund them himself. So he's having to sell the chalet to pay for the legal bills. Well, no, he's having to sell the chalet because the woman wants her money back. He owes money all over the place. And then there was that rumour, that stupid story the other day, that his team could be getting ready to make a settlement. And we said, and everybody else agreed with us, that why would he make a settlement to somebody he doesn't know? And also, would that not be an admission of guilt if he made a settlement? I suppose he could put a clause in going, like the Michael Jackson thing with Geordie Chandler. This is no admission of anything at all. We're just doing it to make it go away. And so in the case of that, and then somebody else said in one of the papers, quite rightly, but they haven't had discussions on this yet. I thought, well, they're now getting close. The judge, they do like dragging it out in America. The judges want their 5 seconds of fame. And he said a decision is expected shortly. Well, we've been waiting since hell froze over for the decision. He's either an old wizened old bloke who can't do anything at all, and he's very, very slow, and, got to get it right, and all this kind of stuff. We just want an answer. How long does it take you, love? This thing's been going on since forever and a day. Birthdays we celebrated today. Elena Ceausescu. You remember her. No, we're not celebrating her birthday, but they've put her into the column of people who, these are the celebrity birthdays in the Daily Mail. Their idea of a celebrity, Elena Ceausescu, who, when she was executed, they were found guilty, her and her husband, in a court. She would have been 106 today. 106. Producer works these things out because he's got fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 106. And he knows these things. 300 soldiers volunteered to be on the firing squad. I didn't even know you could volunteer for these things, but 300 soldiers volunteered. So she died on Christmas Day. They were literally found guilty in the court, sentenced to death. And she then thought she would start, get off me. She was pulling away from them in the court. And they grabbed her. They took her outside and she was tied to a post and shot for the atrocities. And as I say, 300 people were actually sort of asked, would you like to be in the firing squad? And 300 said, yes, they would. Even just down the road from here, actually, there is the Shot at Dawn lady. And they had to ask the firing squad whether or not they objected to killing a woman, shooting a woman dead. And so they had a little bit of a trouble there. New documentary has claimed that the Queen once hid in a bush on the grounds of Buckingham Palace to avoid the Romanian dictator Nicolae Ceausescu during his controversial state visit. The Queen hid in a bush. The Queen. Don't believe a word of it. She says, I really can't face talking to them. So she hid in a bush. How big was the bush? I mean, the clue would have been, because whenever she went for a walk around the grounds, she took the corgis with her. The clue would have been the corgi sitting round the bush, waiting for her to come out, probably going, where's she gone? She's inside the bush. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. But Robert Hardman says it. I bet there's loads of stories about the royal family, aren't there? Loads of interesting things. I can't imagine. I remember talking to a very famous lady some years ago, and they had these private dinners at Buckingham Palace where they would go through the newspapers and they would decide, on 10 people who would be invited to Buckingham Palace for dinner with the Queen and Prince Philip, as was the thing in those days. And they would have fairly average food. It wasn't all posh. You'd go there and it was sort of, obviously you had to do, the protocol. Well, I remember Prince Philip leant over to this lady actress and said, we're having spotted dick for pudding, and I remember thinking, is that an innuendo or something like that? But no, because they had standard food when they weren't entertaining royalty and having the big banquets that they have. I quite like spotted dick and custard. It's got to have custard with it. Aunt Bessie does it, I believe. I think Aunt she's very busy, honestly. How she keeps going. I mean, she must be about 90. Sorry? It's not real. Don't start that one again. I've told you before about coming up with this. He's come up with no end of people who he says, oh, they're not real, determined to ruin my life.
This is LBC.
Right now, businesses are facing tough choices. Do you cut costs or drive growth? Solve for today or build for tomorrow? Do you satisfy your shareholders or satisfy your customers? Yes. You don't have to choose with the intelligent platform for digital business from ServiceNow. You can say yes to unifying your existing systems and yes to accelerating growth. Visit servicenow.co.uk to see how we can help you put yes to work. The world works with ServiceNow.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's humid and wet in Sydney, says Shane. Humid and wet I've had before, actually. I had that in, I certainly had humidity. I told you in Florida. And I thought it was terrible. It really used to drive me absolutely mad. I can remember the very first time I went abroad, and we went to Spain, and the plane landed wherever it landed. I can't remember where it was. It was such a long time ago. And they opened the doors, and this wall of heat hit us. And I can remember walking down the stairs, and there was a breeze, and it was like a head right. It was like in your face. And I remember thinking, wow, because in Hong Kong, where we lived for a few years, we just got used to the heat. I don't remember sweating. I was a bit like Prince Andrew, although we didn't have a Pizza Express, so I couldn't go there at all. Not that we're not sure he actually went there, but I'm sure he remembers much better. Funny, he can remember certain things, but not others. But there you go, that's Prince Andrew for you. He's always been a bit like that. Wayne the Trolley says, I've attached 2 pictures of Leicester Square in 1956. You can just make out where the studio is. Yes, that's the cinema. They were showing Julie Andrews in Hitchcock's Torn Curtain. And that's cinemas. And most of the buildings haven't changed around Leicester Square. So Wayne's put 2 pictures in. There's that one, and then is the other one the one that we've seen? Oh no, there's a different one. That's taken at the top of the square. Very interesting. He says you can just make out where the studio is. Yes, I'm at the front of the building, but sort of back. So there's an office separating me. But they've got a big picture window. My friends at Radio X, they've actually got a studio. If I was in it now, I'd be illuminated and I'd be waving out of the window because I always thought it was my favourite studio. I did. Yes. You can just make out the studio was. I'm born and bred Londoner, fascinated by our history. I very often go on long walks and think about those that went before me in this amazing city. Isn't it funny? I think the opposite. I always think where I live, in years to come, when I've passed on, other people will have bought my place, and they won't know about me at all. And so, well, apart from the blue plaque and the queues of people waiting to say, "Can we have a quick look around?" But it's true, actually. People always think about that. Steve, unless you're like Prince No Sweat Andrew, wearing a jumper at work probably isn't advisable. I just don't. I don't think I've actually got any jumpers. I'm pretty certain I've got some sweatshirts, but I don't think I've got jumpers. Which is a bit odd because I'm taking Corey, my ex-producer, out for lunch very shortly, and he's not been out for ages. He's not been out for ages. So I thought we need to take him out. He said he needs me to sort of take him out and make him feel better about things. Well, I mean, that's what he says. Anything for a free lunch. Wendy says, even though the other listener is partly correct that key safes can be used for other things, you're right, Steve. They're mainly used for carers looking after elderly people. And I agree with you that in the council-owned flat situation, the key safe would have been for carers. Well, we've now worked out, actually, that these code boxes, some apartment blocks in central London are rented a lot to tourists. So in other words, you have a council flat off the Euston Road, off the Edgware Road, and you put an advert in and you rent it out, or an agency rents it out for you. So you're actually getting a council flat, but you're renting it out to people. Oh, I think that goes on a lot. There's a lot of bent people in council flats now where they actually claimed, the family's split up and all the rest of it. It turns out they're just, no, you're not allowed to sublet them. No, but people do. That's why I was amazed on this particular wall of this block. There must be about 30 of these boxes on there. So all you've got to have is a bent agency renting out to people. They can't all be blooming carers. It's just not physically possible. But if somebody's coming into the country and they're looking for somewhere cheaper than a hotel, somebody could make 50 quid a night easily renting the flat out. Easy peasy, Galvanised steel is what the key safe outside the front doors is made of. You couldn't cut it open with a grinder, says Paul. Bet I could. And, And Mudge says, am I right in thinking Steptoe and Sons actors couldn't stand each other off screen? No, I don't think so, no. They seem to get on fine. The trouble is most people... Did they hate each other? Oh, right. But most people didn't socialise. Morecambe and Wise didn't socialise really off screen. They were working together. They worked as a double act. Exactly the same for Cannon and Ball. They went through a phase where they didn't talk to each other. And then they sort of got back together again, because it must drive you mad. You work with somebody all that amount of time on stage and then off stage and things like that. That would really drive you mad. I think, though, they did one of the blokes. They did the younger one out of Steptoe and Son for This Is Your Life. And obviously they brought on his screen partner, who, of course, was gay. But nobody ever knew that Grandad was gay because they didn't talk about it. Not Grandad, what's he called? His father, Steptoe, Steptoe, old man Steptoe, was gay in real life. But they didn't make a big thing about it because he's standing there on stage, and I remember it vividly because I was very young when it went out. And he's at the end, and he comes forward and all the rest of it. But he's got a clutch bag, which he's holding. Now, if you go to Italy and you go to France and you go to Austria, you go to loads and loads of places, men carry clutch bags. Everybody's got clutch bags. You can buy them all over the place. It's just known as a normal accessory. And you put your cigarettes in there, your wallet, your car keys, your lighter, your bits and pieces, and it's like a little mini male handbag. And he had one of these bags, and not many people had seen them in this country. And obviously somebody went to him, "Oh, like that, are we?" And he went, "Yes." And I thought that was quite interesting, but I remember that vividly. But no, Dale had clutch bags. He'd buy them, you could get them all over the place. Italian clutch bags. And they were nice and useful. Where else are you supposed to put your fags, your lighter, your phone, everything else? Now people have got backpacks on, which they use. But in those days, it was, satchels. I mean, I couldn't live without my satchel, which I bought from, what? What's the matter? Burnt your finger on your mug? Well, that's a bit silly, isn't it? Honestly. That'll be an industrial injury now. Yeah, so that's why they made a handle. God put handles on these things. How they stay there, I'll never know. Handle. It's clever, though, isn't it, when you think the weight that they increase by, and then all of a sudden you go, "Oh, that's nice." Or not, as the case may be. So apparently they didn't like each other after it came out. But then I would have been surprised if they had liked each other. Why would, they're just actors. It comes down to it's acting. Nobody says you have to like somebody. I mean, you want to see all of my colleagues I have to work with here. I don't like them, but I have to be sociable to them. So I go, "Hi, how?" I don't care. But that's the way it works. Actually, I was thinking about that this morning. I was thinking about, people always sort of say, what are the people like you work with? I said, I've got no idea. I don't socialise with them. I don't talk to them. We don't sort of go out for dinner and, have drinks in the pub. Yeah, sometimes we just sit in the breaks in silence. I stare at the wall. They chat among themselves, and then we get through the programme. And at the end he goes, "Went quickly today, didn't it?" I said, "Yeah, you wish." And that's the way we get on together. So it's not buddy kind of thing. People think you socialise all the time with your producers and the colleagues you work with. Yeah, I don't make a big deal about it. In fact, the only time we went out once, who did I go out with? I went out, there was a couple of us. We went out for an afternoon tea, and then we met up with another few people from here in Hyde Park. But I had to walk all the way there. My feet were killing me, I tell you. And we get there, and two of them had turned up on bicycles, and they were all and we're sort of making small talk, I was holding court, and it was great. But it was the fact that I'd had to walk there all the way from Mayfair across into Hyde Park. Never doing it again, I'm telling you. I said, the next time we'll make sure we find a bench I can sit on. Yeah, or a rickshaw. You don't see the rickshaws in town, do you? They've got those ghastly... They're not even illegal. You can drive the wrong way up a one-way street. You don't need to pay any tax at all. You can rip people off. Fantastic. Welcome to the world of the motorised bicycle. Ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. There's a lovely story about a counsellor caught in a car with a prostitute. I love the story because it's so funny, because he's obviously... He's sort of, oops, we've been caught here. And so he said to the police, he said, I work with her on a charity. I thought, yeah, what sort of charity is it, love? What sort of charity is it? What was the other one? Oh, pass me the onions. We want support for tearful Lottie Moss. It was awful for her. Lottie, who sells images of herself naked, if you pay, on the internet and all the rest of it. But one of her, no, naked. Naked, yeah, they've said naked. I mean, I don't know, because I'm not paying for this kind of stuff. But anyway, apparently one of her evil friends, she said, described as evil, leaked her telephone number online and all the rest of it, so people could access all of her pictures without paying for them. So that's why she's probably upset, because she makes apparently £70,000 a month on these pictures. I'm thinking of pimping the producer. I can't work out how I'm going to make any more money in this game. Yeah, could do me. Nobody would pay to see me. They probably would, actually. I don't know. Don't worry about that. Yes, I'd be on the special interest show, adopt a pensioner. Steve Allen, 67. There's an OAP in the papers today. There's always an OAP in the papers. This one threatened neighbours with a baseball bat when a snowball hit his home. And anyway, he got taken to court because you can't threaten people with a baseball bat. It's a snowball. For goodness sake. So somebody picks out and goes, and it hits you in the face, that's your problem, isn't it? Should be inside, shouldn't be going outside. And so he went round with a baseball bat. Try that again, you're in big trouble. Grange Hill is back after 14 years. Dun 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 dun. I loved Grange Hill, and we got the list of the cast members and what they do now and what they did. Plus, David Arquette, the actor, is branching out from the silver screen. He wants to join the circus. He wants to train as a clown. It seems quite good. You have to train. They have clown school in this country as well. Circus school we have as well here. So you can go there and you can, I don't know what we put the producer in as, something. I must be something we can put makeup on his face. And no, I'm just thinking, if you wanted to sort of branch out and have another bit to your career, you're very happy, are you? Well, that'll be one of you then. And no, I just thought we could have you as sort of, a clown. We could put the makeup on. Every clown's makeup is unique to them. Every clown's makeup. You will never see two clowns with the same makeup on. They're all individual. And at Clown's World or whatever it is, all their faces are painted onto eggshells, and they're trademark. So you think that they all look the same. They're completely different. Completely different. So I've got a few ideas for you. I think that we could have you in one of those little cars that blows up or something at the end, and the bucket of water and all that kind of stuff. The World War I plaque given to a soldier is up for sale. He deserted. He had shell shock. He was only 29 and he was executed because in those days they didn't know what shell shock was. They just called it desertion.
This is LBC.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to freezing cold Friday again. But apparently the weather's going to turn, and it's going to be quite nice. And well, it's not going to be quite nice, but we're going to get milder weather. So that'll be good. They're called man bags. Clutch bags are for women. No, clutch bags for men. Clutch bags for men. You don't need to call them man bags. I mean, because everybody knew what they were. They weren't for women. These were for men, and they were clutch bags. They weren't man bags at all. You might have wanted to call them. Well, you put them under your arm. You just held it. Sort of. You could tuck it under your arm, but most men held it in front of them. To sort of emphasise it was a clutch bag. Which was very nice. I had a few. I got one, and then I've got one at the moment from M&S, because they do a lot of those sort of bag things. It's amazing how much you can get in it. Keep all sorts of things in it. Pack of cards, elephant, Hoover, vacuum cleaner. Custard apparently is very nice, Steve. Poured over spotted dick. My favourite dessert though is creme brulee. Oh, I love creme brulee. Don't you like creme brulee? It's just custard with a skin on it, isn't it? Well, it's not. It's brown sugar. And then you sort of get one of those. Oh, really? Creme brulee? No, you've obviously made it wrong. You can buy them actually already done. Creme brulees. They do them in Costco. They do a whole pack of them. I mean, it's just basically custard. Custard should be gooey. Well, it is gooey. Once you've got through and you've cracked the sugar shell at the top of it, you've not been out to the right restaurants. Trouble is, we were looking at a picture earlier on of Leicester Square, and there's a picture of the golden egg, and of course he didn't know what the golden egg was, so I had to sort of try and explain to him. It was a bit like a sort of an upmarket Wimpy or something like that. It was the same sort of food. You can probably get the golden eggs menu up. There we are. He's found it already. See, that's the advantage for him. He's even at this late stage in his life, he's educating himself. And so at the golden egg, you could get now these. It shows how long ago they were. The price is here, right? Let's go for something nice. A sirloin steak with chips and grilled tomato or baked beans. 10 and 6pence. How much was that? Steak and baked beans. That was 12.5 pence. 12.5 pence. They've got Pepsi Cola, 1 and 3pence. 1 and 3pence. Hot chocolate, 1 and 6pence. However, if you wanted salmon fish cakes and chips, 5 shillings. How about the hamburger grill? Hamburger, fried egg, frankfurter, grilled tomato and chips. So this is basically similar to the Wimpy with a bender in it. That was 6 shillings. The smuggler's grill was breaded haddock, fried egg, baked beans and chip. They're obsessed with baked beans in this place. 5 and 9pence, yeah, and fried egg. Well, that's why it's called the golden egg. So it's interesting, isn't it, when you look at these things here? What else they got? Ice creams, various, 1 and 9pence. A roll and butter, 9pence. Gatto, 2 shillings. I love these prices. I love it. Apple pie and cream, 2 shillings, 10 pence. 10 pence today, that would be. What year was this? I can't remember. They were all over the place, the golden eggs. Late 60s. And we used to have a huge one in Leicester Square, literally out of our front door and on the left-hand side. That was a huge golden egg. Now it's a hotel, but very posh, very, very posh. They've also got a dessert dishes. How about Alaskan Delight, ice cream topped with hot chocolate sauce or maple syrup. A snowball, that's 2 shillings, by the way. 2 shillings for a snowball, meringue with ice cream and topped with fresh whipped cream. An igloo was 2 and 3pence. An eclair filled with ice cream and topped with hot chocolate sauce. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Flapjacks were 2 bob as well, 2 shillings. A Jamaican longboat was a split banana generously served with ice cream, topped with fruit and fresh whipped cream, and that was 3 shillings. That was, that was pretty posh. Yeah, I like, that's the Jamaican longboat. But it's a banana split, for want of any description. But of course, the reason they called it Jamaican longboat was because that's where they thought all the bananas came from. So that was the tie-in. But now we call it a banana split. And it comes in one of those long dishes. I'd have eaten my way through this menu quite easily, actually. Very nice food. But the golden eggs were all over. Then all of a sudden they disappeared from view. I can't remember where they went to. But it was a good cheap meal out. I mean, when you think you could go out there for 2 or 3 quid, you could feed the whole family, provided you didn't go berserk. You'd be all right. So Grainshill is back. Rob Beckett ate potpourri once, thinking it was crisps. I don't know how he thought it was crisps. I don't know. He's obviously trying to sell a podcast. We don't need to try and sell a podcast. The shopper who was gobsmacked after being asked if he was old enough to buy a sausage. He goes into a Tesco. And he buys sausages, and he goes to the self-service tills because they're all over the place at the moment. And the machine said, "Are you old enough to purchase this?" Didn't come up as sausages, came up as secateurs. I mean, not sure whether that's the person programming it, but came up as secateurs. Joey Essex requires subtitles in Australia. Yes, we listen. We've done the stupid act. Okay, nobody says ream. Nobody says all these things. What was the other one? Wallop. Nobody says these things. This is only in Joey Essex's tiny, underdeveloped brain. Nobody says ream. I've been in Essex for God knows how many years. Not one person has ever said, oh, ream. I think what they had to do was try and develop some personality for him, but it failed miserably. That's why he can only get work in Australia at the moment. The footy star who's wed a model called Taylor Ward. This is Dawn Ward's daughter. And she's, well, I think if in doubt, you put somebody down as model. But I don't think she does. Modelling, the like of which, yes, or influencer is very... What else do they put them down as? Reality show star. That's all. Philanthropist. That's always a very good one, actually. I quite like that. And the 30-foot heap of rubbish infested by rats outside a block of flats. And the people in the flats have said the council should come along and clear it. And the council said, we don't own this property. The private land here is owned by the people who own the flats. They've got 14 days to clear it or we'll take them into court. Simple as that. And I'm surprised they've allowed it to get that. Who lives near a 30-foot heap of rubbish, which is added to on a daily basis? Who lives in a flat like this? Lloyd Grossman. And then the frazzled mum. There's a picture of her. She parks in a car park. Next door to her is, and I don't know whether this one is just made up or not, because the more I think about it, the more rubbish it appears to me. She fills up. The car parked next to her car is somebody else's car, but it's identical to hers, and she puts her shopping in their boot. Well, surely it would have been locked. So that's why I don't believe it. She then apparently she goes back in to get something else, comes back out, gets in her car, drives off, gets home, opens the boot. There's no shopping because it's in the identical car. So obviously somebody in this car park left their boot wide open so that she could put her shopping in there. I mean, she looks a bit, a bit doolally, to be honest. I mean, how can you do that? You would know that your car, wouldn't you? If I came into a car park and there was my car and another car identical next to mine, I would know mine because I know every inch of my car. I know the boot of my car. I know you certainly wouldn't get any shopping in it. That's a fact. That's a fact. Very busy at the moment. Very busy. But we have had Christmas. Sorry, Ghislaine Maxwell, says one of the critics today. The saga is far from over. Could get worse. How could it get much worse? But it certainly could. So the Beckhams buying the boat, we've done that one. I think we're fed up with that one. It's ridiculous. And Joey Essex in the subtitles. And the online troll for the Piers Morgan death threats. Can't wait to see them going to court. That'll be a very interesting one, won't it? So you did it. Oh, I just did it as a joke. You remember there was somebody called out on television and they doorstepped them on the television programme and they called them into the studio and said, why did you write this stuff? Oh, it was only a joke. Sorry, mate. It was a boxer, I think. A boxer who was the one who was being trolled by this bloke. And he called him out because he asked all the people who followed him, can you identify this person? And, of course, everybody rallied to the cause. And people said, yeah, I know exactly who that is. Because once somebody's been named and shamed in the newspaper, that's when it's just about game over. Game over. So, 2-page spread on the Beckhams buying a cheap little motorboat for $5 million. I mean, poor souls, honestly. Perhaps we should club together and help them. Grange Hill. You can sit the test of Grange Hill. And a man who spent 6 years bringing the BBC CFAX service back to life. I do spend a lot of time actually on television, going on to the news and the entertainment and stuff like that, mainly because I'm interested in it and I like to. It's quicker. I could do it on my telephone exactly the same way. A duck expert named Alan Gosling, apparently. I know, can't make it up, could you really? A duck expert has been the first Brit to catch a strain of bird flu. But I thought we'd had bird flu and then it finished, but apparently it could be coming back again. And Novak Djokovic spending the weekend in a dirty detention centre. Dirty detention centre. They have to make a big deal about it. Dirty detention centre. It's a detention centre, OK? Just because Djokovic, who's mad as a tree trunk, apparently, best friend is a tree, and then he talks. I mean, really, what is going on here? But apparently, Djokovic's parents accused the Australian officials of making him a political scapegoat. His mum, Dejana, said it was a scandal. Her son was being held in some hotel for immigrants, full of fleas with horrible food. Well, kind of tough, darling, isn't it, really? Grow up and get over yourself. Goodness sake, honestly. People just moan about it. One of Britain's largest and rarest birds has been spotted in Cornwall. Didn't know Gemma Collins had gone down that far. This is a white-tailed eagle. I didn't even know there was such thing as a white-tailed eagle. It must be a fish eagle, mustn't it? Aren't they the things there? Photographed on Cat Lake on Bodmin Moor. Oh, it's been reintroduced. So what they do is they breed them, take them out, and then try and get them back into a bit of a shock for the fish, I should imagine. 1 minute swimming along, getting ready for Easter and Christmas again. And you get hoiked out. The sightseeing gives conservationists hope the birds could start to breed in the country within the next 20 years. Oh, I look forward to that day. Don't want to miss out, do we, if it's only 20 years away from us. Louisa Zisman, The Apprentice's most influential contestant. Apparently... The entrepreneur and podcaster has a total of 621,000 social media followers. Oh, listen, Jamie Oliver's got 6 million, love. You're way behind. Way behind. They put her into Country Life. They always put a picture of some woman, whoever it is, who's going to get married to somebody. And they had Louise Zisman, and it was basically just a plug for her podcast. It was the most feeble entry I've ever seen. I wrote and complained bitterly. Apparently she earns 2,470 quid per sponsored Instagram post. Riveting. But most people have got no idea who she is. And what else we got here? Football boss Harry Redknapp apparently has shown the red card a whopping 7 times on the wheel tomorrow night. But I mean, what's the point of putting it? He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know anything. He's already got 0 on something else. And so on this one here, on Millionaire, he keeps being shut down because he has got no idea. What are they putting him on things for? He's quite clearly not brainy. And Michael McIntyre can't resist poking fun at the fact that he's shunned by the contestants. He said, but this is the 14th time you've been sort of shut down. What do they put him on these things for? Surely it makes perfect sense not to put him on there. Honestly, Michael McIntyre's wheel pro. Have you seen it? Oh, my God, where do they get the people from? There must be a home for retired people who think they're in show business.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Poor old Harry Redknapp, honestly. What are they only put him on there and people are laughing at him now. He said he does have plenty of words, but they're not repeatable. Yeah, we've all got those words as well. Doesn't matter. Ella Henderson's obviously just got a new agent because she's everywhere. Every single paper has got her, she wants to... she's released a new single, a powerful track about shaking the stigma of needing help. I just don't see how that's going to go anywhere. I really don't. Really. And it's been about 10 years. She said, I was grateful for success at an early age and the first album was incredible. And but this time, I want fans to feel like they really know me, to be more relatable. They don't want to know you. I don't know why people want to go down this. But why would you? I mean, she's been 10 years. What are they doing? Sitting there waiting, drumming. They must be so ancient now, her fans. Because if they were, 18, 28, 30 before, they're now in their 40s. You're not going to be following somebody like Ella Henderson, are you? 2012, she was on the X Factor. 2012, I mean... people think that the fans are always going to be popping back there. They're not, as Bros discovered. You might better fill a stadium, once or twice, and that's it. The rest of it was cancelled. But apparently they've got a new album coming out. Matt's got nothing but time, so he'll be able to manage that. Also, Barbara Taylor Bradford has said that this publicity-shy woman in America... the American actress came to the UK imagining she'd be the star of the red carpet. She said what she didn't realise is that we already have a shining star on the red carpet, somebody who's been there for 70 years. She's called the Queen. Oh, absolutely. There's no way that Meghan Markle could ever replace the Queen in any way, shape or form. She's just a very average little actress. Very average little actress. Steve, I socialised with you and Bavin and Peter Dealey several times after shows around Gough Square in the 80s. Lovely memories, says Simon. You did socialise. Yeah, but that was in the 80s. I mean, good Lord above, nobody socialises now. You know why? Because... my day finishes, strangely, at 7 a.m. Well, where can you socialise with somebody at 7 a.m? I mean, apart from Wetherspoons. There's also that place in Soho, Dean Street. There's a place there where they open for breakfast. I think they either open at 7 or 7:30. And that's quite good because that's always empty. But the trouble is your only view is looking out the window, watching the dust carts emptying all the rubbish out of all the bars and everything else at that time of the morning. But so you can't really do that. So you have to come back into town or do something, either on a Friday late after I've been home and or a Saturday, which is sometimes quite. But I'd forgotten, having been in town quite a few times for lunches and things. I can only do lunch. I can't do a dinner. Dinner I'm too tired for a dinner, but I can do lunches. But London is so packed. I mean, it's just really, it's almost like, excuse me, sorry, excuse me, so don't touch, excuse me, hello, thank you, excuse me, can I just get by, I'm a diabetic, thank you, that's what it's like now. It's I couldn't believe how busy it was. Soho, was absolutely heaving, and I'm not very good in crowds. I'm all right if they've paid to see me, that's something completely different, but I mean, generally speaking, crowds on the bit, and all of a sudden you get somebody who just stops in front of you. And you have to... I always kick them on the shins, like that, watch them collapse in front of me. I think, yeah, barge pass. Excuse me, still a diabetic. I love it. Steve. I reported 2 days ago that they'd fixed the internet that we hadn't had for 15 days. Well, it didn't even last, says David and Helen, 12 hours. It's not too bad, though, with a Bluetooth speaker. See? You can do it, Dave and Helen. You can do it. Just got to be adventurous. Admittedly, I'm terrible. Steve, look at the old Wimpy menu from the 70s. Unbelievably cheap, says Joanne. It is frightening. I mean, I remember going in there and having a cheeseburger, 21 pence for a cheeseburger. But the Wimpy Grill special at 42 pence, under 50 pence, comprised of, a burger, a bender, And what? You really are going on the naughty step again. Thank goodness it's Friday for your sake. Chips, an egg and a tomato, 42 pence. The International Grill at 54 pence. The Delta Brunch, 36 pence. Put it this way, a cup of coffee was 8 pence. That's old money. Not 8p, that's 8 pence. 8 pence. Yeah. There you go. Egg and French fried potatoes. Chips. Another word for it. 2 eggs and French fried potatoes. 26 pence. 26 pence. I mean, seriously, bring that place back. The shanty salad was my favourite. 8 bob, 40 pence. 8 shillings. For 2, square fish fingers with some lettuce and some tomato draped around it. But I've noticed no chips on the shanty salad. That's why it was called... Well, they do shanty brunch. What are you looking at? Look how much their whippy, thick milkshakes are. 15 pence. 15 pence for a thick milkshake. I used to love a Knickerbocker Glory. Did you ever have a Knickerbocker Glory? They were good. I don't know why they were ever called Knickerbockers, but they were... It was that tall glass. It's on the top right there. And it was filled with like a puree and then cream, then ice cream, then fruit, and then all... And they just built it up and built it up. And the spoon... Like a sundae, yeah, and a brown derby. I never had a brown derby. It never appealed to me. But the Knickerbocker Glory I had was good. Roll and butter, 4.5 pence. Marmalade or jam, 2p. All those were the days. I tell you, now it's free. Is it free? Do they give you that for free? Do they really? Wow, I didn't realise. But the Wimpy brunch, look at that. That looks nice, doesn't it? Some onions, 2 Wimpy burgers. They were very delicious. I told you when I worked in Reading. In the middle of winter, me and my friend Dave Maskell would walk back to the car park and we had to pass the Wimpy. And a freezing cold day, the one thing that went down a treat would be a Wimpy cheeseburger with onions. It was delicious. Absolutely. Nothing tastes like them ever again. Never has done, actually, which is a shame. Apparently in Costco, they do half a crispy aromatic duck and it comes with the pancakes, the spring onions, cucumber and hoisin sauce. Well, you can buy that everywhere. You can buy that in Marks and Spencer's. You can buy that in Waitrose. You can the hoisin. It's already cooked, the duck. You get half an aromatic duck, which comes with the pancakes, the spring onions, the cucumber, and the hoisin sauce. And you can buy it in Iceland as well. It's available everywhere. It's not just available in Costco. It's available everywhere. Of course, if you go to Chinatown, round the corner from here, you can get a whole crispy duck. They do. You see them hanging in the windows. Let's go and have whole crispy duck now. I've already eaten, though, this morning, crispy duck hoisin pancake wrap. I had a wrap this morning. I brought in the wok and everything. Actually, I've still got electric, but you need to cook woks on gas because you get the heat. On electric, it never gets as hot as it should be. And I didn't like it when the wok got dirty. Somebody says you've got to season your wok. I said, you wash your mouth out with carbolic. And I've had loads of woks over the years. But if you watch them actually cooking in a Chinese restaurant on the gas, it's like an inferno underneath these things. They're really cooking fast. I love watching it being done. There's a couple of places in Soho where you can watch them cooking in the window. They're sort of standing there and you can see the ducks hanging and they do all sorts of different bits and pieces. I do like Chinese food, though. I'm a big fan of Chinese food. Except the only thing I hated was chicken and cashew nuts. I remember thinking, how naff. Chicken and cashew nuts, like chicken and peanuts or something like that. Lemon chicken. I've never had lemon chicken, I don't think. No, don't think so. I like char siu pork. That's char siu pork. That's very nice. That's very nice. Used to come on a bed of garlic bean sprouts. That was particularly good as well. That was very good. And I like a pancake roll. You know, even something... Pork ball, yes, I like the pork balls and the chicken balls. Although, what you need to get is Hong Kong chicken, because it's flattened chicken breast, battered and then sliced, whereas the balls, if you pull the chicken balls apart, or the pork balls apart, which I have done, you find it's a lot of fat and gristle in there. They weren't as exciting as they actually should have been. But so I used to have gristly balls. I mean, really, I used to have the sweet and sour chicken balls, which were very nice, but the Hong Kong style. Very nice indeed. Lawrence says, just to let you know, I should be having a freshly baked bagel, or beigel, stuffed with smoked salmon in a couple of hours. Fancy waiting a couple of hours. Ryan says, listening in the car daily on my 4-hour, 250-mile round trip to work, Bakersfield to Beverly Hills, working the night shift at the Pink Palace as an engineer. The Pink Palace. The Pink Palace. Never heard of that. That sounds quite nice. So Bakersfield to Beverly Hills. Wait a minute, no. The Pink Palace, that wasn't owned by Jane Mansfield, was it? Because I'm sure she had a house which Engelbert Humperdinck bought called the Pink Palace. Is it big hotel, little hotel? We're having a look here. Jane Mansfield's Pink Palace. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm a mine of useless information. I remember it because Engelbert used to rent it out to people who were playing Vegas. And his sitting room was the size of 2 football pitches. 2 football pitches. He said it's absolutely huge. And I always remember because when somebody called it the Pink Palace, also owned by Ringo Starr, of course. Yeah, of course. So there you go. So that's where you work. Wow. Well, that place has got history, Ryan, as you probably know. And do you remember Jazz yesterday from Hounslow, who had to get into his frozen car via the boot? I've done that before now. Not on this car, quite clearly. But in previous cars, that's the only way I could get into the car. And then the back seat folded down and you have to climb in over the top of it to get into the seat. He said now... He said, I'm currently at West Middlesex Hospital with a suspected broken wrist due to idiots leaving banana peel on the bridge to Eel Pie Island in Twickenham. Went head over heels and all the bottles broke. I am annoyed and a little bit of pain as well. Yeah, I mean, some people are ridiculous. People broke a sign the other day saying the end of the bus lane. They've literally broken it off. And you think to yourself, these people should be caught on camera, prosecuted, and if they can't pay, throw them in prison. Yeah, life imprisonment, I think. Or failing that, we have to build a place in the Thames like a prison ship, and we just leave them in there, throw them in a few sort of scraps every so often, which is good. Hannah says, I worked for Country Life for 11 years and could never have imagined that the magazine would have featured Louisa Zisman as one of the girls in pearls on the front piece page. But you're right, she was photographed for it in 2019. You're always right. I looked at it, I have to be honest, Hannah, and I get Country Life every week. I get The Lady. And I know, but I mean, I think it's got some really good articles in it. And also one of my neighbours, Betty, loves it as well because she's in her 90s. And I read it first, then she gets a go of it. But Country Life, I do read all the time. So I love looking at the features and the history and all that. It's got some great bits and pieces. What's in The Lady? Oh, everything. Everything. It's all very classy. It's very classy. It's not sort of, a lady. It's not so like lady. It's very nice, very classy, and I like it. But Country Life I like. But they always put this girls in pearls, and it's always somebody. This will be so and so, Lucinda, whatever, and she's getting married to group captain, blah blah blah, parents' house, and all the rest of it. And then they put in Louisa Zisman. I remember thinking, blimey, we've taken a downward turn here, haven't we? And as Hannah said, I worked for them for 11 years and would never imagine they would have featured her. No, I was very surprised. Not their sort of person at all. Yeah, I've had to cancel the subscription.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, says Robin Hatfield. I called into a motorway services on the M62 yesterday. I couldn't help thinking to myself, the world is full of very strange people, gents walking around in shorts, short-sleeve vests and flip-flops. What's wrong with these people? It was freezing. Is the world going mad? Oh, I've seen quite a number of people in shorts. Not just post people. You get the post people going around in shorts. But you're right. You do. And around our way, I don't know if this is normal in all the schools, but if they have a sports event taking place at the school, the kids go to school in their sportswear. I've seen them sitting on trains in their shorts and their tops, and this is applying to girls and boys at the same time. But you're right, you do see men. I saw somebody shopping in Iceland the other day in a pair of shorts and a vest. I'm thinking, who goes around in a pair of shorts? As I say, it wasn't the postman, so that was it. Laura in Narnia, a.k.a. Trolley Dolly, still excited by going back to work yesterday. The highlight of my week was on Fridays. Mum would treat me to a wimpy bender after school. Delicious. Mum would look over me whilst enjoying her cocktails to Brownies. That sounds quite nice, actually, as well. Because probably in those days you could smoke in the wimpy bar. But the bender was a hot dog, and they put little cuts in it. So when it cooked, it formed a circle, and you put it around the burger. So it became a bender. Hence, bending. Have you been to Chester? Is it any good? No, I've never been to Chester. Never. Can't think of any reason why I would want to, actually. Jan says you need to tell listeners how much people earned in the days of the egg and the wimpy. My ex earned 10 and 6 a week, and we could never afford a wimpy. Oh. Well, my first wage, back in the year, whenever it was, must be, not a long time ago, 10 and 6 a week in the days of the egg and the wimpy. I was earning £5.19 and 6 when I was 15. £5, so nearly £6 a week I was earning, and that was for a 5.5-day week. Half-day Wednesday, which was good. Steve saw House of Gucci and loved it. Gaga and Al Pacino was superb. Also, George Michael's Faith was played at the wedding scene in a cathedral. It was awesome, says David. Yes, I think actually George Michael was a bit awesome as well at the same time. The elderly couple who got the restraining order in all the papers today, they threatened to attack neighbours with a baseball bat. Grenville Moore, 75, admitted possessing an offensive weapon. Because let's face it, he doesn't sound likely that he's going to be out there playing baseball. And his wife Patricia, also 75, of Bolton, admitted using threatening or abusive behaviour. So they've been banned from contacting the neighbours at all. 75-year-old, because somebody threw a snowball at their window. I mean, I suppose you could understand it, but at 75 and he had a baseball bat and he was accused of... he got a restraining order in a row over the snowball. He was accused of admitting to possess an offensive weapon. I mean, he could have been a baseball player, couldn't he? Do you not think so? I mean, I don't see any reason why at 75. Charlotte Dawson is unrecognisable. Unrecognisable. This is Les Dawson's daughter. I looked at early pictures of her, and she looked fine. She's been on some sort of fitness. Unfortunately, it's a paying thing, so presumably she's been paid as the ambassador of this thing to plug it, and so she was on Celebs Go Dating. She says, my diet was terrible before. I don't know why. I don't think she looked at all bad. Anyway, this is 40 quid for a 3-month programme, so obviously hoping a few people would go, oh, I wish I could lose weight like that. Believe you me, I don't think you need to lose too much weight. There's such a thing. You should go to the doctor every time. Go and see the medical professionals. How much should I lose? They say £2 a week is maximum. Any more than that, you're on one of these ridiculous juice diets or, just eat this sort of diet. You don't need to do that. Little and often. Little and often. You don't need to do anything special. You can, and what? And exercise, little and often, and exercise. Walking up the stairs. Don't take the lift. Fast walking or speed walking is always very good for you. Very healthy. Gets the heart pumping, and it's good. But you don't need to do any special food. You don't need to take advice from anybody like Greg Wallace or anybody else like that. You go and see the experts. If you really think that you're overweight, you go and see the experts, and they will advise you in the right department. Steve. Kim says, used to have a fab Chinese takeaway literally under 10 minutes walk from me. Guess what it is now, Steve? It's a nail bar. We've got loads of nail bars. We've got about 6 in Twickenham. And hairdressers, we've got loads. Always busy. Always people. It's sort of, it used to be ladies who lunch, but these are like ladies who kebab. And they go in there and they get their nails done, and then some of them have their toenails done and all the rest of it. It's they spring up all over the place. I nearly went to one. I have been to a chiropodist. I quite like going to the chiropodist. That was very good. But we used to have a very good Chinese takeaway. Brilliant. And on a Friday night, they do eyebrows as well. Oh, yeah, you can get everything. Have you been in to have your eyebrows done? No. Well, I couldn't tell, actually. That's why I asked. Yes, you've got that surprised look. That's the Botox, isn't it? I think you've had mouth fillers, but on your forehead. I think that's why it's gone a little bit peculiar. Yeah, collagen injection. They always do that, don't they? People go, oh, I decided to have my breasts done. And you think, why? Why? You don't want to look, like poor Victoria Beckham looks. And no, not Victoria Beckham, although she's had loads of bits and pieces done. Yeah, she likes having it done. You don't see her smiling very often, mainly because I don't think she can. And also Jordan has had loads of people have operated. They come out and they go, oh, I wasn't really happy with this. I wasn't happy with this. And because the NHS won't do it, unless there's something medically the matter with you, they go privately. And if you're a reality star, they do deals with all these clinics, so they go, I went to see Mr. Steve Allen at the Steve Allen Will Make Your Boobies Bigger clinic, kind of thing. And then I get a bit of publicity out of it, and all they get is sort of another, you've got to go and change your bras and everything else. Another hassle for Christmas. Where's the snow, says Warren. It doesn't seem winter yet. Look in the papers. There's loads of pictures of different parts of the country. Scotland. I mean, if you drove up to Scotland now, I wouldn't recommend it, but you could. And they've got snow up there. rare thunderstorms of snow. Thunder snow, it's called. And so what it does, it comes down like rain. And you look at they only occur a few times each year. But you look at the roads, and I remember walking down the middle of a road because you could hear the cars coming behind you just before they knocked you down. And you'd crunch in the snow. There's a Met Office snow and ice alert, runs from 8 p.m. tomorrow until 11 a.m. Friday, covering the entirety of Scotland's west coast. Glasgow, expected to be battered. Couldn't be a more deserving place, could it really? But Glasgow, I used to go to Glasgow all the time, actually, all the time, to go to Toll Cross. And because that was where United Biscuits had one of their factories, and I used to do the factory visits to go and talk to the girls, do a walkabout, but unfortunately I used to cheat. I used to put on the white coat and the hat and all the rest of it. You had to if you went in the factory. And I'd go and sit in the laundry with all the girls, and they'd give me whiskey. and then at the end, it was nothing changes at all, except I've gone off whiskey. They used to get, you'll have a cup of tea, Steve. And forget where they came from, actually. But anyway, it was very good, very, very good. And it was very nice, actually. Always amazes me on the job offers, on the ladies, butlers can be on a packet, says Joe. Absolutely. Absolutely, yes, definitely. Lee says George Michael was a musical genius, a dear friend, and sadly missed. A true, talented, generous, and very dear man. He was certainly very generous. He was certainly very generous to Capital, to their Help a London Child. He would give to people, and it would be done under the cloak of anonymity. It was always like that. I mean, I think what he did was he had musical genius, and he also, because he used to dabble with sort of different substances and things like that, he just sort of went through life. We always remember his sort of accidents and things like that, and the meeting in the park toilets in America with the policeman, which he actually got through really well, because people wanted to talk to him, and he said, listen, whatever, because they used to have, same as they had here, the pretty policeman, who was basically a police officer who used to operate around Earl's Court. And he would try and entrap gay men, and they would then prosecute them. The police were looking for prosecutions of gay men, and Gay Times managed to find out which one he was. They couldn't find him to start with. People would come out of a pub, and they'd go round Wharfdale Street. The pretty policeman was a tall blonde guy, and he used to stand there, didn't say anything, but if the gay guys went up to him and said, I'd like to come back, he would have them for importuning for immoral purposes, until Gay Times, I think it was, or one of the gay papers, got a picture and went, this is the bloke you've got to avoid. He's a policeman. He's going to nick you for importuning for immoral purposes. And immediately it stopped, because the police were, I was going to say bent, which of course was it, but he was basically there to do entrapment and to catch people, and he caught quite a few people until he was exposed on the front page, and they went, that's the pretty policeman. That's the one, you've got to watch out. He's a copper. So consequently, people started, because he didn't know it had appeared. And people going past going, copper, and keeping it going, which was very entertaining. But no, George was very, very entertaining, very clever. Whether he was happy, I don't know. I don't know whether he was happy. I think he always was looking for something that maybe wasn't there. But that would be the same for Dale. Dale found it extremely difficult to find relationships and things like that, because, I remember going back to his place one night, and he'd met two people in a bar or something, and he'd taken them back to his house. And I remember saying, what the hell are they doing here? And he said, and I think, it's too dangerous. If you're a famous person, like, George Michael was hugely famous, there's a limit to the things that you can do. You've got to be very careful. And I keep reminding you, Sue Pollard said to me years ago, only go out with somebody who's got as much to lose as you have. Because otherwise they'll sell a story. Look at the amount of girls. I slept with this footballer. He picked me up in a bar, because you weren't that difficult. Steve, I felt a bit under the weather, says David in Shropshire. Well, it's Shropshire weather for you, isn't it? He said, I woke up for work this morning, so I did a test as I usually do, and I don't feel well, and I'm just tested positive for COVID. Well, don't worry. You've got 7 days off. You just got to keep testing yourself. So you get two days where you run negative. But I shouldn't imagine anything will happen for the first 2 or 3 days. And then it gradually works. What a pain. What a pain. You should be okay, provided you've been vaxxed. I'm hoping you've been vaxxed and you've had the booster. I spoke to a friend of mine the other day who'd been vaxxed, but he hadn't had the booster, which is what you need. You need that to help you get through. Because otherwise, some people, they go, I don't feel ill, I just feel exhausted. And you just feel a bit lethargic about it. But so that's the very good idea. And there's loads of people in the paper today saying, whatever happens, the anti-vaxxers, you must get vaxxed. If you don't, you're going to suffer really badly. Okay, just throw it out there. Throw it out, throw it back in again.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve, says Phil from historic York. That's where they have the shambles, of course. Talking about Wimpy Burgers, do you remember Casey Jones? Yes, there used to be one down at Waterloo Station. You'd always get, and the only reason I mention it, and you mention it, he said great burgers and seemed to be huge. Mind you, that was probably because I was young at the time. You'd get the guy sitting on the train on a Friday. He'd come back from working in the city, and he'd had a skinful in a bar, and you could always see them. They'd be staggering about with their coats over their arms and their briefcases, and they'd go to Casey Jones to get a burger, and they'd sit on the train, and they'd start unwrapping this burger, and the smell of burgers used to permeate the carriage. And this was in the days when, you could sit by the door, and hot food on public transport, and he'd have chips. I say he, but it was 9 out of 10 times a bloke. And you knew he was drunk because he couldn't quite open the packet. And you think, he's going to be sick. You know that they were going to be sick, so people would start vacating the areas quite quickly. I mean, you should never eat hot food on public transport. I did see a woman once on a bus around our way eating a curry out of a plastic Tupperware box. And, of course, I do the same. Every time if I see anybody do it, I go, ugh, dirty. I don't know why, I can't help it. It just sort of makes me a more endearing person. What else have we got? The Djokovic story. Everybody's saying the same. Go home, silly boy. Go home. Stop wasting everybody's time. And obviously, these people think they're a little bit cleverer than they really are. And I don't think he is particularly. A lot of people talking about Johnson's flat, £112,000 to refurb it. He's the Prime Minister. I mean, if he can't spend £112,000, who can? Prince Andrew and his disastrous life. I mean, to be honest with you, nobody knows what he does. Nobody knows what he's capable of doing. And nobody knows what's the truth and what isn't the truth. My favourite story is a truck driver. He was following his sat-nav, I believe, and he's on a mountain road. This is a mountain road which is hewn out of the rock. There is a vertical 300 feet drop off the edge of this cliff. There is nothing that can keep you up there. He's got a huge lorry, and the road was too narrow to pass, so he tried reversing, but he crashed through the guardrails. Amazingly, he managed to flee from the cab as it dangled above the precipice near Shaanxi City in Shaanxi province in China. Salvage teams used 3 tow trucks, 3 days to retrieve the lorry, which had to be cut in half. It's literally, the carriage is hanging off the end. It's like a scene out of The Italian Job. You wouldn't move. You'd be taken and go, oh, my God, fellas. He luckily managed to get out and get back onto the... But this road is hewn out of this huge rock. It's just... But seriously, it's all clinging to the side of the mountain. And had he sort of not, his lorry, because the GPS took him down the wrong turn, he actually would have gone straight over there. He'd have been killed instantly. I think he realised when he couldn't reverse, and he suddenly realised. I mean, it's quite a big lorry. It's not a small lorry. This little thing, not one of these little sort of transit van type thing. It's a huge lorry with a separate cab to it, which is good. Steve, I've just tested clear on day 6 and day 7 now free, so allowed minimum isolation 7 days instead of 10, says Matthew. Well, that's good. You've got to test clear for 2 consecutive days. So good for you on that one. And strangely enough, says Catherine, I watched The Sound of Music last night for the umpteenth time. Me too. I was flipping through the channels, and there they were in the church, and they were hiding in the graveyard. And Ralph is outside. That nasty piece of work he was. And Christopher Plummer comes out and goes, give me the gun, children. And he says, we don't want them. We want you. And he goes, you'll never be one of them. And then they escape. And then yeah, so I spoil the ending. They escape, and anyway, and then the 2 nuns say, "Mother Superior, we have sinned. Forgive us." And they've dismantled some of the engines on the Nazis' cars, so they couldn't start them, and chased the family up into the hills. And then it goes, a dream that'll bring all the love you can hear every day of your life. And every time I look at it, I always remember Christopher Plummer, who had to carry Gretel up the mountain. And she was quite she wasn't the smallest of children, and they got to the top, and the director said, can we do that bit again? And Christopher Plummer allegedly turned around and went, no, We're not doing it again. She weighs too much. And that's where and you could see that it was filmed from the helicopter because all the grass is being blown to one side. Little trick there. I was thinking about making a remake of the cell. I know, I'm such a cynic, I don't care. There's a Wimpy in Ashford, says Roger, but it's really expensive now. Quarter pounder and chips, £9.45. Blimey, it's cheaper cheaper in McDonald's, isn't it? I like a quarter pounder with chips. But the chips get cold so quickly. Why can't they make the chips stay hotter? I like hotter. I could get them to make them fresh, couldn't I? But no, that's right. Just say no salt, and you'll get fresh chips every time because they automatically put salt on. I don't know why they haven't thought about that one and started doing it the other way. But there's a loophole there to be exploited. So, royal sauce on Prince's spiralling legal cost. It's crunch time for Andrew on several fronts. It's funny, actually, when you look at Prince Andrew and you look at him over the years and how he's behaved and his sort of way of doing things, you can't help but feeling it's a bit of karma that's coming back to bite him on the bum on this one. So as the sex case decision looms, and God knows they drag it out in America. They really do. Again, the judges said this morning, a decision very soon. You think, are you just very slow at reading? I mean, why is it taking you such a long time? The best legal brains in all the world, Anyway, the New York District Justice, somebody called Lewis Kaplan. So we're now waiting to find out what's happening. But anyway, it's a stressful time for Andrew. Yeah. Well, lucky old you then. What about everybody else? So Sarah and the girls thought it'd be best to be out of the way. Yes. They also know it'll be the last time they get to enjoy the chalet. Yes, because he owes money on it. It's as simple as that. It's like squatting. Really, isn't it? £17 million, but I forget what they paid for it. But apparently him and Sarah bought it together. And I think it's 6-bedroom and it's got a swimming pool in it or something like that. Whatever it is, it's just in Verbier, which is considered very, very flash. But they haven't sold it yet. He bought it for 16.6 million from a French socialite called Isabelle de Rouvre. But the deal's not been... What? Just trying to be French, make her feel a bit better. But the only way of raising substantial amounts of cash is to sell this chalet. Well, he owes money on it. So it's not a case of raising substantial cash. I mean, he won't get what he wants for it. He thinks he's going to get 17 million. There's no chance. They owe 6.6 million from the original purchase, so they haven't paid that back yet. She doesn't seem to earn anything, and God knows what he does. It's all collapsing, isn't it? 17 million for a chalet. Good God, yes. Cheap. In Verbier, you don't move in the same circles I do. Heavens above, when I bought my last one, 32 million. No, 17 million would be very reasonable. I mean, they've got places in, Aspen, Colorado, 38 million, 40 million. If you're near the ski slopes and you've got some people buy to rent out because you can make a lot of money through the Hooray Henrys who want to go out there, and the chalet girls who go there so that they cook and they clean and then they get the afternoon off to go skiing. So 17 million would be quite cheap for a chalet. You can find some, in Courchevel, 1825. There's loads of very, very expensive chalets. Some of them are, yeah. Look, you look at the size of them. To find a pool inside one is very... How much is that one on the market for? Doesn't say. See, if you have to ask, you can't afford it. But that's huge. That would have parking underneath. To have you can rent for 300,000 a week. Yeah. So when you look at Andrew's pokey little pad at 17 million, these places, and bearing in mind, most of the time at Christmas, you do get snow. So snow is almost guaranteed. To have a swimming pool there is fantastic. And if you've got the views and everything... look at this staircase on this... they're just beautiful, aren't they? Beautiful places. I wouldn't want to be out there. Far too bloody cold for me. Thank you very much indeed. But I think it looks beautiful. The trees always get snow on, so everything looks festive. When you see them at Christmas with all the lights around everything, they look absolutely amazing. This is the Chalet Edelweiss in Courchevel. And some of them, when you look at the views, you are paying for the views and also being near the ski lifts and everything else. But you've never seen these before, have you? They're beautiful places. No, they're nothing like caravan park chalets. No, I don't think they'd have a caravan. You'd never get a caravan anywhere near these places. But they're built to order, and they are built to sort of drag the last bit of remaining money out. There's one here. Weekly prices for something like this. 255,000, 350,000 a week. So if you're interested, you call this number. They'll be more than happy to discuss your requirements. You will say to them, listen, this one here can accommodate up to 18 adults and 4 children in, they say, premium luxury. Premium luxury. But that's what it is. And if you're near the ski lifts, that's even a bonus. And you can drive your car. Some of them got parking for up to 6 cars, things like that. But no, it's beautiful. So when you see Andrew's little place and you go, pay it off, but they won't get the money. Been on the market too long, I think. Re-Waterloo Station. Remember the stamp machines with the dial A to Z printing onto a metal strip? I do, very well indeed. I do remember most things. Would talk about me like I've completely lost my marbles on oddity. Sometimes I can't remember things, and yet I remember things from years and years ago. Years and years ago. And I love the part, says Catherine, in The Sound of Music, when she decides to not become a nun, as her heart belongs to the captain. She goes, oh, my face has gone red. I was like that. I used to blush all the time, actually. And the children here are singing along with them. Very emotional. What? I did. I was a terrible blusher. Terrible blusher. No, now I've blushed in ages. A bit like sweating, isn't it, I suppose, really? Or as I prefer to call it, gentle perspiring, which is much nicer. We don't like the idea of sweating. Not very good. What else we got in the paper today? Ian Hyland on his television talking about... as we embraced another new year, there was no doubting which old acquaintance I was looking forward to catching up with again. No, not The Masked Singer. This is The Apprentice. Many years, he said, after I christened it Big Brother in Business Suits, it's still going strong, he says. It remains in a mothballed oblivion. More remarkably, The Apprentice is still allowing Alan Sugar to take advantage of the licence fee cash and the 20-odd hours of primetime BBC to promote his next business venture. Yet poor old Nick Knowles is hauled over the coals for daring to wear a hard hat in a Shreddies advert. You remember that? They axed his programme, and yet everybody else is allowed to get away with it. But anyway, he says, here we go, the old people on the programme. It's a measure of how willingly you tolerate the fact that we've basically been watching the same show over and over again for more than a decade. The names and the faces may change, but the casting and storyline remain as brutal and as targeted as the editing. There was even a comforting familiarity about the ending of last night's opener, as the winners won not because of their brilliance and ingenuity, but because they were slightly less of a car crash than the losers. Because they really are. They are unbelievably dim people. They couldn't organise the proverbial in a brewery. And I mean that in a caring way, ladies and gentlemen, because it's the same people. So already they've kicked somebody out. That was a bit of a waste of time, telling all your friends you're going on The Apprentice, when it turns out that you weren't even clever enough to make it past day one. Not so good. Let's take a short break for the news, shall we? And then we'll tell you more about the Catholic nurse banned from wearing the cross who has won the religious discrimination case. And an activist, Clear, says about the statues. The government have said it's not a green light for everybody to start pulling these statues down.
This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to the 7th of January. We seem to be racing through at the moment. 7th of January already. It's ridiculous. Moscow's sending in the troops as the fuel rioters have started beheading police officers in Kazakhstan. Goodness gracious. The Star edited out of a TV show finale because of allegations of sexual content. And believe it or not, the two Ronnies have been given a warning for offensive material. Yes. Well, they haven't, because they're both sadly no longer with us, but the show has. It's sort of flagged up now that people could be offended because they use the word fairy. As in, not fairy cross the Mersey, as in another type of fairy cakes and things like that. But in fact, strangely enough, Larry Grayson used to make comments about things like that all the time. Oh, we're going to make fairy cakes today. He would do all these gags. Nobody ever censored him. Why the two Ronnies? Because we're in a woke society, I'm afraid, and people complain about it. And you think, really, I don't know why. Mike says, I've skied all over Europe and America. Verbier is a ghastly place full of OKRs who know very little about the real world, like Sloane Square on snow. Yeah, it is. Well, of course, typical that they bought the place over there, but it's been on the market for quite a while now. This story I remember reading more than a year ago. The socialite who lent them the money. I don't know why you'd ever want to lend Andrew or Sarah Ferguson any money whatsoever. There's no chance of getting it back, is there? Unless they sell this place. But I seem to remember it's been on the market for a long time, and they've had no interest. So either it's vastly overpriced, or it was overpriced when they bought it, or they're going to need, because in America, they're having to reduce the price of properties left, right and centre. I think actually the Yorks bought it in 2014. So they bought it for 18 million. I think it was overpriced, unless the bottom's dropped out of the market in Verbier, or as Mike says, it's not as classy as it used to be. Well, it can't be if they go there, can it really? But they took out a mortgage of £13 million. I mean, do you think it's based on the fact that, the rest was then paid in cash? Lucky to have that much cash. I'm having great difficulty transferring cash. Was that just under the mattress in Sarah Ferguson's room? So they bought it for 18 million. 18 million. I mean, he's living in a peculiar world, isn't he? Even Her Majesty wouldn't sort of do things like that. But I think she's had enough now. I think she's sort of suddenly realised that maybe he's not as bright as maybe we thought he was in the first place. Steve, I can listen live on the LBC app. 31 degrees here, says Robert, and a lovely breeze. Although, to be honest with you, I've got no idea where you are. You could be sitting in... Oh, it's in Thailand. How do you know it's Thailand? Where does it say Thailand? It must be cleverer than I am. It just says, our only issue is others around me on the beach deck chairs wondering why I'm laughing out loud. How do you know it's Is it Thailand? Or are you just guessing? He just made it up, hasn't he? So anyway, he's listening live on the LBC app. 31 degrees centigrade and a lovely breeze. So I suppose we could look at Thailand and see whether it gets 31 degrees today. That's why I said it could be in Clacton. We have no idea at all. I love the idea. People always write to me and they go, oh, I'm sitting on the beach now. It's boiling hot. It's absolutely wonderful. I'm thinking, yeah, well, I quite like the temperatures that we get here. Because let's face it, we do get all the seasons in one day. That's the way it seems to work in this country. So there you go. Weather in Bangkok, 34 degrees. Sunny and light winds. Tomorrow, 34 degrees. Sunday, 34. Monday, 34. Tuesday, 34. Wednesday, 33. Thursday, 33. It was positively freezing by the time we get to Friday when it's 32 degrees. Imagine suffering that. 34 degrees. That's 68. Add 30. About 100. 100 degrees. Sounds ghastly. See, I couldn't do that. It's all right if you're sitting on a beach. But I'm not a sitting on a beach kind of person. I don't want to end up looking like a prune or anything like that. In Hong Kong, well, I don't know. I was a child. It was hot. Yes, of course it was hot. I mean, we spent most of our days on the beach. In the afternoon, everybody went to the beach. We went to Repulse Bay and places like that. I don't know. It was called Repulse Bay. And that's where you'd go, because your school only lasted to lunchtime, because I think by that time, it's like, I think a lot of schools in France and Austria, they work early. They're there at school 8 in the morning, and I think they finish lunchtime because the temperatures get too hot. And probably the same in Florida, I should imagine, because you can't concentrate if it's too hot. And it was very hot. We spent most of our time looking like little brown berries running around because we were in the sunshine all the time. It was healthy and we quite liked it. But in recent years, when I've been back to Florida, as I say, I mean, that's like a wall of heat again. It's like getting off the plane, as I say. We went to Spain for the first time, and this wall of heat hits you, and you think, oh, dear, how people function in it. But people do. People do function, but they don't eat ice lollies all the time, which is our fail-safe. Dubai must be the worst, I should imagine. That must be really, really hot. I've got a friend of mine who's out in Dubai. He's in real estate. And I think you must get used to it. I mean, in Florida, when we went to the shopping centres, everything's air-conditioned. You can't get cars. When we were in Vegas, because that's the middle of the desert, I mean, in the summer in Dubai, hits 45 degrees. You know, you look at 120 degrees. I mean, that's why everything's air-conditioned. You know, and people go, oh, it's lovely to have the top of the car down. You must be joking. No, keep the top of the car up and put the air conditioning on full blast. Or stay inside. Everywhere's air-conditioned. Dale's house was air-conditioned. I don't think they build houses in America which aren't air-conditioned. But I like it. So this Catholic nurse banned from wearing the cross has won this discrimination case, as you know, because I told you a few days ago about it. Her bosses claimed the pendant she'd worn every day for 20 years could infect patients. Necklaces were banned, but the senior theatre practitioners proved it was rife with them. Colleagues wore religious items such as hijabs and skull caps. And this lady's 61, won her religious discrimination case. They say the trust was not justified in refusing to let her manifest her religious beliefs. And then they're going to be awarding compensation. I mean, this is the bit that always sticks in my throat, because I always think, OK, so she's won the case. Could she not be very Christian and go, listen, I don't want compensation. You know, I'm just grateful that the trust has found in my favour. But no, it'll be money. It comes down to money. You know, and that's the only thing that really annoys me, actually. Steve, Tony says you recommended the other day a hotel for afternoon tea. Oh, there's loads of them. Loads of them. You can get afternoon tea in so many London hotels. I mean, I think we've done just about everywhere. We've done the Shard, we've done the Dorchester, we've done everywhere. I like the Goring, which is nice. Yeah, which is very good. But again, with all these places, you need to book. And also in the Goring, you can sit outside. You can sit inside the hotel. And it's only a small hotel. It's family hotel. But they've got a garden at the back and you can sit on the balcony. And if you get a chance to sit on the balcony, sit on the balcony. Because it's just a nicer way of doing it. Very good. How many people? 60 quid a head. That's right. We came up with 6. So all these things, you can have limitless sandwiches. People think that you just eat what they bring you. No, you just say, can we have some more sandwiches? And then, then they'll bring the cakes out, and whatever you don't want in the cake department, they'll put in a box and you can take away. But you get freshly baked scones, you get the finger sandwiches, the clotted cream, the jam, the cakes, the bakes, the fancies, and the tarts will be there as well. The tea brewed to your liking, and they'll serve coffee if you prefer. And they'll walk you through all the sandwiches, and you just tell them what you want, what you don't want. It was lovely. And I always think, it's a treat. It's a treat. You can change that as well. You can have champagne at the beginning if you so desire, and have that's £70, but you can have the glass of champagne. It's a lovely thing to do. But as I say, it's a treat. 30 years, Grange Hill gripped viewers tighter than one of Gripper Stebson's headlocks. I remember Gripper. He was played by Mark Savage up until 83 when he was expelled for racist bullying, and then he got picked on by the public. Because the public were a bit stupid and they believed that it was open season on Gripper. Because he was really good, actually. He says, I was attacked so many times, I lost count. And we remember all of them. I remember Mrs. McCluskey, played by Gwyneth Powell, 75 now. Bullet Baxter, who's Michael Cronin, reprised the role in The Grimleys and became a children's author. Stewpot Stewart, still acting. This is Mark Burdis. Now, Mark Burdis, you've seen on the television on loads of occasions. Mr. Bronson died of cancer years and years ago when he was 67, in 2005. We liked him, actually, a lot. Suzanne Ross was played by Susan Tully. Remember Susan Tully? Michelle Fowler, that's right. And she's now a TV director. Zamo Maguire, you'll know Zamo because he was played by Lee McDonald. And he works as a locksmith as well as doing a little bit of acting as well. He's a locksmith. He used to phone LBC. And very good. Out in Just Say... That's right, the Just Say No thing. Yes, you're quite right. That was the heroin storyline. I mean, they were doing hard-hitting stuff even then. Gonch Gardner looks exactly the same. He manages a casino now. He was a playground hustler. But when you look at them... Do you remember Roland Browning? Roland was the sweet, brainy, but badly bullied character who loved Golden Wonder crisps. Do you remember him? If you saw a picture of him, you'd probably remember him. And he had a spell as a caterer. He's now a writer and a director. But they were all great characters, actually. But Mr. Bronson, I remember, because a friend of mine said he was so nice, actually. His wig he wore on the programme was a source of mirth for all the kids. He wore this wig in it. I think he was supposed to be seen to be wearing a wig. Very interesting. But they're thinking of bringing it back. I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. I think that'd be a very good idea. Bring back something that can sort of get the kids a little bit more educated than most of the rubbish they've got on the television at the moment. I mean, seriously, what is going on with Pingu and all these other people? I don't know why Pingu. Have you ever heard of anybody called Pingo before? Pingo. Pingu. We walked off the plane in Dubai in September, Steve. It was like walking into an oven. Absolutely roasting. Popping out your room for a cigarette. We were dripping with sweat. I know. It's because the heat didn't seem to move, did it? It just seemed to... It kind of stayed there. Very close. That's what we used to say. Undo an extra button, I used to say. I shall undo an extra button and wear short-sleeve shirts, and nobody can tell me any differently.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, Joseph in Bethlehem. Now, before you say anything, if you're a new listener, he really is called Joseph, and he really does live in Bethlehem. There the similarity ends. He says, here it's sunny and 11 degrees. The Christmas countdown, 351 days, 17 hours and 40-something minutes. Make sure your decks are down. We're past 12th night. Well, as we discovered yesterday, the taking down of the decorations on 12th night isn't anything to do with Christianity or the Bible or anything religious in any way, shape or form. It was a way of getting people back to work. It was a case of, listen, take your decorations down and then you can come back into work again. Otherwise, they're staying up there. Because if you're Orthodox Christian, you can leave them up till February. So it's obviously entirely flexible. I mean, I've turned the lights off on the tree. I've taken all the deckies off. Not that we had many deckies on there. And today what I've got to do is take the lights off. That's going to be an achievement in itself. I'll probably do that this morning. And then put the tree outside. Then the council can come and recycle me. But at the moment, it's dropping needles like there's no tomorrow. It's obviously got to that stage. It's obviously exhausted. And it thinks to itself, right, we've had Christmas. I can shed the needles. It's dried up. It's dried up. Elaine says, I've tested positive for COVID. Good Lord, we're getting a set this morning of people who are testing. But they do say 200,000 a day. 200,000 a day. Even my producer said to me, he said, you've been very lucky. I said, yeah, but I'm really careful. And, of course, I have been fully vaccinated. And Elaine says, I dread to think how bad I'd have been feeling if I wasn't. The bright side, lots of listening to your podcasts ahead of me. Well, that's it. That's what you can do. If you've got the strength to download, it's very good for us, the fact that people are downloading. Steve, I'm so angry. You know we should open the windows on the buses to have ventilation because of COVID. My caring son always opens the window if they're closed, and stupid people close the windows. Do they really think that COVID doesn't exist? Says Connie. To be honest with you, I think so. But we're constantly being told, Connie, and you're absolutely right, ventilation is very, very important. They show you on the television how COVID hangs around in the air. If you do not have windows, when I get into my car in the morning to come in, what is the first thing I do? I make sure the driver's got a mask on, and I've got a mask on, and I open my window at the back about probably 3 inches so that we've got air flowing through. And so on buses, we had somebody on the other day who was trying to close all the windows, a rather stupid, ignorant person. What you want is fresh air. You want lots and lots of fresh air. I just think it's unbelievable. Somebody gets on the bus with a mask on and then they start closing the windows. And you think, what are you doing? Yeah, let's keep the COVID inside, shall we? Thicko. God, these people really annoy me. But you're right. You should make sure that the windows are open. Doesn't matter whether we're in a bus, on a car or something like that. The only place you can't do it is a blooming train. You can't open windows on a train, can you? I've never noticed. The only time you get air in is when they open the doors. The older trains you can. No, the new modern ones you can't. It's all factory sealed, as they say. That's how my life has been. My kids used to watch Grange Hill, says Elizabeth. And they both said watching Zamo succumbing to heroin addiction put them off drugs completely. Great show. The other mums at school wouldn't let their children watch it. Snobs. Have a great weekend. I thought it was good. I thought it was very good, actually. From your recommendation, Steve, says Sally, Tunbridge Wells, I bought Ghosts of the Abyss from eBay, which I'll be watching in front of a lovely log fire this weekend. Another great show. Yes. So, Ghosts of the Abyss, this is where they've taken... It's a Disney-made film, but it's all proper. It's not dummied up or anything like that. They've taken 2 little submersibles down, and they go into the Titanic. They go into some of the rooms. They go along the corridors, what's left of them, and they then superimpose over It's a fabulous thing. Fabulous. If you're interested in Titanic, and we know quite a number of you are, then you'll enjoy the film because they go along the corridors and the open decks, and then they superimpose over the top what it would have looked like. And then it goes back to what's left there. So you've still got that eerie picture of that chandelier half hanging in the darkness. And the staircase and things like really amazing, really amazing. So you have a nice time. Chris in Brentwood says, Mr. Bronson in Grange Hill was played by the Scottish actor Michael Sheard. In 1973, he played the disgruntled garage manager in the movie spin-off Holiday on the Buses. He was also a noted performer in science fiction-related television series and films, appearing in things like Star Wars Order of the Sith, shortly before he died of cancer in 2005. Merci bien, thank you. Stella said, I'm having my cataract op in a couple of months and I'm scared. Don't be. It's easy peasy. Seriously, easy peasy. Just think, that's all they do, cataracts. That's all they do. They do them from 8 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock in the evening. You will not feel anything at all. You don't feel pain. You don't have any pain when it's finished. It's done. It's straightforward. Yeah, I've had both my eyes done. Both my eyes on. Yeah, da, 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 da. I don't care. No, because what happens was if you're diabetic, the sugar levels can affect your eyes, and so they went a little bit cloudy, and maybe look quite interesting, I thought. But anyway, it meant I couldn't really see properly, and so I went in, had my eyes tested, and got the first lot done. They'll give you, when you go in there, you'll be called in the morning. There'll be about 7 of you or something up until lunchtime, and they'll give you a little, they've got a little packet of liquid which they pour into your eye, like having eye drops, and that basically numbs the eye. You won't feel anything at all. You feel nothing. Nothing changes. You can still read, you can still do everything you want, and then every 15 minutes while they're waiting for your, for your turn in the operating theatre, they put these drops in, little packet, pop it in there. You'll go in, they'll put a piece of cloth over your face and over the eye. Great. All you'll see is a bright light. You see a bright light, and they then start operating. You won't hear anything. You see nothing at all, and they'll then tell you when they're putting the new lens in. What they do, they shatter the old lens. That's why they put the anaesthetic in. You won't feel anything. They shatter the lens, they hoover it out, and then they put in the new lens. And he said to me, "I'm just putting in the new lens, Stephen." And just local anaesthetic, yeah, just local anaesthetic. The only thing that they do, which you might not like, but I mean, you don't feel anything, is they have to hold your eyelid open, so it's clipped, just with like a little clamp thing. You don't feel anything at all because you're numbed up in your eye, and it holds your eyelid open, so they can work on it. And depending on how good or bad they are, it'll be over really quickly. I think I was in and out in an hour, and we had one done, and then a couple of months later we had the second one done. Brilliant. Absolutely. Put it this way, I couldn't believe how easy it was. I didn't worry about it because I checked up beforehand on what the procedure was. So you've got nothing to worry about, I promise you. Nothing at all. And so good luck with that. Oh, Tom Daly is launching his own knitting kit range. See, I wish they'd actually get somebody to make the blooming things. I can't learn to knit, not at my age. I'm well past things like that. So for a hat, 35 quid. So what you'll do is you'll get the kit with the plan of how it works or something, and the wool and the needles and everything else. And then for a jumper, £155. So he says knitting helped him secure his gold medal wins for Great Britain. He said, I've crafting to thank for the way I was able to compete at the games. And he's his own model on these things. Apparently, John Lewis reported demands for needles and wool spiked nearly 90% last summer, helped by the pictures of Tom happily knitting poolside at the Tokyo Olympics. My mother used to knit and did tapestry, cushion covers and frames and all sorts of things. Did it and found it very she had a proper frame. Found it very, very therapeutic. Very therapeutic. So Tom Daly with these fabulous... Perhaps we can get sort of some real super duper stuff in, but you get the whole kit. You get the wool, you get the needles, you get everything. And if he can manage it, you can all manage it. He says, I want to make sure that people share my love of knitting. He could knit me a jumper. I wish that they would sort of say, you can either knit it yourself for 155 quid or buy it for 200 or something like that. Because I should imagine you could make these things on a machine. If you were going to Hong Kong or China or something like that, they would have a huge machine like the ones that make the carpets and everything else, and they could make jumpers because they look really good. Magic. He's just a bit sickening because he looks good in everything. I can't guarantee I'm going to look as good when I wear a jumper. But yeah, you're right, I would actually. Yeah. I've been knitting poolside. Knitting poolside. Another picture of the chalet. Very plain, actually. I've looked at it. It's not as exciting. It must be a bit older. Perhaps that's why it's not going for 17 million. Whether or not it was owned by Prince Andrew and Sarah Ferguson, nobody cares. And he's understood to be doing the following thing down. And apparently the Duke of York has wound up an investment firm he created with a friend who quit the Queen's Bank Coutts amid sexual harassment claims. He doesn't seem to know all the wrong people, does he? I mean, do you think he deliberately goes out of his way to find the wrong people? Because if you look back over his history and over the news headlines for Prince Andrew, you're going to find some pretty odd people, let me tell you. Snow and thick ice. It's the ice that's the problem. I'm always amazed that people go cycling when it's been snowing. The danger is that you see people, in Cumbria especially yesterday, it came down, and snowfall really quite heavy, and yet still you see people cycling with kids sitting in their little sort of seats at the back of the bike. Not my sort of thing at all, actually. Frederick Forsyth talking boom or bust, all depends on your bank balance. Yes, well, I'm trying to reduce mine to pay a bill, but at the moment it's proving a little bit more complicated than we thought. Plus, in North Wales, a vicious grey squirrel managed to bite at least 18 people before it could be humanely caught with an offer of more food, because some lady had been feeding it since last summer. So, of course, it had no fear of coming up to humans. They caught it and they, let's just call it, euthanized it. Euthanized it? Anyway, whatever they did, they killed it. In my boyhood, he says, this is Frederick Forsyth, a .22 air rifle slugged through the brain or a .410 shotgun charge at point-blank range produced departure from this planet in a nanosecond, much faster than euthanasia. They were showing you on YouTube the other day, I was watching, I don't know why, because I don't even eat this stuff, how to kill crabs. How to kill crabs. The animals, as opposed to what? Well, they're crustacean anyway, aren't they? But anyway, it involves turning them on their backs and then plunging this sort of knife thing into the middle of them, and then they cease to move. And I remember thinking, yeah, you would cease to move, wouldn't you? I remember thinking, I'm so glad I don't like crab. I've had the paste, but I don't think I could ever kill anything like that. I think I'd be a right old wuss.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, I see that Liz Truss, she's definitely angling to get a job, isn't she, somewhere? I wonder where that would be. Ooh, number 10 looks quite interesting. She's threatened massive economic consequences if Vladimir Putin invades the Ukraine. That'll be good, dear. Why don't you take us into war? Can't wait for that. Might as well add to all the other woes that we've got at the moment. The Foreign Secretary said the West's relationship with Russia is reaching a crucial moment. Don't upset him. Don't upset him. We've already got the thing going on, haven't we, with one of our destroyers and the Russian sub, which hit the sonar cable. And so what it is, it's a towed piece of line, and it checks what they can see underneath the ocean. And HMS Northumberland sonar was wrecked by the Russian sub. I mean, there must be Russian subs going all over the place, I should imagine. Doing what? I've got no idea. Russian paratroopers have now entered neighbouring Kazakhstan. The reason is to help tackle horrific riots that have killed scores and wounded more than 1,000. Within hours of the arrival of the Russian paras, soldiers allegedly opened fire on cars and protesters, triggering fears of a soaring death toll. In the major city of Almaty, burnt-out cars littered roads and mask-wearing protesters filled the streets. Boris Johnson's spokesman said he's concerned and watching developments. We're all watching developments. They think that 13 police officers have been killed, 3 reportedly beheaded. How much more this can escalate, I wouldn't even like to hazard a guess. The person who's been cut from the finale of Sex and the City is Chris Noth. In the wake of sex abuse allegations, he plays John James, Mr. Big Preston, filmed with star and executive producer Sarah Jessica Parker. But the flashback scenes have been scrapped by HBO Max. He appeared in all 6 seasons of Sex in the City, as well as its 2 feature films. But now he's been removed from the finale. Presumably, well, I mean, honestly, they seem to be going back years and years, don't they, in some of these things here. 5 women have accused him of sexual assault. He's called the claims categorically false. Well, obviously, you know, I can't see people agreeing to anything now. It has to take its course. Somebody else was... there was something else. Josh in Cheltenham said he went on Disney Plus and found the first Mickey Mouse show. Oh, yes, he looked completely different, Mickey Mouse, in the beginning. Was that Steamboat Willie? That was the first Mickey Mouse thing, wasn't it? Steamboat Willie? I thought so. And there was a message at the beginning mentioning you may find it offensive. I don't know, 1928? Did Steamboat Willie do anything that was mildly offensive? Because of his name? What, Mickey Mouse or Steamboat Willie? Steamboat Willie. Unsure, he said, can't be Steamboat Willie, really? That would be very odd. Some of the characters apparently had black face. Oh, right, yes, they did. Yes, they did. Oh, my goodness. That's why. First text of the year, says Gillian Basingstoke. Lots of racist caricatures. Wow. Funny, you tend to forget. You're right, actually. On reflection, I remember now. I remember very well. Pinocchio and things like that. Lots of racist stuff. It's funny. When I say it's not funny, ha-ha, but it's sort of funny like, how come I never noticed it? But anyway, Gilly in Basingstoke says, I binge-watched 100-Foot Wave over Christmas, jaw-dropping, so I thought I'd share with you. Great show as always. Listen on the app today because of some reason Alexa just isn't doing as she's told to this morning. I know, she needs a good slap. unfortunately, if you can slap a computer and say, pull yourself together, woman, for goodness sake. It is a woman, isn't it, Alexa? Is it a woman? Yeah, Alexa, sort it out. Shall we come back? Wicked, Steve, wicked. Thank you. Morning, Steve. My mum would knit my brother and me our school jumpers, and my children had all their stuff knitted, but it didn't cost £135, says Rob. I know. And Laura says, I was in a pantomime 40 years ago with Vince Hall, who played Michael Doyle in Grange Hill. I'm liking the idea they're bringing it back. I always think it's a very good idea. Steve, yesterday I got on a bus, opened 2 windows on the lower deck to allow ventilation. A passenger wearing his mask incorrectly said, why am I doing it? I tactfully said, for individuals like you, don't cover their mouth and nose when coughing. He was coughing constantly throughout the journey. Possible COVID spreader, I would think very likely. Very likely. Also, you don't want to be anywhere near people like that. If they're not wearing a thing and they ask you why you're closing the windows, quite clearly, A, they don't have a television, because all the adverts are showing you how it circulates inside. The moment the window is open, it goes out of the window. So you have to wear a mask over your nose. Over your mouth is just ridiculous. You might as well not bother. Might as well sit there stark naked holding a chocolate teapot. Why that would make any difference, I don't know. Talking like that got me drummed out the Cubs and the Brownies. But it's a case of, no, you open the window to get air through. That's what the whole thing is. You want to get rid of it. Don't it? That's why you see people getting off buses now, and I see it all the time. What's the first thing they do? They take their mask off. They get off the bus and they take their mask off. And I want to say, how do you know the people you're walking next to haven't got COVID? You know, it's just ridiculous. I noticed the same in Dumbo a few years ago. I was stunned, says Alison in Rochester. It's in loads of films. And, Mickey Mouse should be no different to anybody else, although he doesn't bear any resemblance to the Mickey Mouse that we know nowadays. But the two Ronnies, this is a G rating by BritBox, the 2005 Christmas special, which included the joke about a fairy. But then, I don't know what the joke was, but it is Christmas, and fairies do hang around at Christmas, don't they? Top of the Christmas tree, I'm assuming. And it says that the innuendo-laden episode contains language and attitudes of the period that may offend and you may not wish your kids to watch. The finale with underwear replacing Wonderland has been cut out. I don't even know what that is, so it doesn't really help. I can't remember it. One fan branded the rating ridiculous, but BritBox said it regularly re-examines historical programming. There can't be much left, can there? Can't be much left. And, as I say, we'll have to watch. Also, ministers have back calls for God Save the Queen. This will be the one that gets them going. You watch, everybody will be phoning up. Nick, I'll bet you anything. Either James or Nick will be doing this one this morning. God Save the Queen to be played more frequently by the BBC and other media outlets. Well, I remember going to the cinema. I'm old enough to remember going to the cinema. When the film finished, they played the national anthem, and some people stood up. And some people didn't, and most people headed for the exit as fast as possible because they had buses to get to and stuff like that. Yes, but no, they used to play the national anthem, and on television, because television closed at midnight, so they'd have the girl on there or various other things, and they'd play da 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 da. It was never vocal version; it was always instrumental. They played God Save the Queen, and then they go, BBC One is now closing down. Good night, and then your television would go ping, and the little dot would disappear into the television. You'd have to wait. Well, till about 6 or 7 in the morning, when television came back to life again. Well, it wasn't that long ago, honestly. It made me sound very old and ancient. Fated filmmaker Peter Bogdanovich, the director of The Last Picture Show, has died at the age of 82. And the gay cake, that makes all of the papers, actually. I can't believe it was still going on. The producer couldn't either. 7 years. 7 years, the gay cake. BBC One used to close overnight until 1990. Yeah. It's only recently that they've sort of shoved stuff on overnight. And there's so many different channels now. Whereas before it was BBC One. There was a lot of teleshopping, yes. A lot of very peculiar programming. Very peculiar programming. But because there are those people who, of course, don't go to bed at night. They were assuming the entire country went to bed at night. But, of course, as we know, London is a 24-hour city, the city that never sleeps. And around the country is the same. There are people getting shops ready and all sorts of things. It's quite normal to have television programmes. Yeah, the people on the radio, live. Such a rare thing nowadays when there's so many pre-recorded. The only thing that's not pre-recorded on the telly overnight is the news. And I think that's about the only thing that isn't. Or the weather. No, the weather probably could be pre-recorded, which is okay. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Turning 40 this Sunday, the Duchess of Cambridge But the number one priority for her remains sharing the burden of royal duty with her husband. They don't have a bad life, do they? I mean, you can't really complain. They've got people who drive them. They've got people who cook for them. They've got people who clean for them. They've got people who basically, do everything for them. And the Queen likes them because she's got somebody to talk to. I mean, Harry, you really couldn't talk to about anything at all because he'd go, well, I'm doing it anyway, Grandmama. And that'll be it, whatever he called her, I don't know. How the war opened the world of work to women, because up until then, women weren't working, really. And you remember The Bachelor, who put himself out on the hoardings to seek a spouse, has had over 1,000 women get in touch. His name is Mohammed Malik. He put up posters in London, Birmingham and Manchester in which he pleaded, save me from an arranged marriage. So he's now going to scroll through all the requests and pick out the one he likes the sound of. After 1,000 people, I mean, to be honest with you, obviously paid off, didn't it? His parents must be absolutely gutted that he's not going for an arranged marriage, but there you go. Are they helping? Yeah, because they probably had to pay for the advert. Wouldn't like to imagine what that cost him. Must have been a few £1,000, mustn't it? Perhaps I should go up there and put on the advert, listen to Steve Allen on LBC, 21 million downloads can't be wrong, Be quite a nice idea, only a thought. Just thought I'd mention it. The sat-nav, which slipped up in China, is in all the papers, and millions of workers over 40 feel held back in their job because apparently failing sight. 1 in 10 blame their vision for not doing something different in their line of work. Almost half worry they're too old for a new career, whilst 41% fear changing jobs. Wow. 6 in 10 told the study that multifocal contact lenses for their sight had changed since turning 40. 40 appeared to be the age now, doesn't it, really? It's like, 40. Bit dangerous. Downhill, as I was only saying to Peter Andre the other day. I said, downhill, pal, from now on.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Interestingly enough, the BBC have hired the chief executive of ITN as its latest new Supremo. This is a lady called Deborah Turness. Deborah used to be running ITN. She's now got a division of 6,000 people. She gets a £60,000 pay increase, takes her up to £400,000 a year. But the one thing that you'll know her for, even though you probably go, Deborah Turness, why have I heard of that name? Because her name used to feature under all the credits on ITN for the news and things like that. But she pioneered one unusual thing. Newsreaders perching on the desk, taking away the chair and going, you're not having a chair to sit down, and it makes it look a bit too staid. And so she had them perching on the edge of a table. And so now most of them are back at the desk again, and they sit there. But some of the other ones were sitting on the front of the desk, and I thought it looked a lot better. They're just imparting, and it made it a bit more sort of friendly. It was like a news wall, but if you have them sitting behind there, as somebody said, you could be sitting there. And in fact, I used to read the news on BSB when it first started, and I used to sit there. I used to have a jacket on, but I was wearing a pair of jeans under the table. It's because you could never see, because nobody ever stood up. But the moment they moved to the front of the desk and sat down, and I remember the Channel 5 news one. Who was that one who used to do it? Kirsty Young. She sort of pioneered that but it came from Deborah Turness. She was the one who sort of said, I think we'll have that. And so they would sit there. It's like the other thing that really annoys me, and it shouldn't do because it's something so stupid. But when I was watching This Morning the other day with Alison Hammond and Dermot, what are they holding? Their scripts. They hold their scripts. They're these yellow blocks of paper that's got all their scripting on it. And you think, put it down and read the auto cue. You don't find Holly Willoughby and Pip Schofield, because they're experts, at sitting there reading their scripts. And Dermot spends most of his time holding it. And I'm thinking, put it down. Put it down. It's like newsreaders on the television. They have to have the scripts in front of them in case the auto cue goes down, in which case they can then turn over the piece of paper and they've got it written in front of them. But, to watch people doing a supposedly loose presentational type programme, you don't need to hold the script. You really don't. But it just doesn't... how scripted is This Morning? Well, in and out of the breaks they would be scripted. They would have it... Because you can sometimes see her saying, I think it's your turn. And it'll just have it up on... They all have auto cue. They all have auto cue, and that will then say to them, look left or look right. And you just have to look for the little light on top of the camera to realise which is your camera. Although in the case of Dermot, I don't think he's got the faintest idea which is his camera at all. He doesn't really care, actually. I don't think he really bothers. It's a little bit lackadaisical. James Corden, how he shed 2 stone. And he says, I feel incredible. He's done very well. He's done very, very well. I was watching him the other day. He went on to an Ant and Dec Christmas show where they did everything on their Saturday night takeaway. They rehearsed and rehearsed and rehearsed. They had things in where they had to play an instrument. They did some Irish dancing, and they really did do Irish dancing. You could see them, and I'm thinking, wow, they've had to learn to do that. Irish dancing, I thought, was quite complicated. And everything they did, they'd learn how to dance or to sing or to wear the costume. They did everything. Very good. Not sure about the new quiz. We'll wait and see on that one yet. Stonewalled, 1.25 million from the taxpayer. It's not good value, says Liz Truss. But the Foreign Office still hand over 765,000 quid. Why? I've got no idea. Molly May is under fire for saying anybody can be a millionaire. Well, they probably can if you're prepared to get your bits out, darling, but unfortunately most of us don't really want to get our bits out, thank you very much indeed. We prefer to be covered up. That's how she's made her money out of Love Island, isn't it? I mean, it's all endorsements. Everything's an endorsement. She hasn't had to actually work, scantily clad and, oh, boobies falling out, kind of thing. It is, that's all, and you think to yourself, it should be a lot better than that. But it necessarily isn't. Lord Sugar firing the First Apprentice wannabe for 2 years. There's no more compulsive sight on on television if you enjoy dimwits choking on their own egos. This is what the reviewer has said here. They gave it 4 stars. That's Christopher Stevens. But again, they seem to pick these people who sort of, they come up with the usual thing, I'm sort of a demon in the boardroom. These people have never been in a boardroom in their life. They work in little sort of back sweatshops where they sell pyjamas and things like that. And, one of them's got a cake shop and one of them's got something. And you think to yourself, you've never been in a boardroom. Why would you have a boardroom for half of these things? And so they all think they know what they're doing. But unfortunately, when you actually watch them, they haven't got the faintest idea. Not the faintest idea of how to assemble anything. When they were doing something, they always set them tasks, set up a kitchen shop or something like that. And so you see them going through the phone book or trying to find it. Well, could we get a discount on? Can we get a discount? You think this isn't how people in business. None of them have any idea of how to conduct businesses. They're fakes. What they want to be is they want to be on television. They have no intention of having anything to do with Alan Sugar. He's supposed to be looking for a partner, but in fact, most of them all collapse. It doesn't work. In fact, even the one he's moved forward at the moment, he's just had his business collapse. Karen Brady I like Karen Brady, actually. I think she comes over as really well. She used to work for us, actually, in our sales department. They all used to work at LBC. LBC gave them the grounding. But Lord Sugar's scripted wisecracks are sharper than ever. And when Akshay smirked that his nickname was AK-47. I mean, really, they're that dim. I'm sure somebody must have to give them these funny lines. Lord Sugar said, yes, the thing about machine guns is they get fired very quickly. He's so quick. It's beginning to sound like Anne Robinson, isn't it? Okay, can we stop filming there? And could you now say, if you were any brighter, you'd be a danger to yourself? Okay, we'll go with that one. 3, 2, 1... That's how it works. But they really are dim. And you only realise how dim they are when they're given the tasks. And you suddenly realise that they have got not the faintest idea of how to organise anything at all. Marginally entertaining, but as I say, it's been the same thing for years now. About 10 years, isn't it? It's been running. 15 years, something. Charlie Bucket, discovered the golden ticket in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. And Willy Wonka promised tremendous things were in store. Well, they really were, because when Roald Dahl died, he left about £2.5 million. They've just been bought out by Netflix. They are going to pay Dahl's estate for the celebrated novelist catalogue £370 million. That is going to be split between, I think, about 4 or 5 people. 1, 2, 3, 4... Five people, which is not bad. More than 300 million copies of Dahl's books have been sold. They've been translated into 63 languages. They've since announced that part of the proceeds from the deal, this is the Dahl family, will be used to set up a charitable trust to support charity partners in the areas of children's health, anti-hate and anti-racism. Because Dahl's colourful life wasn't without controversy, known to have made a number of anti-Semitic comments in 2020. The family have apologised for those, so that's why they're going to donate some of the money. But that's not a bad deal, is it? 370 million. Why can't I have written Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? It can't have been that blooming complicated. So you can win a ticket and this, and then you go and see some strange lunatic who works in a factory with a chocolate river, and you've got all these little people in there. Oh God! And the Oompa Loompas, Oompa Doompa Doompa. We've got another wonderful Oompa. I thought they were quite frightening, actually. I thought they were very frightening. And they were there. They all had these bright orange faces. What do you get when you go Oompa, Oompa? And there they were, and you think, if these things popped into your bedroom, to wake you up in the morning with a cup of tea, you'd have thrown yourself out the window. There's another blooming Oompa Loompa in the bedroom. They're breeding. Have you noticed, though, they were only men? Where were all the women in the Oompa Loompas? Let's have that film out. Well, that very sexist film. We'll have to put it down there. But at least Charlie got his golden ticket and he got given the factory and everybody went home happy. So that was good news, wasn't it? I've got to go home happy because it's Friday and it's the weekend, and I hope you have a fantastic weekend. Wrap up warm, because you never know. We're probably at rain tomorrow, I believe. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. I know. Listen, everybody says it every week, don't they? They go, oh, it's Monday. Oh, God, really? The weekend's finished? Yeah, the weekend's finished. It's still cold? Yeah. Are the trees all down? Yes. What have we got to look forward to? Oh, I know. Steve Allen and his early breakfast show till 7. What a slick link it is. Aldi win backing from Rashford. Still time at the bar for a 60-year-old landlady. The loose women's star, who's hit back over claims of a feud. Denise Van Outen loses her boyfriend. He's been cheating, apparently. Well, I hope to God she didn't take him back. All these things are played out in the eye of the public. The Great Royal Bake Off, and 19 people killed in that New York apartment fire. It's in the, where was it? In the Bronx, wasn't it? Which is not the greatest of areas. But we found a giant sea dragon in Rutland, 180 million years old. It's almost perfect, except it's dead. It's unbelievable. I looked at the pictures of it. It's amazing. I mean, it could almost be a joke. Two blokes found it, and you can see the size. The head weighs a ton. How this thing ever swam, I'll never. Literally, it weighs a ton. It really does. It is a ton in weight, and you could see the thing. There's somebody lying next to it in all the pictures. You could see the size of this thing. I mean, you wouldn't stand much of a chance if this thing came upon you, would you? Years ago, 30 foot long. One of the greatest fossil finds in UK history. I feel like telling you that because when you see the size of it, you think it is like the size of a whale, but it looks more like an alligator, I think. But it's an ichthyosaur. An ichthyosaur. I won't tell you what Zora Suleiman thought it was called, but it's an ichthyosaur. And they were called sea dragons because they tend to have very large teeth and eyes. And it was discovered by a fossil hunter and paleontologist, Mary Anning, in the early 19th century. They grow to 82 foot long. But then have you ever seen that picture of a man swimming alongside a blue whale? He looks like there's a picture of a blue whale swimming in the sea, and this diver is swimming next to it. He's tiny. He is absolutely tiny. It's sort of, when you see the size of these huge whales, they're absolutely enormous. Absolutely, and you can't even imagine how something like that. Look at it. That's about the same size as this Ichthyosaurus. This is with a 100-foot blue whale. So a little bit bigger than this other thing. But when you see people alongside of them, you suddenly realise how huge these things are. I mean, it could swallow you up quite quickly, I should imagine, if it was so inclined. But they don't. They don't do things like that. But when you see this person swimming next to it, you suddenly realise there are stranger things in heaven and earth than we've ever seen before. I'd like to go swimming with a blue whale, actually. I quite fancy that idea. Yes, we'll arrange it. We'll do it as part of it. I'll take my microphone down and see if we can record something. That'll be nice, won't it? In conversation with Steve Allen and a blue whale. But I just like the idea that they found this skeleton of this thing, which is obviously turned to rock now. Now, what are they going to do with it? Can they get it out? Is it possible to dig round it and cover it in like sort of cement kind of thing, and then I don't know what you do with these things, but they can't leave it there. But surely the Natural History Museum would love to have it on display. They would pay money for that thing if you could get it out of the ground. And you must be able to get it out of the ground. They found the thing in the first place, didn't they? Just as well, when they were digging around it, they didn't break anything. So it almost looks perfect. Almost looks perfect. But as I say, the head just weighs a ton, so I'd like to see it out, just see all of it, see how much of it is left underground. Interesting. Spa are the first retailer to make their own brand vegan wine. Everybody's gone vegan mad at the moment, haven't they? It's vegan plant food this and plant food that. Also, Nigel Reese says, I'm quitting a panel show over the BBC nannying. He's been doing it 46 years. 46 years, that must be some sort of... what the nannying or the quiz show? I don't know what the nannying is. He thinks they're a little bit sort of, Anyway. The e-scooter claimed by a rider who broke the law. He got clipped as he was going along the road. Now, as far as I can gather, and I don't know because I haven't seen a picture of it, it's his scooter. It's not a rented scooter, which means there's no insurance, which means they're illegal to be on the road. But they've decided, because he was in hospital, he had all sorts of illnesses and all sorts of other things, because this bus wing mirror, I got hit by a bus wing mirror the other day. I came around the front of the bus to get on it and banged my head on the blooming thing. It was such a pain, it really was. And the bus conductor was very nice. Went, you okay? I went, yeah, wobble, wobble, wobble. Yeah, what about it? Want to make something of it, babes? But obviously not. No, so he was riding his thing and he spent time in hospital and all the rest of it. But he's suing. He's suing the bus company, whereas in fact he shouldn't have been on the road in the first place because they're illegal. Anyway, Nigel Reese, 77. Good Lord above. Has presented this programme, quote-unquote, since 1976. He now says he felt pressured by the corporation to invite diverse speakers onto the show who are not necessarily the most suitable guests. Poor old BBC, honestly. They do like this diversity, don't they? I've never heard of it either. I've never heard of it. It's been doing it since 1976. Yes, obviously made a lasting impression, which is very nice, isn't it? And he's a veteran broadcaster. That's what they call them, don't they? Says Steve Allen, 67. 77. I mean, it's not bad, but he's obviously, decided that he didn't want some of the guests at the BBC who were saying, you must put these people on, they're diverse. Take note of Strictly Come Dancing, because that's very diverse now. We've had deaf people, we've had ethnicity, we've had just about gay people, two same-sex couples, we've had everything. Really, there's nothing left apart from a decent programme, as opposed to the rubbish which they serve up every time now. You want to see the Dancing on Ice lot? God, it's truth, talk about scraping the barrel. And then the embarrassing thing is, poor Denise Van Outen, who's been featured, well, she's featured every day because she's on Steph's Packed Lunch, the only programme with 6 presenters. And she's on that talking about, all sorts of bits and pieces. I don't think she's mentioned this on air yet. I'm sure she will. And it's a case of her husband. No, not her husband. It's her boyfriend, who's apparently something in the city or in Essex. I don't know what he is, but I mean, nobody really cares. But he's been cheating on her. And so, quite rightly, Denise went, pack your bags, out. And she has no intention of taking it back. So she says, I hope it's true. Hope it's true, because it's really, if you're going out with somebody, I think they've been going out about 7 years. I mean, how many times has he been cheating? It's only because he's just been caught out. I thought that's why she's kicked him out, isn't it? No, we don't know. What is it? They have. I read it the other day in the papers. I read it because it said that he'd been texting and had been on dates. That's the reason, and that's the reason she kicked him out. That's why he's living in one room above a pub which is owned by a mate of his, and she's got no intention of taking him back. Are you reading another one that's happened? These people have history, These people have history. Well, he put it this way, she wouldn't kick him out for no reason at all. I think she's got access to his telephone. Anyway, he ain't with her, and she don't want him back. Perhaps it was just the aftershave he was wearing. Who knows? Who knows? And Simon, we're on a balcony in Hawaii. Oh, that's quite nice, actually. Simon and Mom. So in a balcony in Hawaii. Whereabouts in Hawaii? It depends, doesn't it? You have to be in the right hotel. Is that the picture? Oh, I was going to say. That's Hawaii, is it? Blimey, it's a bit rocky, doesn't it? A lot of palm trees leaning. Look at them, they're drunk, leaning into the sea. Very dangerous. I like palm trees. I've seen people climb up them before now. Little boys do it, and men with just a bit of rope wrapped around their legs. They have it so it stretches across, and the rope is holding them up on the palm tree. So they go up there and cut the coconuts and bring them down again. It's just literally a piece of rope. Me, I'd expect a ladder, one of those cranes that goes up. Yeah, just go and buy them somewhere else. Not easy to find coconuts. And you've got to shake them to make sure they've got milk in, because some of them dry up, and you don't want a dried up old coconut. As I was only saying the other day to somebody, I can't remember who it was actually. Dominic Lawson, writing in his column today, thinks Djokovic is playing a stunt. Nobody seems to believe we should get the result through, I think, very, very soon. That'll be interesting. Joey Essex in the jungle, still dragging out his 5 seconds of torturous fame. And it's all very exciting because he was showing them how to do the Joey dance. He's quite clearly deranged and delusional because there is no such thing, in the same way that nobody goes round Essex going, that's Reem. They just really don't. It doesn't happen at all. He's just made it up because he's a simpleton. And apparently the only single girl in there is a former Miss Universe. And so the papers have managed to find a picture to put in there. One of the papers, I think The Sun this morning, they must be slipping, showing first pictures inside Andrew's £17 million Verbier chalet. We saw them the other week, and I saw them more than a year ago. More than a year ago. I don't know why they think it's the first time we've ever seen them. In fact, it's the same picture we saw last time, presumably from the estate agent who's marketing the place, and it's been on for ages and ages. They're obviously sort of getting their news from this show. Because it's been done. Those pictures have been seen. It's certainly not new at all. Exactly the same way that Robbie Williams' house is still not sold because he won't lower the price. It's 7 million, but they want 6.75 million to get it sort of moving on the market through Knight Frank. And he said, no, I'm not lowering the price. You'll have to. It'll sit there. It must be costing a fortune. He won't sell it then. He can keep it. But, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, it's a case of what's the point in a boy from Stoke rattling around in a house like that? There's only him and the wife and the kids. I don't know how many kids there are. Is it 1 kid or 2 kids? I don't know, actually. Can't remember what he's got. But 2. But, I mean, rattling around in a house that size, which has got a helicopter hangar. 4 children? Where do they come from? Well, obviously we know where they came from. How did that happen? 4 children? Good Lord. But, I mean, even that, it's a huge house. It's a complete waste of time for him. The gardeners alone, you'd have to have at least 3 gardeners because the grounds are extensive. I remember seeing the pictures in Country Life ages and ages ago. I mean, look at that ornamental garden. Look at the grass that needs cutting. The bush, he'll have to tend his bush. I mean, seriously, quite a lot here. But it's £7 million, which in Knightsbridge is just a flat. Out in the countryside, you get this huge place. You can see what it looks like. It's 71 acres. It's called Compton Bassett House. It's got its own football pitch, tennis court and helicopter hangar. There's an additional cottage on site for guests, as well as 2 separate flats for members of staff, which is lovely. It's only 7 bedrooms, though. Oh, what a shame. We wanted 8. Not going to get it, are we, for 7? Sheridan Smith splits from her boyfriend and deletes photos of him. They don't last 5 minutes, these relationships, do they? Honestly, 4 months is it's considered nowadays a fairly long relationship, but 4 months is not so great. She had taken all the photos down off her site. I suppose it's like basically having a one-night stand that goes on a bit longer. 4 months would be, I don't know, I mean, it's a 4-month stand. Very odd, isn't it? Laura in Narnia, a.k.a. Trolley Dolly, says, have you ever been shark diving? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I've seen people doing it in the cages, where they sort of go down and the sharks come round them and things like that. I really wouldn't want to do that, actually. Although I have seen a man who tickles sharks. He turns them over and they go to sleep. And yes, sir, you've never seen that? Oh, if you need. Yeah, I mean, he literally, he says, if you stand there on the seabed, because obviously they haven't come out of the water yet, and you tickle them underneath, they go to sleep. A bit like turkeys and chickens and everything else. I do the same. You turn me over well, anyway. Roger says, I've noticed people driving new electric cars are very smug behind the wheel, looking down on anyone in a polluting petrol car. I don't know anybody with an electric car, so it doesn't make any difference to me. Has Ian Dale got an electric car? Oh, well, he would have. No, I like the old gas-guzzling, polluting ones. They're my favourite. Love it.
This is LBC.
Noreen. We're just having a look at Simon's balcony picture. He says, we're on the most westerly island. Oh, right. Somebody's been out cutting your grass, haven't they? By the look of that. That's cut within an inch of its life. I like hotels, where they have grounds that are nice. It doesn't encourage the riffraff. You don't want the riffraff to go there because that place would be sort of littered with beer cans and bottles. And yes, I hope it's a gated community. I like gated communities, actually. There's one in, not Verbier, but Courchevel. They were just selling a nice little place there, which is very good. It's seven bedrooms, again, a little bit small, but about the same price as Andrew's flogging his one for. Certainly not to pay the legal bills, although I believe that Mother's not coughing up anymore for those, so he's got to find some money from somewhere. But he's selling it because he owes the woman who owned the chalet, who sold it to him in the first place, about £6.5 million or dollars or whatever it is that they've got nowadays. So they're in Kauai. Kauai. Sounds quite nice. That's where Simon is in Hawaii. Kauai. There was a lovely song, actually. Bing Crosby sings a lovely song about a Hawaiian Christmas because they featured it in somebody, I can't remember what Christmas film it was. And this, it was Mucka Mucka, I can't remember what it was anyway. It was a very famous Christmas song by Bing Crosby. No, God, no. He did do other things. It's a Hawaiian holiday or something. I don't know. Somebody will tell me what it is, actually. Hugh says, just wondering if you've been to Joe Allen's recently. I've not been for a little while, actually. Not been for a little while. A little bit busy. Noreen says, hope you're well. We went to our gig to see the Upbeat Beatles at the Radlett Centre. It was terrific. We all had to wear masks all the time, which we were happy to do so, which is very nice. The Radlett Centre is where we met you on the 10th of November, 2006. John, Paul, Alan, Joanne Webb, Bob Nice and his mum, Chris and Steve, great memories. Roll on the February show. We're lunching before the show with the gang. Oh, and I even took my Steve Allen tote bag, says Noreen. How nice. And apparently Susie says, don't tell anyone, but Ian Dale doesn't like his new electric car. He's trying to send it back. Not enough range. Oh, really? Did we had a car on the programme the other day, which we were talking about, and it could do the whole length of the country because he does a lot of mileage. And, I see people down by the Hammersmith flyover charging up their electric cars. They basically have taken a pillow and a sleeping bag to try and charge the blooming things up so you can get home. Otherwise, you're kind of stuck, really. So Ian Dale doesn't like, oh, that's interesting. Very interesting. Can you tell me the name of the liqueur that tastes like crushed after eights? It's called Royal Mint Chocolate Liqueur, and it's very nice. And Royal Mint Chocolate Liqueur. You can't miss it, actually. Walsh says, Steve, locked into the spike. Where's the snow? Oh, listen, Walsh, I don't know. Listen, we were waiting for it as well. I thought it was going to snow this morning. I felt as though, oh, look, Peter Mandelson. Guess who he was pictured with in the paper over the weekend? Jeffrey Epstein. Yes, taken after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted. The paper... Yeah, absolutely. I never forget things like that. I'm always keen on finding out anything about Peter Mandelson, because we used to see him walking in Regent's Park on a Sunday morning. He was obviously following me, I can well imagine, but it was him and his other half who were sort of trolling through the park on a Sunday morning. Because I think he lives round there, actually. Did you see the picture? Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? And they're blowing out candles on a cake, I assume. But what a very odd picture. Very odd picture. Mandy and Lord Peter Mandelson partying with Jeffrey Epstein. This was after he'd been charged. It is a revolting-looking cake, isn't it? Actually, I'm not... yes. You're right, actually. It's a very bad... They do better cakes than that in Costco. The Queen would definitely not go for that one at all. Definitely not. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Which... Is it Morrison's who are not going to be putting... dates on their milk? No sell-by dates. They said just sniff it. My friend Jordan knows this. It's called Mili Kalikimaki. That's what the song's called. On a Hawaiian Meli Kalikimaki. Seriously, honestly, you think I'm making this up? But I knew Jordan ago. I trust we are better, Jordan. I trust we are fighting fit. Good lad. Look at this. 20 past 4 in the morning. Blimey. So, Meli Kalikimaki. Listen, I've got this song on the brain now. There'll be loads of you who know it. Yeah. Meli Kalikimaka. It means Merry Christmas in Hawaiian. How useful will that be? As I wander home to Twickenham later on. I wonder if there's going to be anybody on the bus who's Hawaiian, who I could sort of wish Meli Kalikimaka. Bing and the Andrews sisters. It featured in a film. What was the film it featured in? 1950 it goes from. And I can picture the bloke in it, and he imagines this girl in his swimming pool, and she's waving at him. She's wearing a very little bikini. But it featured in this film. It's a comedy film. It's not National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, is it? I've a sneaking feeling it might be. There you go. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. It also featured in LA Confidential and Catch Me If You Can. So it's a Hawaiian-themed Christmas song written in 1949. Meli Kalikimaka, meaning Merry Christmas. So it's Bing Crosby and the Andrews sisters on Decca in 1950. Phenomenal, isn't it? National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation was the film with Bing Crosby. There you go, Mr. Neil knew that. And see, you don't even need to bother doing this programme. I might as well just put out a series of questions. Wait a minute, I could make it into a board game. I could ask a question, and you could ask me a question, and then we could... Brilliant idea. Let's just call it Mystery Show, or something like that. Something that could go quite well, actually. I think so. I was debating whether to buy one of those chocolate makers the other day, and I thought, I can't be bothered. Imagine having to clean the blooming thing afterwards, every time you'd made hot chocolate. So anyway, I was watching on the television the other day. Now, as you know, I have been on many an occasion. Great song, says Mr. It is a good song, actually. And I was watching... because I have been to Sadler's Wells for about the last 10 years and watched Matthew Bourne's ballet. Okay, and it doesn't matter what it is. Sometimes we've even been back twice or 3 times to actually get, because it's so brilliant. And at the end of the show, everybody stands up and claps them to death. Not if you go to the Royal Opera House. They had their ballet on Sky, I think, the other day. They do these wonderful programmes where they show you the thing. The one thing that's pretentious about the Royal Opera House is, okay, the dancers come on, the men all look about 50, but they obviously work out and all the rest of it, and the girls are about as big as a pencil with a couple of ping pong balls shoved at the top, and they do this sort of little dance, and I think it was called Dream or something, and it probably went on for about 10 minutes. Nothing the matter with that. What they do at the Royal Opera House and all these places where they do this sort of pretentious dancing is they then, all of a sudden they come back on stage and they all bow. And then they all stand up again, and it's all, and you think, okay, now we're moving on. Nope. Then they go on for another bow. Then they all hold hands, and then they all walk forward and go for another bow. And then they go for another bow. In the end, they must have done about 7 bows, and then the curtains come down and think, thank God for that. Thank God for that. We've seen enough of them bowing, thank you very much indeed. Nobody's paying you to bow. And the girls have been brought on these huge bouquets of flowers, which, you couldn't get in a transit van if your life depended on it. And then the curtains close. I thought, right, let's move on. No, they come out through the curtains and they do another bow, and then they bring on the artistic director and he does a bow, and then everybody else does another bow. And in the end, I'm thinking, oh, for God's sake, talking about milking it. It was so tedious and boring. I felt very sorry because, you were watching them bowing for about as long as they'd been dancing. But obviously I don't understand that because I don't even understand art. When they show you sort of modern art. Megan Fairchild, and what a fair child, says bowing creates a flurry of activity from the stage manager calling out orders to the dancers trying to catch their breath. We're just trying to give all the pretty ones, to give all the pretty that we have left. What a pile of rubbish, honestly, don't they talk right? Bowing creates a flurry of activity. You're just wasting time, as far as I can see. All the pretty that we have left. But I couldn't understand why they bow so many times. OK, you've done it. We've clapped. Now get off. Bring on the next lot. Come on. See something interesting. And all the men have to wear these tights. I don't know what they do with things down there, but they seem to shove them into little boxes or something. It looks most peculiar. I don't know why. Why can't they just... It's like a codpiece kind of thing. Why can't they just wear normal clothes? That's why Matthew Bourne scores. Much better. Tracky bottoms. Tracky bottoms be good. Could herbs be the key ingredient in the fight against cancer? I have no idea what the answer to that is. And happy birthday to Rod Stewart. Claim to fame. How does he make his hair stand up? Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise, apparently. And Abby Clancy's birthday. How does she... Oh, no, it probably doesn't apply, does it, really? Kelvin Fletcher, formerly of Emmerdale and dancing, and he's done all the usual bits and pieces. He's now bought himself a 120-acre farm, and he's got sheep, and he's got little piglets and everything else. And he says, I'm strictly clueless on farm life. They all do it, don't they? And then you watch the programmes on farms and you suddenly realise that if you've got sheep, you've got to go in for lambing and you've got all the messy bits and stuff like that. Who can be bothered? I mean, I don't mind owning a farm and letting somebody else do the work, but I don't want to do it. Getting out there in the early hours of the morning. OK, Steve, it's 3 o'clock. Let's get up. I don't think so. It's cold outside. Yeah, I'm already up anyway doing a radio programme. But I wish him well with it. Perhaps I bet they're going to make a programme about it. Do you remember Charlotte Church was having trouble with the house she'd bought getting planning permission from the local council because she wants to turn it into a retreat? I didn't realise. Dumbo me. It's a television programme they're making. That's all it is. Every time you read something in the paper about, so-and-so, you go, it's a television programme. Yeah, it'll be Channel 5 or something. What did I watch on Channel 5 the other day? Oh, there was something. I don't think it was Channel 5. It must have been somebody else. Probably ITV they were filling. And it was a programme on the history of SMTV with Anton Deck and Kat Deely and loads of well-known people. And they were sort of basically talking about how much they loved doing it. But now you suddenly realise they're getting on a bit now. They are now getting on a bit. And when you sort of, the camera does a close-up, you think, oh, pull back. Somebody said once, how far? And they go, Boston would be nice. Anyway, we'll take a short break, shall we? 4:30.
Do you hear that? It might sound like nothing to you, but it's actually the sound of nuclear, wind and solar energy. At EDF, we're busy generating more British zero-carbon electricity than anyone to help keep future energy costs down for everyone and help cut UK carbon emissions to nothing. Sound good to you? Find out more about our zero-carbon generation at edfenergy.com/helpingbritain.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Now you've got me singing that Bing Crosby song, says Shane. I know. It's very addictive, isn't it? Especially if you've been onto YouTube and put it in. Have you put it in on YouTube yet? Have you had a little listen to it? No, you must do. Steve, you know you're fab, so less said, soon it's mended. I was in Leicester Square the other day. Had to phone my mum. Couldn't find the Global building. Couldn't find it. And you were in Leicester Square. It's the biggest building in Leicester Square. Well, it's 1,000 people in here. It runs all the way from Leicester Square all the way to the Garrick Theatre. And you couldn't find it. My God. I mean, did you have somebody with you pointing things out? Or, how does that work? She's very happy that you were nearly there. May's your fan in Liverpool, says Joe. I'm more upset that you couldn't find the Global building. It is the biggest building in Leicester Square with a huge neon sign that runs. It's about 30 foot long. And runs along outside the building. You can't miss it. There's two buildings. You look at them and you can go, that's the Global. You can't miss it. I don't know. What were you looking for? Perhaps you were looking for something a bit smaller. There is a computer game that features the Andrews sisters. It's called Fallout 4. I heard them on there, so went and bought the greatest hits, says Reggie. Well, good for you. That's very good. Steve, how do you sniff milk if it's got an airtight seal on it? Well, obviously after you've opened it. And so, in other words, what you do is when you go and buy milk, you don't open it in the supermarket, do you? You take it home, and if they're selling it and it's cold, then you know that it's fresh, and then you take it home. It'll last for about a week, outside of a refrigerator, and then you you pour in the milk. Then the next day when you go, everybody does it, don't you? Just have a little smell of it. I don't look for the date stamp on it to go, oh, what they're saving? I've got no idea. Can't be very much, can it, really? There's only a little bit of ink or something like that. Stop people chucking them out. Oh, right, I see. We had free milk the other day. We got it from Kevin. Two bottles of the silver-topped and one of the gold-topped. We were very blessed that day. But that's how you sniff milk. You just sort of unscrew the top of it. Like you can smell it straight away if it's gone off. Also, if you pour it into the tea or the coffee, it goes lumpy. That's when you know it's gone off as well. And then you just throw it away. Much better. Steve, I took a bus ride between Ludgate Circus and Waterloo Station yesterday. Shocked by the number of shops, offices standing empty in Fleet Street. Well, yeah, nobody goes down Fleet Street. The only time people go to Fleet Street is during the daytime for work. At the weekends, it's completely dead. It's the City of London. Completely dead. You won't find it. I don't think you'll even find the bars open. I think the Cheshire Cheese might be open on a Sunday, but that's about it. But dead at the weekend completely because it's inside the city. There you go. Gaz says Kelvin's big farming adventure starts on TV next week. Oh, God. I thought it would have to be. Listen, why not? Goodness sake, if they enjoy doing it. And it gets the kids out there. And the kids can sort of play around and they can sort of learn to do things. But it's no good thinking if you're going to go and run a farm that it's all singing and all dancing. You have dead animals that are stillborn. Sometimes you lose animals in the snow and in the rain and everything else. It's tough work. Ain't nobody sort of going to get rich being a farmer. You'll have a nice life, but by God, you've got to work for it. You've got to get up in the morning and go, oh, it's raining outside. Tough. The animals have got to be fed. Got to get out there on the tractors and do it. So it's going to be quite an experience for him, I should imagine, because he won't be used to that sort of that sort of regime. Very tough. Very tough. How many farmers in the UK? Oh, how many farmers? Oh, there's got to be, I don't know, 20,000? More than 20? 104,000. Wow. Amazing. The trouble is most of them are tenant farmers. So they don't own the farm. They just work it. for the owner, who would be like me. I'll buy the thing, but you work it. I'll just come round, like we used to when we were kids, when we lived in this little village up in Yorkshire, and we'd go to the local farm, and you could go and... No farmer ever told us off for playing in the barns with the hay bales or anything else like that. Nothing at all. We never got into trouble for that because we lived in the village. You wouldn't be driving out to a village when you were our age. We were only sort of like 14, and... We wouldn't be doing it now, but I mean, in those days, you could rearrange the bales. We made dens and everything else, and then you'd fall down. We never thought about the fact we'd broken the bales or something like that. We never burnt the barn down, and the house went with it. But I remember there was a awful. There was a water butt outside one of the barns, and we lifted up the lid, and there were dead cats in it. Obviously, the cat, because every farm has got cats, and it obviously had kittens, and they decided they didn't want to start feeding kittens either, so people used to get rid of them very quickly. Ali says, how would you describe your sleeping pattern? Perfect. Couldn't be any better, thank you very much indeed. I sleep. Oh, the times. I sleep really well. I've already been to bed, remember. This is my daytime. So I don't have any problem with it at all. I love it. Taking the tree down. Oh, my God, do we have needles everywhere. I had to go out and buy some new bags for the Henry. Because it got filled up with needles. We took the tree out, and I remember looking at it thinking, oh my God. Luckily, the council have taken them away now, and we're all ready for next year. Yeah. I love it. Best place to retire if you're a pensioner is Bangor. Didn't we have a wonderful time the day we went to Bangor? I remember that one. TV historian Dan Jones. There it is, Bangor. Lovely, isn't it? It's got a pier and everything. Oh, I like that. That's very nice. Look at those, and those lovely hills and everything with snow on them. Very pretty. I didn't think it would look like that at all. Oh, I'm very impressed by that. Yeah, you can retire there. Although, to be honest with you, I wouldn't fancy a chance of walking out on the pier. But it does look very pretty, doesn't it? And it's got a lovely big cathedral by the look of it. And it's in North Wales. And it's got a university as well. And local coronavirus restrictions as well, which is fantastic. Look, the Cathedral Church of St. Deniol in Bangor. That's lovely, isn't it? I like that a lot. Very nice. Thank you very much indeed. But it is the place to retire to. Best value and all the rest of it, which is very good indeed. The TV historian who's hunting for an intruder keeps breaking into his car and watching Netflix. And it's a TV historian called Dan Jones. I've never even heard of him. He's a TV historian. Do you think he's got a new agent? They've said, can you make out somebody's broken into your car and watch Netflix? Because I've never heard of him. I looked at a picture of him. I'm none the wiser. The producer had never heard of him either. There you go. And that's his claim to fame. Somebody's broken into his car and was watching Peaky Blinders and The Crown. Dan noticed the move seats and the car's low battery each morning. The Britain's Bloodiest Dynasty presenter. What God's name is that one? Never even heard of it. Even found an England rugby hat in the passenger footwell. Dan is this sounds like PR puff, doesn't it, really? What, so somebody's breaking into your car? What are they doing, smashing a window? It doesn't really help, does it? He's got Netflix in his car. Yeah, he discovered a string of shows that had been watched on his daughter's Netflix accounts. He said, somebody's been watching Netflix each night in the car. Shouldn't you look out the window, love? And if you can see a bit of light shining in the car, they'll be watching it then. Don't you think so? He said, and why not? It's like a 4-star hotel. It's got comfy seats you can recline. I'm sorry, are you in the real world? What do you mean seats that recline? Like every car's seats recline? Well, mine are electric and they're heated. You push a button and it will go back almost horizontal. And it's heated. I don't have Netflix, though. I've never heard of people who've been having Netflix. So somebody's breaking into your car. Not a very good advert for this particular car, is it, really? Even it costs you 50,000 quid. You can't even lock it. I mean, I think this is PR puff to try and get... Because nobody's heard of you. I had to ask around the office. Nobody had heard of Dan Jones. And in fact, that's the only thing. When you type in his name, he was educated at the Royal Latin School. In April 2016, he wrote Henry VIII and His Six Wives. He presented Building Britain's Canals. He's also made a 4-part documentary series entitled Britain's Bloody Clown. Why have we never heard of him? Oh, Crown, not clown. So, Dan Jones is the great-nephew of British politician and journalist Alan Gwyn Jones, Baron Chalfont. He lives in Staines. God. Why is it we don't know who he is? That's why I question. Somebody's breaking into his car all the time and watching Netflix. You know, is it on your drive, love, or what, you got it in the bedroom or something? God knows, honestly, it gets better and better, doesn't it? Steve, would you not be tempted to go Bentley electric? No, thank you. No. Not remotely interested in electric cars. Really not interested. Really not interested. Kim says, my sister-in-law, Doreen, sadly passed away, trained at the Royal Ballet School in the 60s. She was the female equivalent of Billy Elliot, Steve. Very talented wee lass from an Elderslie council estate. Beat the odds after she married my brother. She went on to teach for a bit. I never saw her dance, but apparently she excelled. Very proud of her. Yes, I mean, Billy Elliot's great. Love Billy Elliot. I love the stage show. Oh, saddest day of my life when that closed. But I've got the film, though. They filmed it on stage, and they pumped it out to all the cinemas, and it was really, really good. Really, really good. Somebody made me laugh. One of the columnists this week was talking about Prince Andrew, who says, many people suggest they like the Royals because they're so ordinary. Yeah, right. Because if they'd been on the Jeremy Kyle show, their title along the bottom would have gone on for 20 minutes, starting one son involved with gang that was put in jail, another son married teenager whilst having affair with woman he eventually married after first one crashed in car, granddad cut off after fleeing to Canada, grandkid, and calling family racist on television. Somebody said, if they did live in a normal street, all the neighbours would whisper to each other. They were at it again last night, keeping us awake by shooting partridges until 2 a.m. It's so true, actually. Poor old Andrew, who thinks he's so ordinary, and yet really the least popular member of the royal family, and unfortunately he's dragged the rest of them down with him. Because it's not looking very... I mean, how much longer do we have to wait for this? What are they deciding on? It's like we're still waiting for old Novacek, aren't we? Haven't anything... Djokovic... Novacek. Anything coming on that one yet? Why are we still waiting? It's underway, is it? Oh, it's so slow. Is it going to be during my lifetime, or do you think we might have to drag it out? Maybe during the show. Whoopee! NHS told to send cancer patients to private hospitals for treatment. Oh, dear. And Craig Charles, isn't it? What? Craig Charles says we need to take UFO sightings seriously. Go away, you silly little man. Don't be so ridiculous. There's no such thing as UFOs, not in the way that people think that they are. UFO is an unidentified flying object, not a little round circular thing with little people with big bulbous eyes. And who was that stupid woman a short while ago who claimed that she'd actually been up in one of their spaceships and they'd allowed her to drive it? That's when you really think to yourself, you need medical attention, and very, very quickly. Steve, remember in the late 50s, Dad up at 4 every morning on the farm to do the morning's milking of the cows? Still remember, says Mike. How incredible the taste of milk straight from the cow, filtered and slightly chilled in the fridge. Delicious. The herd was Guernsey cows, equally rich and creamy as Jersey milk. Yeah, but it's tough. Tough, we used to think it was great just to play on the farm, but, we couldn't have worked it. Couldn't have worked it in any way, shape. We were far too young. We were just content on wrecking the barn, You can imagine him coming in there going, those bloody kids have been at it again. But it was different times. People were very happy with everybody.
This is LBC. Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Nice. Oh, there was another story about Katie Price in the paper. She's been quite rude about Peter Andre's wife. And again, having lied on the television, but there again, that's all Katie Price can do. She can tell lies. Oh, yes, I'm very positive about 2022. It's a new beginning for me. No, it's the same old Katie Price. You can't change your spots, love. Unfortunately, you are that person who's been done 6 times for drink driving. Thankfully, you've been banned. The police are a bit upset. They can't sort of go back on this case. It's been dealt with now, which is a great shame. But don't worry, there'll be plenty more around the corner, I should imagine. But she's just an insanely jealous person. Absolutely insanely jealous. The producer was trying to show me her eyebrows earlier on. I don't know why. It was one of those sort of things where we're not sure if they're tattooed on or she's had something done to them. Either way, she looks like Ming the Merciless, which is probably the best compliment she's ever likely to get. Why is it people have these eyebrows down? You see people and you watch people, in the street. You see them sometimes and you think, why have you trowelled your makeup on? Go and get it done professionally, and then people can teach you how to do it. Just because they make it, you don't want to look like somebody who's wandered off Love Island, do you? That would be absolutely dreadful. And Dee says, very surprised you haven't heard of Dan Jones. He does a lot of interesting historical documentaries about Britain. Nobody's heard of him. Nobody's heard of him round here. Nobody. Oh, my God, Father, what has she done to her eyebrows? Oh, look, another dog. Bless her. I don't wonder how long that one will live. Is that an old photo? I think, actually, this was the one that went. I think most of her dog. What has she done with her eyebrows? Poor soul, honestly. Must be dreadful being Jordan. Miserable all the time. 4 weddings, and not looking very promising for the future. But no, she was so rude about Peter Andre's wife. Although Peter, wuss that he is, never says anything. He never goes, oh, well, I think she was wrong, because he shares children. Yeah, I mean, come on, Kate, you don't have to be so disgusting, do you? You married a pal, but there again, it resurrected your dead career, didn't it? So what else can you do? Have you watched the show Succession? No. I've never seen the show Succession. Doesn't interest me. Couldn't care less. Apparently it's very good, the producer says, who hasn't heard of Dan Jones. And nobody's heard of Dan Jones. It's funny, isn't it? That's why I thought if he was anything to be reckoned with, we'd have heard of him. Dan Snow we've heard of, not Dan... And he lives in Staines. Sorry, not just Staines. Staines upon Thames. They tried to elevate Staines, but unfortunately, as anybody will tell you, Staines was the holding pen for the Jeremy Kyle show. You only used to have to go to the Elmsley Centre to realise that's where they all came from. I'd used to wander through there. I mean, frankly, you needed armed guards to get you through. I lived in Staines for a few years, actually. It was quite nice, a little garden and a little house. I was people watch. Well, you didn't need to people watch. They turned up on your doorstep. That was the only place I'd ever had the Jehovah's Witnesses turn up. And I was standing there with a towel on. When I opened the door to them, and it was raining. They said, can we come inside? And I thought, I'm not sure about this. It was a little bit forward. We hadn't even been introduced. And so I stupidly said yes. And they came inside, and they said, we're from the local church, blah, 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 blah. I went, OK, fine. Thinking, where's this? Is this a donation? I was still in the towel. Oh, yeah. Every so often I let it slip down a little bit. And it sort of got to that stage, and then he said, should we have a quick prayer first? I went, I need to get ready and go to work. I don't really want to do a prayer before I take the towel off. But if you do ask nicely, I could let it slip gracefully to the floor. But so they wandered off into the night again, presumably knocking on everybody else's doors. Just as well, I never made them sort of tea or coffee. And I might have still been there. Teenagers, they say, should start school later in the day to improve their learning. Oh, no, start it earlier in the day. What's the point? They're out really, really late, kids at school now, aren't they? They really are. I think, actually, I'd miss the children if they started later. Yeah, that's the point. Yes, on the bus and on the trains and everything else. I don't see so many on the trains, but you do see them on the buses. You do see them a lot on the buses, and they're just so noisy. They are so noisy, but never mind. We found a landlady, 60 years she's been going, pulling pints. And she said she has no intention of quitting. She loves doing the work, which I can well imagine. So Sheridan Smith split from her boyfriend after 4 months, which is not very long. And James Cracknell's new wife says Prince Andrew ogled her breasts. Well, it depends on how tall you are, doesn't it, really, I suppose? When shows what your eyesight is. 7 foot tall. But what a funny thing to say. I mean, is she sort of leaping on the I need to make myself heard kind of situation? 5 million see an NHS pair win the Anton Deck quiz. And they won, was it 500,000 or something like that? To be honest with you, I didn't even know the quiz was on. I had mentioned it last week, but I didn't watch it. All the answers are numbers, aren't they? That's all I know. Apparently it's a very good show. Yeah, if you like that kind of thing. I mean, to be honest with you, Anton Deck doing a show is like Philip Schofield doing a show. It's a bit like wallpaper. Philip Schofield could do these shows with his eyes shut. It's only when he knocks on your door and goes, it's Philip Schofield. Oh, go away, for God's sake. How many adverts can he be on? He seems to be advertising just about everything at the moment. Because apparently he's sort of got one of those safe faces. I don't know whether or not that's right. And somebody called 999 to say, I've just eaten a mouldy tomato. I mean, this is the old story which has been in the papers for ages and ages and ages about sort of people who phone up for stupid things like, the takeaway's not arrived. And you go, I've just cut myself on a piece of paper. I've just eaten mouldy tomatoes. Well, you're going to be sick then, aren't you? You know, I mean, I would just hang up on these idiots. Apparently, the Welsh Ambulance Service said of the nearly 471,000 incidents recorded, nearly a quarter were non-essential, including somebody inquiring about their medication. Are people really that thick? Yep, they really are that thick. I mean, you know, people with something stuck in their ears still have a clinical need, but calling 999 for that is ill-judged when there's so many other ways you can do it. But they don't. The mouldy tomato. My neighbour came round and she gave me a sandwich, cheese and tomato. Anyway, I feel quite sick now. I looked at the tomatoes, there's mildew. Operator, OK, is that why you're requiring an ambulance? The plaster cast. Caller, oh, hi there. Basically, I've got my hand in a cast. It's been there for 3 weeks and I've got it wet. Operator, OK. Caller, it's not an actual emergency. I just need to get to hospital. Well, go to hospital. The paper cut. I cut my arm. My arm's cut. Operator, how did you do that? I sliced it on a piece of paper. When did this happen? Caller, about half an hour ago. Is there any serious bleeding? Caller, no. It's some stupid people, aren't they? Steve. Oh, sorry. I'm talking to myself then. A case of diarrhoea. Operator, tell me exactly what happened. Basically, says the caller, my mum drank apple vinegar, but mixed it with water and lemon. Now she's got diarrhoea. Well, there you go. It'll help you lose weight. That's good news, isn't it? I mean, these people are so stupid. They say it's very easy to make fun of the people who call it foolishly, but actually some of these people have a legitimate clinical need. They just don't know where to turn for it. Oh, God, honestly. When somebody who phones out and says the tomato's got a bit of mould on it, I mean, do me and a paper cut, do me a favour. I mean, I've had to put a plaster on this morning because I was bleeding. Because, yeah, the paramedic did. I called an ambulance out, but they sent 3. And because I'm on blood thinners... if I cut myself, I bleed quite profusely, actually, so I had to put a plaster on this thing. Because it's only because I noticed it. I was looking at my arm thinking, that's an attractive arm. And I looked, and I went, oh, there's a bit of blood on there. And that's exactly what it was. I'd cut myself. I've got no idea how. I never worry about how. Yeah, I'm a little bit of a fragile person. Steve, Bentley have decided to stop making petrol engines by 2030. Ending a 111-year run, says Martin. Listen, I couldn't really care less. I'm not going to be alive by 2030, so it's not going to affect me. 2030. 8 years? I didn't think so. It was going to take me to my mid-70s. Unlikely. Unlikely. I'm a bit fragile at the moment, for goodness sake. Honestly, I'm touch and go some mornings. Yeah, Ian Payne's on speed dial. Danny Dyer's quit EastEnders. BBC have said, you know, sad. And he's going to do something on Sky. They say, you know, we thank him for everything he's done for EastEnders. Well, that's good. But it's amazing how things make the news now, isn't it, really? You know, somebody sort of leaves EastEnders, having been extremely well paid for years and years and years. What do we got here? Oh, it's the model, Maria Thattil. And she's flirting with Joey Essex. Oh, he'll flirt with a toothbrush. I wouldn't worry about him. He's fairly harmless, actually. He can't keep a girlfriend, Maria. But they become close pals. She says, I like people who are adventurous, creative and open. What are you doing hanging around with him for? He's neither creative, open or adventurous. Joey, who's 31 now, getting on a bit, love, to be behaving a bit like a child, says, I've pretty much got all them things. If there was a piece of paper with a load of boxes, I reckon everyone would be ticked. Yeah. So she doesn't live over here and he lives in Essex. How's that going to work out, dear? How's that going to work out? Should be very interesting, shouldn't it? But it's the usual sort of, let's try and get him some publicity while he's still able to move. Sheridan Smith splitting from Alex Lawler after 4 months. They say that she'd ended the romance. Well, she obviously likes sort of variety. She likes a little bit of variety, and she certainly found it. Who have we got here? What have we got? We got David Gandy says the theme tune to the Antiques Roadshow makes him anxious as it reminds me of his school days. Lord above. So that was it. Apparently, he said he was bullied at school in Billericay for not fitting in and hated it until he started the 6th form. Everybody was bullied at school. Everybody. I don't think there were many people who weren't. Were you bullied at school? Yeah, I was teased. Same thing. Bully. Yeah, not as bad as here, you know, and somebody tells you your problems, you know. You have to be helpful to these people. But the first look at the lodge, the 7 bedrooms, the living room, the study, and a very pokey little swimming pool of Prince Andrew's luxury interior. To be honest with you, it looks like a bomb site. I've never seen anything that looks so naff. 17 million. I'm not surprised he can't sell it. Another pricey touch is a £5,500 ball chair. Yeah, it's pokey. The swimming pool is very... I've seen much, much better swimming pools for less money than he's charging here. It's very plain on the outside, even plainer on the inside, but you don't really expect him to be able to do anything, do you? Why would you ever think he could do it? Apparently, the source says it's one of the best properties in Verbier. I think not. That's why it's still on the market. Nobody's in... They've had a look at it and gone 17 million, having some sort of laugh. With his ex-wife, Sarah, he paid 7 million for it. So he needs to get the 17 to pay back the woman who advanced him the money to get hold of it. Not going to happen, is it? Not going to happen. And Lily James plays Pammy Anderson in the sex tape drama. She doesn't look at all like Pamela Anderson. Why don't they just ask Pamela Anderson to do it? Make it an awful lot easier. She might be busy. But Lily and Seb recreate the Pammy and Tommy Lee little saga. I don't think we want to go into that at this time of the morning, do we? Instead, Katie Price... The police are very disappointed. They can't appeal the sentence. Not surprised. 6 times drink driving. Never mind. There's always the year 2022 to look forward to, isn't there?
This is LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice heavy company. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to the 10th of January. We're only halfway through the month. It's unbelievable, isn't it? So all the things left behind at Travelodge hotels. Jimmy Choos, which in case you don't know are shoes. Drones... Why you take a drone to a Travelodge, God alone knows, and a dog called Beyonce. Apparently, Travelodge say, in the rush, valuable possessions are easily forgotten. It's sort of like Home Alone, isn't it? You know, we're on holiday. Oh, my God, where's Kevin? They've got 582 hotels. In one, they found a suitcase full of Blackpool rock. Meanwhile, in Bournemouth, staff found a dress made from postcards, and at Rhyl... They found a giant inflatable unicorn pool float on the bed. I don't think we want to go there at all. They found an ancient coin collection. How can you leave a dog called Beyonce in a hotel room? What are they doing taking a dog into a hotel room anyway? It's a bit dirty, isn't it? Are they dog-friendly? Ooh, I wouldn't want to stay in a room if they'd had a dog in it, thank you very much indeed. I'd expect it to be scrubbed from top to bottom. You imagine? Well, they'd have to clean them, but I mean, even when they do 4 in a bed... They lift up the sheets and then they take the thing and the mattresses are all stained and everything. And there's doggy smell. You'd have to, you know, unless you're going to put the dog in the shower. I don't know. Are they really dog friendly? I mean, do you pay extra for dogs? What do they eat? They come and sit down with you at dinner or something and breakfast buffet for dogs. That'd be quite interesting, wouldn't it? Oh, I needed my tea this morning. I really did. So Katie Price, sorry, just to go back briefly. But apparently in a social media rant yesterday, She's obviously missing a few things, like brain cells, I should imagine. She accused Peter Andre's wife, Emily, of using my children to make money in photo shoots. What is the matter with her? I mean, back into rehab, I think, love. Back into rehab. And stay there for a long, long time, because you obviously need some definite help. So, you know, she tests positive for cocaine, nearly twice the drink-drive limit, for the 6th time. And still, you know, all she gets is a little rap on the knuckles. She still owes money to the courts. And yet she was thinking about going back to Turkey for some more surgery. Your life has become a little bit of a parody, darling. A little bit of a parody, but never mind. So what else we got? Oh, a drum kit was left in a Travelodge. We missed out the drum kit. How can you know, in the corner of the room, there's a drum kit. Okay, you leave it. I mean, how do you just get there? Other bizarre things include the 6-foot feathered angel wings. I mean, that's a bit bizarre. Well, I wore them once, okay. It was a 6-foot angel wings. I mean, first of all, how do you walk into the hotel with them? Which is the more bizarre thing. And also the Cinderella shoe, dress made of postcards. The dog, it was a Pomsky, which I'm assuming is a cross between a Pomeranian and something else. I don't know, something else like that. Left behind in central Manchester, but the dog was called... Oh, it's quite sweet, isn't it? Yes, it looks yappy. So it's a Pomsky. It's a Pomsky. So they're, how much would they cost? There you go. How much would one cost? $1,000 to $5,000. So, but why you shouldn't get a Pomsky? There are lots of websites there. Some of the pictures make them look very cute, don't they? They look as though they're going to kill you, but you know, as it grips you around the throat. It looks as though it's got blue eyes, hasn't it? Piercing blue eyes. It looks a little bit like those. What are those other dogs that they have? Are they huskies or wolves or something like that? Where they've got very piercing blue eyes. But this thing is about as big as your hand. It's quite sweet. Quite sweet, but I suppose easy, to leave it behind in a hotel room. Perhaps they didn't like it. I love it. This is the oddest thing. Mind you want to see what people leave on the trains. Wooden legs. I mean, at what point during the train journey do you think I'll just take the wooden leg off and put it up in the luggage rack? Yeah, they found all sorts of things. You go down to, on the Euston Road, there is the left luggage office there. They've got Baker Street. They've got everything in the window. It's like a show display. They've got everything. Cameras, suits, the things that people leave on trains. I mean, I would drive me mad. You imagine you get off the train and as the train's pulling out, you go, oh my God, I've left my case. Sorry, another slurp of tea this morning. Steve, are you going to do an extra show, being as the other one sold out so quickly, says Sherry? No, there is only the one, actually, at the moment. Well, I think it's going to say the same. Steve, the music at the top of the hour, says Mark, has yet to catch you out after all these years. Well, I'm a professional presenter. Why would it ever catch me out? I mean, that would just be ridiculous. Ridiculous. Because he says, many a presenter in years gone by are still talking when the voiceover man starts talking. Oh, no, heavens above. No, you feel it. It's you, You just know how it's going to go. Yeah, you go with the music. I can make my words fit. I don't script it. I freewheel it. I can make it fit. I can hit it on the button. But there again, I was always very good at talking to time when I did music-based programs. Very good at talking to time, because you feel that, you naturally you go, this is where the vocal's going to come in. So my favourite was Stevie Wonder, Isn't She Lovely? Because it had like a 60-second intro. It went over. It was like all instrumentals on my show. I wasn't stupid at all. Can you recommend a better way of clearing a frosty windscreen? Says Sat from Gravesend. I use my discount card, but can only get 20% off. You're fired. You'll never make it. The Lost Property Office for TfL at Baker Street. 1,200 new items arrive daily. 13,000 keys. 34,500 mobile phones. 46,000 bags and 10,000 umbrellas. I know, I found an umbrella on the train. I kept it. I've kept it. They get over 300,000 items a year. I think if you're stupid enough to lose them, you should never get them back again. So what do? Do they sell them? Are they sold on? I mean, you can't keep stuff forever and a day, can you? They must be selling it. They must sort of say this. Do they have auctions of all their bits and pieces? I mean, you can't. 300,000 items. You're rapidly filling up a warehouse here. So I'm not sure whether or not stuff is for sale. I've seen stuff in their window, suitcases and stuff like that, and cameras, walking sticks. I mean, I'm assuming, good Lord, somebody's left a gorilla suit as well, and a wheelchair. I mean, how did they get off the train, I have to ask myself. And loads of scooters and bicycles, USB sticks, power tools, musical instruments. Isn't it amazing? Kiddies' scooters are very popular. Any item still unclaimed after 3 months becomes the property of TfL to dispose of as they see fit. But so does that mean you can go down there and buy something then that's been left for 3 months? Yeah, somebody will know that. Do tell me. Do tell me. They were showing us the other day as a bloke who's very interested in the underground, and he was showing us some of the stations, and one of them is going to be expanded with new, I think, Holborn, to make it bigger with escalators, and they're going to open up the platforms. But he said there's the old Holborn station directly behind the new Holborn station. It's still there with all sorts of things. They used to have a thing that train used to go up, and it had a little signal box on the platform at the bottom. But they have a collection at, is that TfL who runs the underground as well? Yeah. They've got a little museum thing, obviously run for them, of all the original underground posters. And this bloke was showing this other bloke, and he said these are going back to the very first posters that they put on the underground, and some of them are beautiful. In fact, if you go to the London Transport Museum in Covent Garden, they do a lot of facsimiles, and you can get cushions made out of the same material that they've used. I mean, some of them are absolutely stunning. I didn't realise there were so many. My friend, Mark, has done books on the underground, and when you look at some of the places, they used to do different posters to send you to somewhere different. If you want to go to Hayes or you want to go to central London, this is what you're going to be looking for, the London Zoo, or looking at the best London underground pictures, and you look at these beautiful pieces of artwork. They found brightest London, best reached by the underground, always warm. And so some people used to stay on it for all day, especially on the Circle Line, just went round and round and round. The Great Western Railway used to have very good posters. I mean, some really beautiful places. When you look at them, these were all, artists' impressions. Looe in Cornwall, Aberystwyth, Torquay, London Pride, Torquay, the English Riviera. Because every time you went down to the seaside, and if it was English Riviera, you knew that you were at the seaside because as you drove down normally a hill to go to it, you'd have huge flower beds, in a picture or something with a clock in the middle or something like that. Cornwall, vintage Cornwall. Lovely Somerset. You can go to all these different places. They're beautiful, aren't they? Absolutely beautiful posters. I've always decided that if ever I won the lottery, please God soon, it'd be lovely. I would go out and buy pictures with snow on. I've got a thing about snow pictures, and there's some lovely ones. In fact, there was one actually which came up for sale, and you owned the rights as well for people using it as Christmas cards, and it was sheep in a field in the snow with a farmer there, or a shepherd, and that came up for auction as well. I thought, God, that'd be nice to own that. I own that. Very interesting. Steve. Lost my trousers at the Natural History Museum when I was 9 years old. Was hot and changed into shorts. Left them next to the Michael Faraday exhibit. My mother got me to write to Lost Property, and they sent them back. Well, nobody's going to want them, are they? 9-year-old trousers. And Steve, my semi-detached 4-bed house in Ireland is valued at £100,000. Lovely ensuite and parking. Parking is the big thing in London. Parking is the big thing. If you get a place that's got parking with it, you're quids in. You really are. Very, very good indeed. I still can't get over. You're going to look at this fantastic complete fossil, the sea dragon, ever discovered. The most complete fossil, 30 foot long. It's an ichthyosaur. It's 180 million years old. They grow to 82 feet long. The fossil expert, Dr. Dean Lomax, said it's one of the greatest finds in British paleontological history. And it is quite amazing. You can see exactly what it would have looked like, but of course now it's been turned to stone. It's coming up on the television tomorrow, BBC Two's Digging for Britain tomorrow, and you can see them digging it up. So it's midway between Derby, Leicester and Birmingham. I mean, if there's one, there's got to be other ones, haven't there? Do you not think so? Well, there must be, mustn't there? Otherwise he'd be very lonely. I mean, we don't know if this one is a male or a female. But whatever it is, it was, ichthyosaurs. I've heard of them. I've just never seen what one looked like. And as I say, it's the best thing. They're going to have to cover it in concrete or something before. I've seen them lift bury it again. So don't go anywhere near it. It's alive. It moved. But you would, when they took out these mosaic floors in Turkey in these Roman villas that they found, they covered them with sacking and this glue, a bit like Copydex kind of thing, so they could lift the whole thing out as one and then transfer it and then take all the stuff off and then clean it all up again. And they might be able to do the same with this thing, but you've got to be sure, got to make sure you don't break it. But there must be people who are used to getting dinosaurs out. We don't get them in this country. We don't get things like this. This would be found in China or somewhere like that, where they would find all sorts of things. But this one, so in Rutland Water. I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it? 180 million years old. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, dear ichthyosaur, happy birthday to you. And they've got the vertebrae and everything. It's very nice. 5:15. What? They've got the vertebrae. Well, it's complete. It's about the best thing they've ever had, actually. It is Back to the Future.
This is LBC.
Apparently, they've moved the Lost Property Office. It was in Baker Street. Now they've moved it to South Ken now. And there's some lovely people who work for it there, holding up all the umbrellas that have been left behind. It's amazing how people leave umbrellas. Well, I suppose it's easy done, isn't it? As I say, I found one on the train. And what are you going to do? Traipse all the way to the... No, I kept it. I've still got it, actually. And what percentage of umbrellas are returned from lost property? Oh, hardly any, I would think. Hardly any. 2. Is that it? 2. Because, to be brutally honest with you, it's a case of, it's an umbrella. Are you going to traipse all the way over to somewhere to go and get your umbrella back when you're going to go, listen, it cost me a tenner, I'll go and get another umbrella? The only time it ever worked for us on LBC was when, if you remember, my friend Jordan lost his laptop, and it was on the bus, but he'd taken pictures on the bus, and I think he was about the only one on the bus, and we found out the bus number and where it was going to, and so we then called them. It was going to Stockwell Bus Garage, and he'd got off there, and he went, it's got all my work notes on there, because he's a producer on radio, and it was amazing. So I put it out on air and said, listen, you know, my friend Jordan lost his laptop, and Derek, who was the driver of the bus, was listening to the programme. I mean, this is how fantastic it was. I mean, it was a moment of sheer elation and joy. And he said, I've got the laptop. And so we had to test him. And we said, has it got Jordan's surname on it? And he went, yes. And he read out his surname. And I went, oh, God, he really has got it. And so Jordan went back to Stockwell Bus Garage because he needed the computer, obviously. It was a laptop, which had all his work notes on and everything else. And took him a bottle of Prosecco and said, thank you very much indeed. I mean, that's a rare occasion. But, I mean, what are the odds of somebody listening to the programme who was the very bus driver who'd actually found the laptop on the seat? Is it fairly high? Yeah, well, it's huge audit. I mean, it always amazes me that you ask somebody, you know, a question about something and somebody will know the answer immediately, like the Hawaiian Merry Christmas and things, you know, just amazing things. But Jordan was very happy. In fact, I don't think I'd known him so happy. Kim says, Steve, Siberian Huskies. When I'm out on the walks, I meet one and his owner. Stunning blue eyes. Oh, and the dog. No, seriously handsome dog. I've seen them. And they are very piercing eyes, aren't they? They're very, very beautiful. Jill in Ireland says, there's a well-known auction house in Tooting that specialises in lost property. I picked up fantastic bargains. A friend of mine used to go to government auctions. You ever been to those? Oh, my God, fathers, you pick up tons of stuff at government auctions. Everything from, you know, lorries, cars, all sorts of things, watches. Yeah, government auctions. And, it comes from basically, some of it's the proceeds of crime. And they've taken stuff in there, and people go in there and buy Rolexes and all sorts of things, you know, at vast discounted prices because the auctioneer is told, you know, to sell this stuff as quickly as possible. And so they do it. They were doing one at the moment. They're doing the Yorkshire Auction House on the television, which, to be honest with you, it's a bit of a boring programme. It hasn't worked in the way that they obviously thought it was going to work, because all it is people going in there, they sell family jewels, and then they get 2,500-3,000 quid, so they can go and do, you know, we're going to Australia, or we're going to go and buy a new chicken coop or something like that. And it's the same thing all the time, and it's a bit dull. And the auctioneer it's okay. I see the premise behind it, but unfortunately it's as boring as hell. It really is. It's so dull. You know, go to the other ones where, do you know they have to pay people who sell their items? They have to take a commission. You think, wait a minute, we're giving all this free publicity for your auction house, and you're still charging commission? Because they do it on David Dickinson's thing, you know. So they've offered you, as he dribbles all over the place, and they've offered you £500, yeah, and you're going to take it to auction, okay. So at the auction, you've raised £450, so it didn't go as well as you thought. But then you've got commission off that. And you think, wait a minute, you've just plugged the auction house and you had the audacity to take commission. You think they'd waive it, wouldn't you, really? But people seem to like them. We had a big one in Chiswick, went during the pandemic. Chiswick Auction House, that was in the High Road, that's gone. And we've got a little one that's opened up in Twickenham. I don't quite work out what it's selling. They've got a few things in the window. I shall have to investigate a little bit further, actually. A little bit further. How can you leave a laptop on a bus? Says David. Steve, you sure your friend Jordan wasn't Katie Price? Well, not as far as I remember the last time I saw him without his shirt on. No, I don't think so, no. But what do you just do? You put it down on your seat, and he had other things with him. He had his overnight bag and bits and pieces. He'd be down in London doing some work, because he lived up north at the time. Manchesterford, and he was up there. Another old picture in the Sun again today, and it's a picture of a lion turning tail and running. It's a lioness, actually, when a buffalo she was stalking got the hump. Well, I saw this a week ago in another newspaper. What's the matter with the Sun? Are they just running out of things? First of all, the Andrew pictures of his little chalet in Verbier. And they're going, oh, it's one of the most desirable little places. It's very pokey, I'm afraid, with a naff swimming pool. And we saw those more than a week and a half ago, and I'd seen the pictures before. They're from the estate agent. But this picture here is another old one. What's that? Perhaps they're running out of pictures to print in. But the best one is a lion it's on YouTube, and it's a lion stalking. There's a few of them actually. Lionesses. When they get hungry, they'll chase anything. In this particular case, they were chasing a water buffalo. Now, water buffalo are highly dangerous. They've got horns, and in this particular case, this lioness gets too close to him, and the water buffalo spears her with his horns and throws her up in the air. And so when she lands on the ground, she's in serious pain. She must be, because there's blood oozing from the side of her. And that's what water buffalo, that's why you don't upset water buffalo. Oh, goodness me. Walking down Twickenham High Street, you upset a water buffalo, phew, you'll never make the 33 bus. I tell you, that's what happened to my arm. At night, the buffalo was in the place, and obviously, but it's, yeah. And you see them here, and you look at the horns on these things, and the lions are seriously, you know, they know just how bad these things can be. Look at the size of these horns. They're not glued on. They're not impaled. And this, I don't know if this is the one, whether or not this is somebody who's going to be impaled. But sometimes these lions leap onto the back of the water buffalo, but they've got to be really careful to avoid the horns. You wouldn't have thought a buffalo like this could actually inflict much pain on them, but it really can. Really can. And the lions know it. So the lions go, grrr, you know, because they're really frightened. And the water buffalo is sort of, there you go, look, the lion just leaps onto its back, and they're hoping they can bring it down, which they seem to have done. It only takes 2 or 3 of them, and they can, literally, lions, the trouble is the water buffalo's skin is, is this water buffalo going to lose the fight? I have a sneaking feeling he might be losing the fight. Oh, no, wait a minute. Look, there's some other water buffalo. And they've come in to join in, to help their friend. And so they stand round, basically being aggressive with the lions. The lions, of course, don't really, they can't do anything at all. They have to run away. Because if you get speared by a water buffalo, you know, that's about, you've got to be very careful out there. Chiswick High Road this time of the year, water buffalo everywhere. You can't move for them. Other stories in the paper. This is a oh, there was something else. I was trying to remember actually. Is it Louise Minchin whose stalker has just been jailed? Yes, a guy called, if memory serves me, Carl Davis, and he was writing things to her on Twitter and the internet. Anyway, they found him. It doesn't take very long. The police can find these sort of people very quickly if you put your mind to it. And he's just been sent to prison for 2.5 years. Which is good news. We're waiting to see what happens to Piers Morgan's one, the one who has sent death threats to him and his son. That sounds like a 10-year stretch to me, doesn't it? Does it sound like 10-year to you? Anyway, this is a car thief who hit 100 miles an hour in a 20-mile-an-hour zone, because they're 20 miles an hour all over the place at the moment. He tried to outrun the police. He clipped a curb. He drove on the wrong side of the road, tried to flee on foot after he clipped the curb, but was caught after a dog unit was deployed. They found 15 car keys and a cloning device in this stolen Ford Fiesta. Anyway, he's got 2.5 years prison. That'll teach you, love. You won't be doing that ever again, will you? There's some really dumb people out there. They were doing a programme the other day. It was on the Great Train Robbery. And it was called Buster, and it was with Phil Collins and Julie Walters. Great film, really, really good film. And the reason that they got caught is because they left their prints over everything. They had their prints, which were in the farmhouse that they used to divvy everything up. They were staying at this farmhouse. What? They were completely dumb. Completely dumb. And they'd said to them, and I believe one of them, the Phil Collins character who was playing Buster Edwards, who was the man who ended up having a flower stall down at Waterloo Station. I used to see him all the time. And then he ended up taking his own life, I think because he was quite ill. But it was they were supposed to be wearing gloves all the time in this farmhouse, and they said, wait a minute, there are fingerprints on glasses, on the table, on cigarettes, on everything. First rule, wear gloves. You know, that's what the first rule of stealing. And they got away with about 2.5 million. But, didn't work out very well for them at all. So they decided to go back and torch the farmhouse. And they're listening to the radio as they're driving back to the farmhouse to say the police have uncovered the place where they sorted all the money out. And we've now got great leads on it. And that's how they all got caught. Not very bright, are they? But there again, you know, it was like the Hatton Garden people wasn't it? You know, they weren't they were all fairly sort of ancient and past it, but living on past glory, I suppose. Happy days. Talking of dull, says Steve, Bangers and Cash. See, I quite like Bangers and Cash. I like the idea that there is this garage up in the Midlands somewhere, Yorkshire or something, and people go there. Have you ever seen it? Oh, you must watch it. They have all these old cars that come in, some of them just a shell of a car, and people bid for these things, and then you get people, little old men working in their garages who put these things back together again, and really absolutely unbelievable. So that's quite good. I like that. That's a good one. And we've got to take a break. Just realised 5:30 already. Where is the time? It'll be the 11th before we know what's happening.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Somebody says, Steve, talk about leaving things on public transport. The thing that surprises me is prosthetic limbs. How do people leave them or forget them? Well, I think what they're doing is they're taking them back to have them adjusted. And that's what it is, because if you have a prosthetic limb, I'm only just thinking about this now, actually. And it's okay if you have a prosthetic limb on, they fit it, and then it needs to wear in, because otherwise it chafes on the stump. And Roehampton Hospital, down the road from me in Richmond, that's where a lot of people go to get their webbing changed. So it would be quite reasonable to be going maybe to a London hospital to have the webbing adjusted so that it's more comfortable for people. I can't think of any other reason you'd leave it. The thing that worried me more was a wheelchair. So somebody actually got off the train. They got onto the train with a wheelchair, then they get off the train without the wheelchair. That one doesn't make any sense at all. Tony in Reigate says, I mainly have phones left in the back of my cab, which are fairly easy to return to the owner. Occasionally net owners who expect me to do this for free, as though it's my fault they forgot to take their phones with them. I know. I can well imagine people saying, listen, I left my... Could you drop it back round? No. I did that years ago. I left my phone in the back of a car and had to phone up the company, and they said, yeah, we've actually got the phone and this is where we are. You can come and collect it. I said, can you just put it back in a cab that's heading in our direction? They went, no. So that was it. Cameron says, can we get an update on the elephants progressing for the live show? Yeah, it's not happening. I'm thinking of going goldfish now. I think that would be a lot easier. Certainly a lot easier to train. Penny says, on your days off. Days off? Oh, sorry, days off. Do you still wake up at the same time? You must find it difficult to go back to sleep. No, I don't, actually. I really don't. Ian says, morning, Steve. Here in Somerset, we have a water buffalo farm. Did you know that buffalo meat has 30% more protein and 20% less fat than beef? Yes, we know all about buffalo. Have you had buffalo ice cream? Buffalo, all sorts of mozzarella, buffalo, everything. We used to have a farm shop, Laverstocks, in Twickenham. It's owned by Jody Schechter, and he's got buffalo. So I know all about that. It's not Laverstock's farm, is it, you're talking about? Might be. Mary in Oxford says the great train robbers were terminally dim. Whilst they were holed up in the farm, they did their shopping at my aunt's little village shop. Not suspicious at all. My friend Ian says there's a good Hatton Garden film with Michael Caine. Every time you mention Michael Caine's name, I always think he was sitting in a car once going in to do some filming, and the driver had LBC on and I was on. He was horrified, apparently. Absolutely horrified. But there you go. Warren says, what do you think is going to happen with Djokovic, Steve? I've got no idea. We will find out, hopefully, in the next few hours. It'll be touch and go, actually. Warren's not a fan. He says, needs to start understanding he's not above the law. Other tennis players follow the rules, but he thinks he's immune. He talks to trees, though, doesn't he? Hasn't he got some... doesn't he do odd things? He's very... Mind you, I think half these people have got sort of, strange things in their psyche. I think he talks to trees. I'm pretty certain. I don't know what sort of... He has a favourite tree. What else does he do that's a bit peculiar? He's a bit off kilter on most things, I'm afraid. Come on. Don't try and defend him. He's going to be kicked out of Australia. Producer's totally convinced he's not. He said the judge is weakening. Oh, yeah, whatever. I don't know what they're going to do, actually. His daily routine, as related to the New York Times, involves getting up before dawn with his family, watching the sunrise, and then doing hugging and singing sessions and yoga. And you don't think that's mad? You think that's quite normal behaviour? Imagine the kids going, okay, and your dad, come on, kids up. I don't want to do hugging. Come on, let's do singing. Ging gang gooly 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 watch a ging gang goo. I never knew what that was. Never knew what it was. But there were other things that he did apart from hug trees and doing all that kind of. Mind you, Prince Charles talks to trees, doesn't he? He's also dabbled in various diets, including gluten and dairy-free, and is now a proud plant-based athlete. Still not going to let you in. Well, I should have put some money on it with the producer. Actually, could have gone £1 on that one, but I'm not willing to lose £1. Well, you think he's actually it's just going to carry on as normal? Okay, I'll bet you £1 it's not. Okay, we're not saying what's going to happen. We're just sort of saying no. Because have you noticed his mother? She can't keep her mouth shut, can she? My son's starving in this place, and there's cockroaches and everything else, and all the rest of it. He wanted his own chef, didn't he? And they went, no. Oh, really? Well, that's a very good reason for him not getting any. What's he got involved with it for? God, blimey. That's as bad as somebody saying, oh, by the way, look, Gazza's turned up. What? No, thank you. Talking of animals stalking you on YouTube shows, a cheetah diving in the river and dragging a crocodile out, and then walking back up the bank, dragging the crocodile, says Mike from the Wirral. They do these things, don't they? I think it's killed another animal. And the cheetah is sort of watching. I always hate these things because you have to look at that. My godfathers, they has it got it? It's got it. Yes, I think we've got the wrong video actually. Crocodile catches cheetah. I think that one was. I thought it looked a bit scary, but the trouble is all the crocodiles do is grab, because for some reason animals must be really stupid. Because the crocodile comes literally to underneath them and then launches themselves out of the water. That was very fast. Very, very fast on that. And the idea is that they drag them into the water. They do it with the water buffalo and wildebeest and all the other blooming things. And what they have to do, they turn them over. So they're drowning them. And once they've drowned them, then all the other crocodiles pile in. Because they can't bite, they rip. So they drag. They can't. And for some reason, even though they've got a mouthful of teeth, they can't do anything like that. The Queen's got a mouthful of teeth, and so she'll be trying cakes. I tell you, there's no end to the excitement here. There's a nationwide cake battle for the Queen. So somebody will create a dessert dedicated to Her Majesty. Apparently, crocodiles move at around 20 miles an hour. Do they really? Somebody's actually, because they do. I've seen them very fast. When Steve Irwin used to feed them in his zoo, they were very fast. They'd shoot out the water very, very quickly. I wouldn't want to risk it. We've had people before. Weren't they on a Disney estate, a Disney theme park, and there were crocodiles in the lake, and a man was walking his little girl, and the crocodile came and took her. I remember that one, alligator or something. Yeah, so it would have been in the Everglades or something like that. Anyway, better piece of cake for the Queen or a dessert. I mean, to be honest with you, I think she'd probably like a fresh fruit salad. How complicated can that be? I mean, I don't think they're expecting you to actually make something. If she was going to have anything, I think she'd be very traditional. So she'd probably have something like a bread and butter pudding, which we think would be quite nice. I mean, her favourite dessert is apparently chocolate biscuit cake, which presumably is made, biscuits you crumble and then you put chocolate over the top. I bet she doesn't have that very often. Chocolate biscuit cake. You see, if I was... Oh, it's quite nice. It's a no-bake thing, isn't it, really? It was quite nice, actually. We used to do the same thing, only we used to do it with Rice Krispies and chocolate. You'd melt the chocolate in a bowl, and then you'd put in the Rice Krispies. You could do exactly the same thing with cornflakes. And then you'd lick the spoon. That was a bit of a treat, actually, licking the spoon. Unfortunately, then the heat of the chocolate would sort of take your teeth out and the top of your mouth. But it looks quite nice. It looks terribly rich, though, doesn't it? But it's a no-bake chocolate biscuit cake. Beautiful, easy to make European dessert. Oh, that's why she likes it. It's European. I was trying to think of anything Germanic that would be considered dessert, and I couldn't think of anything at all, actually. So this one's just got, crackers, tea biscuits, walnuts. Optional could be half a cup of dried or candied fruits. I love that word, candied fruits. Doesn't that sound exciting? And this one here, you just sort of, the toasted walnut. I've not been a fan of toasted walnuts for ages. Barbara Windsor used to love toasted walnuts. Well, walnuts, full stop. Very good for snacking on. But the time to make this thing, 3 hours, 35 minutes. It'll fit. I don't think she makes it, no. And it will yield 14. So you can get 40. Well, to be honest, I don't think I can waste that amount of time in my life. Got better things to do. Go and buy something. I like a lemon drizzle. Lemon drizzle's very nice. Or failing that, I just like a deep fruit cake. That's quite nice. Or I like the one with sort of cherries in. Cherry Genoa, I think that's called. But again, you can get them really cheap. Swiss rolls are very nice. And in fact, if you want to make a trifle, you get a Swiss roll, which is about £1, slice it, put it in the bottom of a bowl. Then you're going to pour on the jelly over the top of that. And what? Your fruit. I'm living the dream, I tell you. I'm rock and roll. And then after that's set, then you put the custard on the top. And then on top of the custard, after that's set, then you pipe cream onto the top of it as well. For trifle, yeah. What do you mean for trifle? Well, I've just said that's how to make a trifle. What do you think it was? What would you not have out of that? Oh, it's a trifle. Yeah. They do the same in Marks and Spencer. Only I think if you do Swiss roll at the bottom, and the apricot would be my preferred taste. You put apricot, you just slice it, and you could put fruit cocktail in the jelly if you so desired. I prefer to either stick to mandarin slices, or which are quite nice actually, and or what else would you put in? Oh, you could put all sorts of things. Rhubarb I quite like. I bought a rhubarb. Oh, don't turn your nose up on it. You're such a snob. Such a snob, honestly. Rhubarb looking down his nose at me like I'm common. You never heard of it? Waitrose do it. Waitrose do a rhubarb trifle. It's delicious. It's got a layer of rhubarb in it. I generally plough through the cream and all the other bits and pieces to get to the rhubarb because I'm a big fan of stewed rhubarb. There you go. Look at the easy fruit trifle. Look at that thing there. Wow. There we go, Swiss roll. You see, somebody's used the authentic. So I'm more an authentic person. And the fruit cocktail trifle looks lovely with big chunks of pineapple in and stuff like that. It's a typical English kind of thing, isn't it, really, I suppose? But I like that easy fruit trifle. Look how much fruit is on that. That really is. Look, I like custard. In fact, there's 2 layers of custard on that one. And then it finishes up with a cream and then they've shoved in the old strawberries on the top and blueberries. Looks very nice indeed. Gosh, I'm dribbling now. I can't help it. I'm so sorry. Salivating. So, EastEnders cast fear Danny Dyer quitting will spark an exodus from the soap. What for? I'd love to know who these people are who say this. They see the loss of such a big star as a sign its fortunes have hit rock bottom, particularly after a run of bad ratings. He's been playing this part for 9 years. You'd think he'd want to get out there, and then they sort of, I'm not sure about this. Could be a mass exodus. To go where? It's ridiculous. Somebody says the feeling among the EastEnders team is his departure is seen as a bad omen because he's such a key part of the cast. Nobody's bigger than the show. Mind you, at the moment, the show, with him in it, has hit rock bottom, 3 to 4 million. And that's with him in it. So you can imagine, with him without it, they're going, yeah, fine, thank you, bye. Let's try and boost the ratings up again. So it can't get any worse, 3 or 4 million, blimey, that's really is stretching it, isn't it, a little bit. Mylene Klass posted a video of her getting a 3rd COVID vaccine and wrote, "Boost me baby." Boost me baby. Is that the boost me baby one more time? That's quite nice, isn't it? But apparently, so she's only just got that thing there. Only just got it for the 3rd one. Also, the UK's bird flu patient 0 has tested negative for the disease and says his first plan is to get new ducks. Oh, soul, honestly, he lost all his ducks. I know he's not learned, has he? But Piers Morgan has now got 2 pages in The Sun. This will upset Meghan. She won't be happy about this. But he's talking about Boris, saying you're a shambles. Now fix things or quit.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. 11 minutes to 6 is the time this Monday morning. It's another cold day, actually, but I can't work out if we're going back into the cold spell or if we might go for a little bit of warmth. I think it's unlikely to get warmth at the moment. But all the trees were taken down yesterday. John and Alex were out there taking down 150 trees they had to take down, which is very nice. 150 trees. All to be recycled. 9 degrees today. Thick cloud and light winds. It's always light winds, isn't it? Tomorrow, Tuesday, 11 degrees, but it's cloudy, bit of sunshine, bit of rain. Wednesday, cloudy, 7 degrees. Thursday, cloudy, 7. Friday, cloudy, sunshine, 6, 7, 8. That's what it sort of goes like. Yeah, that's just miserable January, isn't it, really? Shame, really. Shame, but I'd wrap up warm. I keep meaning to go out and get a jumper, and I think, listen, for the sake of how many weeks we get where it's freezing cold, you don't need to bother, do you? Just stick a coat on. And I don't wear jumpers. I look silly in a jumper. I look as I'm a very bad knitting panel advert thing, kind of. Steve, I dropped my phone on Brighton Beach, and the kind gentleman who found it dropped it off at my sister's in London, says Sunil. Well, you were lucky. You were very, very lucky. Very lucky. Ray says, I work for the Lost Property Office in Baker Street, and it's 6 months before property is dumped if any staff members don't want it. I didn't think there was a Lost Property Office in Baker Street. It's moved. So, have you moved? Or it's in South Ken now, and it says it's dumped or if any staff members don't want it. I think you're operating your own system there. Oh, look. Oh, they're nice. What are they? Are they ostriches? Running down a main street somewhere. They're big, aren't they? In China. Didn't know there were ostriches in China. Obviously heading for the local restaurant. Imagine how big the bowls are with rice to get them in as well. There were lots of them. They must have escaped from a zoo or something like that. Are they? That's an awful lot of ostrich. Oh, God, how funny. Steve, Djokovic has a temper on court. He smashes his rackets, says David. I know nothing about tennis. No, nothing. I just know Andrew Castle used to play tennis and talks about it, and that's it. I wouldn't know. I thought the only one who... That's all I need to know, actually. The only piece of information is that who used to have arguments on the tennis court all the time? Little old John McEnroe. There was a little tantrum waiting to happen, slamming it down. I do not believe it, and all this kind of stuff. And I'm thinking, oh, dear, nothing worse than a show-off. You cannot be serious. Well, they were serious. Never mind, it sort of endeared us, I suppose. But he has an entourage as well, does he? Djokovic has an entourage. What the God's name are they for? There's somebody going to attack him or something. And Diane says a big thank you for getting me through rough times. And Tony says I make a lovely Bailey's cheesecake. Strudel is German. Oh, I like strudel. Oh, I like strudel. Oh, I love strudel. You don't really see that very often, do you? Have you ever had strudel? Oh, it's lovely. I love it. Type of layered pastry with a filling that's usually sweet. And it became popular throughout the Habsburg Empire. Strudel is part of Austrian cuisine, but also common in other Central European cuisines. Italy is recognised as traditional agri-food product of South Tyrol. It originates apparently in Hungary. Apple strudel. Honestly, it used to be drizzled with sort of liquid sugar and everything. I mean, God, it was a heart attack on a plate. But I haven't had it for ages. My friend Anthony, his mum made it, and it was just like. It was just like so delicious. But I'm not sure if you can buy it. Can you just go out and buy strudel now? Oh, you go. Oh, right, okay. Where? In a supermarket. Really? They do strudel in a supermarket? They don't. Do they really? You're probably more likely to find it in a kebab shop, aren't you? Be one of those things behind the counter. You look at it and think, did anybody ever buy this stuff? Oh, they look apple strudel not available. So obviously not. Oh, actually, I tell you, Iceland might do it. Iceland might do it. Oh, that was Iceland. Oh, it's out of stock. They'll have to get some more in. But they do all sorts of things. Waitrose, Tesco, apple strudel. That looks nice, doesn't it? Ooh. Oh, I could cope with that. How is it very... Sorry, this programme's kind of... I'm sorry, is there a world shortage of puff pastry and strudeling? There you go. Sainsbury's Woodland Fruit Strudel. That sounds nice. Serve 6 people. Look at this. I've got a good feeling about this one. Really good feeling about it. Sainsbury's Woodland Strudel has not appeared. It's gone completely. It doesn't even feature on the internet. It had a link, and then the link was empty. So we're trying. No, it's not there. It's not there. Wait a minute. Morrison's Very Berry Strudel. Asda. There you go. They'll definitely have it. £1.20. Apple strudel. Oh, it looks lovely, doesn't it? That looks very nice. People who buy that apparently buy Asda Berry Strudel and Asda Ready to Serve Custard. I tell you, that is a night in front of the television. That's even better than wearing your pyjamas. That's even better. Steve, my sister makes a chocolate trifle with mandarin oranges, chocolate angel delight in place of custard, and chocolate Swiss roll. Again, Martin and Carlisle, it sounds like a heart attack for me. All that sugar. What about Battenberg cake? Yes, I like Battenberg cake very much indeed. Andrea in Denmark Hill says execs are worried a Doctor Who Christmas special only got 3 million viewers, but surely that's because the show is aired on New Year's Day rather than on Christmas Day. If they switch back to Christmas Day airing, they'll have the guaranteed audience and numbers will go up, surely. Have you noticed that audiences are getting much, much smaller? But, EastEnders down to 3 to 4 million is phenomenally tiny. When you think, I remember talking about EastEnders audiences, and they were in the 10 million thing. Most watched show on 30 for Den and Ange. Most watched show on Christmas. I know exactly what that is. It's the Queen. She wiped the board with them. Absolutely. You know why? Because people like the Queen. People don't want to be miserable over Christmas. And if you watch, EastEnders or any of the soaps, it's going to be death. There's going to be carnage, apparently, in Coronation Street. Oops, spoiler alert. Sorry. They're going to kill off a few people. But then they have to do that because it's the only way they get publicity in the papers. Otherwise, it's the same, in EastEnders, somebody comes out of the Queen Vic, buys an apple or doesn't buy an apple, and then goes home, and that's it. Has fight with Mrs. Apple strudel. Talking about cherry, Genoa and trifle reminded me of my 2 grandmothers, Steve. And says James, my granny used to serve tea in her sunroom in a proper teapot on a tea trolley with a slice of cherry Genoa amongst other cakes. My nanny's sherry trifle is still the best I've ever tasted. She used to put this green candy stuff on it. Oh, what's that? Green candy stuff. That's not Angelica, is it? That could be Angelica. Look, don't look at me like this. I'm never wrong. Ask James O'Brien. He'll tell you. I wonder how many of his games he sold over Christmas. I wonder how many. I bet millions, we think, yes. I should be on a cut, I think. But yeah, the green candy stuff, I'm sure, is Angelica. I'm pretty certain. My mother used to have little tubes with Angelica in and hundreds and thousands and all sorts of little bits and pieces, which she would decorate cakes with. There you go. Angelica. There it is. And you cut it up and you put it onto cakes and things like that. You never heard of it before? No. Don't get out, do you really? But cherry Genoa, one of my favourites. They sell strudel in Waitrose in Iceland, says Peter. They don't. They haven't got any. Iceland have given... And that's frozen. There's a world shortage. The Strudelmeister is not making strudel anymore. Even... people are starting panic buying this stuff now. Aunt Bessie, she's given up completely. And then the producer broke it to me the other day. She doesn't exist. I said, well, somebody's making her cakes and putting her name on it. I don't know who it is. Talking about lost property... Says Craig, I work in a hotel. It's 3 months before we can discard or staff can claim the property. I've had phones, AirPods, tablets and everything from the lost property bin. I've never had to buy a phone charger in years. It's amazing what people write off and leave. Never understand it. No, I don't understand it as well. I'm always very good. Apparently, Iceland's spiced apple and sultana strudel is the best. They haven't got any. It's out. Is Mr. Kipling real? Yes. Because I saw him once. He used to work up at Osterley and make his cakes up there. He makes exceedingly good cakes. Seamus Kipling. Was that his first name? Seamus Kipling. That's the first time I've ever heard his first name. I thought he was just Mr. Kipling. So the brand name came from an Irish baker, Mr. Seamus Kipling, who lived in London. The company said, Mr. Kipling exists in the hearts and minds of Manor Bakeries, employees and all cake lovers, but not, in fact, as a real person. Don't start that one. Don't start that one again, honestly. It's just lies, isn't it? This is government manipulation. Mr. Kipling is a real person. He was Seamus Kipling. Seamus Kipling. I'm surprised that one's not been thrown out and a statue's been taken down somewhere. Glorious 36 degrees, says Nick in Adelaide today. I'm listening to you by the pool with a crisp Sauvignon Blanc and loving the show. It's 39 tomorrow and a fabulous 37 on Wednesday. Loving the warm weather, dear friend. Keep up the wonderful work. Yeah, that's right. Tempt all the staff here with, with a bottle of Sauvignon Blanc. In an ice bucket. Yeah, I tell you, they go mad, wouldn't they, for something like that. Steve, you'll find a proper strudel in Jewish bakers in northwest London, such as Daniel's. Do you know, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Where else would I go? Where else? Bit of a trek in the car, though, isn't it, for me? So I want it a little bit closer to home, but thank you very much indeed for that one. Steve, thank you for keeping me company whilst I walk the streets in deepest, darkest Airdrie. trying to keep my newborn quiet to allow the wife and other kids to sleep. The talk of cake is making me hungry. It's midday somewhere, I suppose. Oh, you can always eat cake. There's no excuse for not eating. You can always eat cake. It goes with anything. I mean, the other day I had a little apricot mousse before I had my main meal. And I don't know, I've done it backwards. I know it's not normal, is it? I had it as a starter. And then the other day I discovered two packets of smoked salmon, and I just opened them and I just ate them just without anything else. Just prawn cocktail for pudding. Whoopee. Well, only when you put the whipped cream on it. Got to put a bit of whipped cream on there. Steve says, Jason and Ascot, read the strudel. You'll find the website show the online stock, not the store stock, which sometimes is available in store. I'm going to try, actually. Apparently somebody says, didn't Aunt Bessie elope with Mr. Kipling? I know Captain Birdseye was very jealous. Right, you're barred from the programme. You'll never see the light of day again.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Nice to see that they've graffitied the hotel over in Australia already. Such nice people, aren't they? And that's including his mother over there, who's been... She hasn't done that, but she's been shouting her mouth off about the conditions, and he should have his chef. You think, oh, go away, for goodness sake, go away. We're still waiting for the judge to decide on this thing. They seem to be very slow judges at the moment. I don't know why. They can't seem to get anything together in America, and they can't seem to do anything in Australia either. I mean, it must be fairly straightforward. Either let him stay or let him go. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully we'll find out in this hour, but I have a sneaking feeling the visa appeal is underway. He's fighting deportation over this COVID vaccination. We'll wait and find out. Rachel Stevens laughingly put down as a singer. I don't think S Club 7 have been around for ages. In fact, I think it's an S Club 2, isn't it, at the moment? I don't think they have anybody else. She had a solo career. Did she really? Good Lord above, you're a mine of information. But anyway, it's doing so well, she's having to do the Dancing on Ice programme. So obviously cancelled the UK tour of the stadiums. Yeah, S Club 1. The mum of 2 said she's enjoying learning with a dance pro, but is fearful of slip-ups. Well, you're on ice, dear. Of course you're going to slip up. That's the whole idea. Gemma Collins spent most of her time sitting on the ice. She didn't actually manage to stand up for very long at all. But she said she's wobbling around. And she says, I've danced and performed for years, but doing it on ice means something totally from scratch. It's because it's slippery. It's frozen water, dear. I don't know whether you've encountered ice before, but, it is very slippy. And they give you those blade things to wear. I mean, to be honest with you, you're better off with one of those inflatable penguins. Yes, ice skates, that's right. But you're better off with sort of the inflatable penguin you can push around the ice rink. They all moan about it, don't they? Oh, it's been terrible. I shall fall over. You're doing it for a fee, love. You're not doing it for free. Steve, it's not long ago that they spent millions on the new EastEnders set. What a waste of licence payers' money, says Albert in Croydon. It'd be interesting to discover at what point the audience slid from EastEnders. What's the matter? EastEnders, Brennan. It cost £87 million. I know, the producer's horrified. Yeah, and it will cost 86.7 million and won't be completed until 2023. To be honest with you, hardly worth it with an audience of only 3 to 4 million. In fact, you could have come and filmed in our road. Would have been a lot easier. So they've sort of shown you the new set, which is based mere feet away from the old studio in Elstree. And so it was built in 1984, only intended to be running for the usual claptrap that you get from the BBC, spending your money. £90 million, yes. For an audience which is so pitifully small, it's hardly worth bothering. 3 to 4 million. I mean, there must be. Perhaps they should have a word with the Queen and find out. £30 per viewer. That's exactly what it is. So you're quite right, Albert. A terrible waste of money. The trouble is, I don't think it's the set. I think it's the storylines. That's what you watch EastEnders for. You know, somebody being run over by a tram. All very interesting in Blackpool when that happened some years ago in Corrie. And it was Alan, wasn't it? Alan Bradley and Rita. And she was trying to get away from... She had a little contretemps with the police, though, didn't she, I believe, on one evening. In real life, she'd had a few sherbets, unfortunately, and got behind the wheel of the car. Yes, occupational hazard. I mean, she's getting on a bit now. She must be in her 80s. She must be. Rita must be. I remember the days when you turned on Corrie and she was singing in a nightclub in the next street, I think in Rotherham Street. She's 88, but she was singing. She was a nightclub singer in the show, Barbara Knox. Listen, I was there when it was black and white, Coronation Street, and then they moved to colour. Yeah, me and Ina Sharple sitting there, and then it moved to colour. Frightened the life out of me. I had no idea. It's the colour cobbles were. Peter says, I bet your mates at Joe Allen would knock you up a strudel. I bet they probably would as well, actually. And Matt says, so glad that Morrison's are getting rid of the sell-by date on bottles of milk and bringing back the notion of sniffing the milk to check it's all right. But I don't understand why they're doing it. I mean, are they doing it because it costs more money to put a date on it? Or what is the reason? I mean, we all know what the sniff test is because you buy a bottle of milk. It's to help reduce food waste. Well, how's that going to reduce food waste? What does that do? Apparently 490 million pints are tipped away every year. What's the difference between putting a date on it or sniffing it? You're still going to be pouring it away if it's gone off. They chuck it out if it's still good. Oh, do they? Oh. I can't imagine why it would still be good if it passed its sell-by. Doesn't make it. It's only a little wheel that goes round with the date on, which they change every day, and out it comes. I mean, we all do it, don't we? You go to get your milk out the supermarket. You don't pick the front at the front. You go all the way to the back, because that will have the sort of the latest date on it. What about Stollen, says Shane. I love Stollen. Love Stollen, but it's calorific. Everything's calorific, isn't it? Nothing you can do about it. The backstories on EastEnders stopped making sense along with the storylines when I stopped watching, says Astrid. And apparently EastEnders went off air for a few months last year because of COVID. It came back with 25-minute episodes, but some of its audience never came back. Yeah, they're going back to 30 minutes, 5 days a week. They've decided, I think that they've decided to, because the audience had just slid away. I mean, perhaps we're fed up with it. I don't know. Perhaps that's why Danny Dyer's leaving. I've got no idea. He's going to do a project for Sky. Whether it leads on to anything else, I've got no idea. I mean, everybody used to watch EastEnders. I mean, we can all remember, can't we? Den and Ange. You remember all these different things. Phil and Grant. The last time, says Mark, my former producer, watched Coronation Street, Hilda Ogden was in it. He said it's not really worth the time nowadays. The trouble is, all those great characters, Hilda Ogden and Stan, her husband, and Alf, when he was alive, and loads of other people. Is she still alive? I don't think so. I might be wrong, actually. I don't want to do her a disservice. Because she was a great character. I mean, that was just, people loved the characters in Coronation Street. And then all of a sudden people started saying, oh, wait a minute, should the corner shop not be Asian, seeing it is? Jean Alexander died 2016. How old? 90. Because she left, she went into Last of the Summer Wine. As indeed did a lot of our great actors at the time. When people thought, oh, they're not getting any work, Last of the Summer Wine put loads of people in it. So you got Blakey from On the Buses and all sorts of different people. So she was 90. She was great, actually. Nora Batty with those wrinkly stockings. Apparently Rita sang in the Gatsby Club, says Shane. I couldn't remember the name of it. But I remember her saying it was a pokey little set, wasn't it? And we all remember when Gail's husband, Brian, was it Brian? He was very muscly. He covered for me on LBC once. He ended up being a manager at Stringfellows, which I think must have finished a long, long time ago. But he covered for me. He sort of came in. We had lots of different people covering for me when I went on holiday. I thought, let's put a celebrity on each day. Does Daisy? Yes, holiday. Holiday. Nick in Adelaide says, Steve, the reason EastEnders isn't rating is because the acting, the storyline and sense of zeitgeist are non-existent. It's got to be some reason where it can go down from 10, 15, 30 million at its peak, 30 million, down to 3 to 4 million. And they spend 87 million. Well, revamping the set isn't going to make any difference. It really isn't. Is Ian Beale still? No, he's not in it either at the moment, is he? He's off touring around the country in his camper van and doing things like that. I don't know, honestly. They keep changing things, which is a great shame. Great shame. House sellers. Apparently it's the only thing that's looking good at the moment, isn't it? They made an average £95,000 profit if they sold their home last year, a study has found. Also, Gove in the Cladding Cowboys warning. This is people who bought ex-council places who are now being saddled with bills of what could be seriously thousands and thousands. But apparently Mr Gove is expected to announce that leaseholders in buildings between 36 foot and 59 foot tall will no longer have to take out loans to cover remediation work. Because there was this problem. People were being given bills of £20,000 or £30,000. And people are going, and where are we supposed to find this from? Oh, by the way, do you remember the saga of me paying final payment on my mortgage? And we then discovered that you cannot transfer any amount. They all vary. Most of them seem to be about £25,000. So you have to do it in 2 transactions. It's such a pain. It really is. Because they go, oh no, could be fraud. And you go, no, here it is in my account. Here it is going into their account. Not complicated, is it really? If they stop putting sell-by dates on milk, how will the staff ensure the old milk is sold before the new stock? Sounds like a silly idea to me, Steve, if the stock on the shelves is not rotated properly. They seem to sell out of milk quite quickly. Yeah, but you're right. This is only Morrison's. This isn't anybody else. So if you want milk with a date on it, go elsewhere. You don't have to go to Morrison's and buy your milk because it's got no date on it. Go to Marks and Spencer's, go to Waitrose, go to Aldi, go to Iceland. You can go anywhere. They've all got the dates on them, except Morrison's for some reason. Even Lidl. I mean, I thought it was a bit of a crackpot idea as well, but then it's to cut down waste. And so they're asking customers to decide. Do you know milk is the 3rd most wasted product after what? After what? Bread would be in there as well, and potatoes. I know. Yeah, who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? Potato. I mean, I would use potatoes because if they're a little bit... When we had fresh potatoes, like you went and bought fresh potatoes, or you go to a greengrocer like Paul Cooper's or any of these places, you buy them, you take them home and peel them. If it's got a little odd bit in it, you just prise it out with a knife. You don't go, oh, I'm throwing that one away. That's gone. You can always tell when a potato's gone off. It goes soft. And you can get some really nice potatoes at the moment and sort of cook them and fry them. Although you can slice them and put them on top of a pie or something like that. I saw a lovely picture the other day, and it was a lovely pie. And they'd sliced potatoes on the top, and they were all crispy. And it looked absolutely deliciously. Dauphinoise. No, it was a pie. And, do you know, it's the 6th anniversary of the death of David Bowie, yeah, absolutely. And so they've got some early photos. I think they're putting him in Madame Tussauds. They had an old sitting of him. Well, obviously not him, no, he's going to be a waxwork. Although, you've never been to Madame Tussauds, have you? If you went there, you would be absolutely staggered by how accurate these things... You think they're real people. You think that they're going to all of a sudden go, boo. Because everything about them, down to beard, down to the hair, down to the eyes, down everything, it's uncanny. We had 2 opposite us when we did a show at the Ideal Home Exhibition some years ago. And we had Alan Titchmarsh and Eric and Ernie. And I swear to God, it was Alan Titchmarsh. Having worked with him on numerous occasions, and I remember looking, thinking, that is frightening, because they give them their clothes as well. So David Bowie looks like David Bowie. I was talking to him for about an hour before I suddenly realised I was getting no response whatsoever, but it didn't matter. I don't care. But no, they really are quite uncanny. Quite uncanny.
This is LBC. This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Oh dear, honestly, sorry, being happy on a Monday. Not generally a good idea, is it really? So what else do we have? Oh, interestingly, the singer Robert Plant. You know Robert Plant? In fact, actually, he sang some years ago. You'd have to be a very elderly person to realise that LBC had a big song which we sung in Battersea Park, and it was Robert Plant who was singing a song called Whatever You Believe. And they tried to get the biggest choir down there and all the rest of it. Anyway, he may never have joined Led Zeppelin had he read a letter his mum sent him 55 years ago. He's 73. He revealed that he only found the unopened note during a clear-out in 2020. In it, his mum, Annie, urged Robert, then a teen who'd left home, to come back to his job and his girlfriend. Just 12 months after it was sent in 1967, Robert formed Led Zeppelin with Jimmy Page, and they made history. And that was it. That was it. A supergroup was born. What else? This is a radio host in the paper today who wants catfishing made illegal. I didn't even know what catfishing was, actually. And there's a programme, well, it used to be on the television, and it was basically people who were pretending to be somebody else and sort of building a relationship. Kind of, it was all a bit peculiar, but I didn't know what it was, actually. And so it's when somebody uses images and information, often taken from other people's social media accounts, to create a new identity. And they did one on America where they went round to this house and they confronted this bloke with their cameras and all the rest of it and said, you've been the sort of... And it turned out he'd been pretending to be a woman to talk to men online. It was all a bit bizarre, and that was the first time I'd ever heard of catfishing. But in fact, this particular lady here, she wants it made a criminal offence, which, to be honest with you, I wasn't even aware it was illegal to pretend to be something else. It should be illegal, absolutely. But anyway, Bobby was... her name, by the way, is Kirat. And Bobby was jealous and angry. He monitored her movements and told her which friends she could see. He became furious if she saw a male doctor. Fake or not, he was very manipulative. And you read this and you seriously can't believe it. But, it should be made illegal. She says, I gave my love and 10 years to the perfect man only to find out he was my female cousin. That's how bizarre this story is. 10 years. 10 years. It's almost as bizarre as the man in The Apprentice who thought he was having an affair with this woman, this girl, for 4 years. And she went, no. In his delusional mind, and he has been on a number of these reality-type programmes, he thought he was having an affair with her. And she went, no, we just went out for dinner twice a month. There was no relationship. There will never be any relationship. And I wouldn't be remotely interested in a relationship. Frightening, isn't it? Very frightening. Mind you, there's another story that's trending at the moment in the world of entertainment. It doesn't take long for these stories to build up. Like we had the story about Countdown and Rachel Riley and little Anne and, the infighting and all the rest of it, which turned out to be a load of old rubbish, as we predicted. Now we are told that it's poor Colleen Nolan. She said loose talk is a rift. Loose talk of a rift is absolute rubbish. They're saying that basically she has to deny claims that she and Nadia Sawalha were embroiled in a feud, which led to Nadia refusing to appear alongside Colleen on the panel. And so she said it's rubbish. It's absolute rubbish, this thing. Colleen and Carol are regularly on the show today. A report over the weekend has suggested Stacey Solomon would not be appearing with Colleen when she returns from maternity leave. Then they claim that Carol McGiffin had a falling out with her. It's just unbelievable. It is unbelievable. But, people, they seem to like these sort of things. Oh, interestingly, news just in, 25 minutes past 6, Djokovic has won his visa appeal. So where do we go from here? So he gets to stay. So he's won his visa appeal. You heard it first on LBC at 25 minutes past 6. So there you go. Anyway, back to the rift on Loose Women. I've just lost £1. I feel a bit guilty about it now, actually. I have to force it out of my hands. So anyway, so now Colleen and Stacey both appeared on the show on Christmas Eve, and it's ridiculous. Janet Street Porter says, sorry, but we've never had a single falling out. I mean, we did know that there was an ex-panellist, do we not, from Loose Women, who said that there were rumblings going on behind the scene, and that's why she decided to leave. Just can't remember her name. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Makes no difference at all. And when Colleen took a break in 2011, she did admit at times we all fell out. But you can understand that. Listen, I mean, you don't think it's all sweetness and light round here, do you? Goodness sake. I mean, honestly, some mornings I come in and producer goes, yeah. A little bit like that, a little bit aggressive. And I go, yeah, are you okay, Joe? Trying to sort of jolly him along, Yeah, and then he goes, shut up. Shut up. But so I can understand that. And television is, of course, far more forgiving. We did hear that there was talk, didn't we? Even on this morning, that Eamon Holmes didn't get on with certain people on the programme. Or certain people on the programme didn't get on with Eamon Holmes. They can't work because he can barely walk. He's very lucky. If he didn't have that machine, he'd never be moving at all. He's very lucky. But it's interestingly, that it's television that this happens on. Most of the time. Let me just go back briefly to Novak Djokovic. He's won his appeal against the deportation from Australia after border officials previously ruled he didn't meet the criteria for an exemption to entry requirement. So he spent 4 nights in an Australian immigration detention hotel before the virtual hearing got underway. The court rejected a decision by the immigration staff at Melbourne Airport when Djokovic arrived last week that he didn't meet the rules for an exemption to the entry requirements that all non-Australians be fully vaccinated for COVID-19. So that's the statement that they've issued, and there'll be more coming up in the news at 6:30, and more with Nick Ferrari for breakfast from 7 o'clock this morning. So I'm a pound down on the deal. The trouble is it's going to upset the immigration staff, isn't it? They're going to be going, I'm sorry, what rules are we following here? Are we doing different rules? Who knows? We'll wait and find out. More people talking about thousands could quit the NHS because they're not going to be vaccinated. I still can't understand why. If I sit here till I'm 95, it'll be one of those things where you can't work out why somebody works within the NHS who sees the effect of people dying. And what have we had? 200,000 people died. 150,000 people died of COVID. It's as simple as that. And they see people dying, and they look at the strain on the NHS, and they still don't want to be vaccinated. I don't quite understand it at all. Steve, do you like goulash? Says Sidcup Julie. I do actually, yes, but only over mashed potato. Apparently the best goulash I ever had was in Salzburg. Well, almost the home of goulash, isn't it? It's a Hungarian dish. When EastEnders at its peak, not much choice of channels, I stopped watching years ago, says Mari in Norfolk, due to characters continually shouting at each other. Well, I like Pauline because she was so downtrodden. It was a case of the world, it was like just drudgery for poor Pauline. And Arthur, and I remember he was so good. His acting was just exemplary. He had his breakdown, and he used to apparently go home in a terrible state because it was so believable. He used to sit on his allotment, and the tears would roll down. And I remember thinking, he's having a breakdown. And it was just unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. And I remember sort of sitting there, and after he'd said that people get very affected, when you looked at their ghastly old sitting room, with their horrible wallpaper and their horrible tree, and Arthur has his sort of breakdown where he can't cope with anything ever again. It was some of the best television I think we've ever seen. Everything from all the curtain. I mean, I identify with their sitting room in EastEnders. That was my grandmother's place. Looked exactly the same. The furniture, I should imagine it was all authentic. But Arthur Fowler's breakdown was way back. Christmas 86. Yes, but that's what people wanted at Christmas, and that was getting record audiences. Now all of a sudden, it's tailed right off. In fact, to be honest with you, I should imagine Songs of Praise must be nipping at its ankles. My theory on dated milk, says Mike in the Wirral, is I look for the best use by date, even if it's only 2 or 3 days longer than most earlier dates left behind. Absolutely, I do exactly the same. Lee says, hope you're well. With regard to the milk, I have my milk delivered in glass bottles every 2 days. There's no date on the bottles. Oh, there is. It's on the cap, isn't it? It's on the metal, not on glass, is it not? Well, how do you know then? How do you know what date it is? Kevin will have to tell us. He said, I'll have to trust I'm getting fresh milk because there's no data. I thought it was on the actual cap. Could be wrong, but, sure the producer knows best. Sure he knows best.
Do you hear that? It might sound like nothing to you, but it's actually the sound of nuclear, wind and solar energy. At EDF, we're busy generating more British zero-carbon electricity than anyone to help keep future energy costs down for everyone and help cut UK carbon emissions to nothing. Sound good to you? Find out more about our zero-carbon generation at edfenergy.com/helping Britain.
This is LBC. Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Oh, I feel sorry for a grandmother. She's in all the papers today. We don't tell you her name. We just tell you she's a keen gardener from Felixstowe, and she's 81. She's a gran of 4. All summer she's been watering this plant until one of her children came round and went, it's cannabis. And she went, is it? They went, yes, it's cannabis. It's a 6-foot cannabis plant she's got growing in the garden. Because apparently she grew it from hemp seed, which was mixed in with a bird feed. Birds around her way are sort of flying and then backwards, and they don't really care where they're going. They're not really bothered about it. You know, should we have some water? I don't know. Should we peck? I don't know. Not really bothered. But anyway, she's got a retired police inspector living opposite and a sergeant down the road, and she's got a 6-foot cannabis plant. You can imagine. The family says, we need to get rid of this thing sharpish before we get weirdos wanting you to sell them something. Yeah. Of course, we have to believe the fact she didn't know it was cannabis. I'm believed you can smell these things. You are correct, says Kevin the Milkman. He knows. There you go. Sell by date on the top of glass bottles. I think that was worth £1 from the producer, I believe. I can't remember exactly, but I thought it was. I'm pretty certain it was, because I remember thinking, otherwise, how would you know? So the best before date. Kevin, thank you. He says, here's the, what did he say? Here is the picture I've stored on my phone. So it's embossed into the foil cap of the glass. So you remember that. Thank you very much indeed. I'm quite pleased with that, because otherwise, you know, you wouldn't know. But apparently, somebody was telling me that Morrison's are changing the dates on milk from use by date to best before dates. Gets very confused. Listen, buy it somewhere else. I can't really be bothered. Seriously. I'm a youngster, says Mark in Salisbury of 65. You've got a lovely cathedral down there, haven't you? Salisbury Cathedral. And also, there's, what's his face's house down there? Our former Prime Minister, Edward Heath. His house is in Cathedral Close. It's lovely. You go through this sort of archway, and there is this cathedral in what looks like a field. It's absolutely beautiful inside. We went inside it ages ago. But I can remember, says Mark, in Salisbury, as being a youngster of 65, Mr. Swindley's shop in Corrie, and Ena Sharples, Martha Longhurst, Minnie Caldwell, and Elsie Tanner crowding into the Rovers when it was run by Jack and Annie. Certainly was. Certainly was. The interesting thing was they were all terribly posh, but yet they were working class. And Ena Sharples and Minnie Caldwell and Martha Longhurst would sit there. Elsie Tanner was the femme fatale of Coronation Street. But in fact, if you ever heard Ena Sharples talking, she was really quite cultured, very cultured indeed. And Jack and Annie, who ran the pub, it was northern working class drama. I mean, they were great characters. Ena was famous for her hairnet. That's how sad life was in those days. But Annie in the pub, I mean, she was very classy, considering it was just a little backwater pub, the Rovers Return. But when you looked at all the characters, much missed. But nowadays it's all different, isn't it? Steve says Morrison's milk will still have the date stamp, but it will be best before instead of used by, so you can still rummage to the back of the freshest. Thank you. And Mary says, BBC Newsflash on Djokovic was at least 20 seconds after you announced it. Yo. We're always there before them. We lead, they follow. They need to know what's going on. They just wasted 90 million quid of money building another EastEnders set. 90 million? You could have built a blooming housing estate for that. What a dreadful waste of money. Steve says, David in Surrey. I don't know where in Surrey, just Surrey. I won't be sorry about Danny Dyer leaving. No more pretend false Cockney accent, which is so bad. Oh, no, I think he talks like that all the time, actually. In fact, I'm pretty certain. But he swears. He swears like you've never heard swearing. And Bella says, of course, the date is embossed on the foil top of the glass milk bottles. Thank you. And I'm a milkman. I can tell you the date is... We're all there, even Nick in Maidenhead. Fancy being a milkman in Maidenhead. That's very posh, isn't it? Very posh. His character used a lot of rhyming slang, which is a bit naff. Oh, is it really? Oh, it's apples. He doesn't say apples and pears. Please, goodness me, he doesn't. Does he really? I interviewed. Look at your boat race. I interviewed him once. He cannot do an interview without swearing. It was really awful. I remember thinking the poor producer's going to have to edit this. It was just dreadful. In the end, he did edit it. Cecilia says, far too much violence in EastEnders. It's made me turn it off. See, people don't, every Christmas they had to have something that was miserable. There was nothing. But then, see, if you had, somebody said to me, why are the newspapers full of, terribly sad stories? And I go, because sad sells. Miserable sells. That's why we're actually so good. If you had happy stories all the time, people would be very bored with it, and you'd be accused of fakery. But unfortunately, you have another dating show coming up on the television. This one, you're going to absolutely go, oh, God, not another one. This is called Romeo and Duet. Okay, and it's hosted by Oti Mabuse. Had to find something for her to do. And the masked dancer and Dancing on Ice judge will play Cupid as hopeful romantics serenade a potential suitor up on a balcony. I mean, seriously, I've lost the will to live already. Apparently, the contestants will be able to hear the singer, but not see them, and must judge them on their vocal skills alone. Can't we have some... Can somebody find some decent television program? This sounds absolutely dreary. Who cares? We've got the Masked Singer. This is the same, only they're up on a balcony singing to serenade somebody. I mean, if I wanted to go out with somebody, the last thing I'd be thinking of doing is singing Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya. I wouldn't be singing anything at all. If you go out with somebody, it's based on physicality, isn't it? All pretty safe around here, let me tell you. But anyway, yeah, and personality. Any news on contestants? No, because they're all going to be just nobodies. Apparently, Romeo and Duet is a fun twist on the dating show format. This is from Katie Rawcliffe, Head of Entertainment Commissioning at ITV. And so production starts this month. I just don't get it. Perhaps I've been indoctrinated into too many shows where they've had cookery. I don't want to see another cookery show as long as I live. I'm even getting to the point of bored with the antique stuff as well. Because I'm telling you now, all the antique shops that they put on the television are very interesting. Because they had something the other week. It was £99. And they go, oh, what's your best price? And the woman went, I can do it for 45. I'm thinking, what? What's your markup, for God's sake? So and they're not very good haggling either. They always say, professional, how much are you going to do it for? But they seem to work on 100% markup in all these places. And I'm thinking that doesn't send out the best message. Eddie says, talking about waxworks, you should have had one done by now, or at least a Steve Allen Christmas candle. Oh, lovely idea, actually. Very nice idea. I'm not sure if I'd want to see myself. I mean, would you know what you looked like? Because no, not melting away. Very bitter, honestly. You've got the pound. Enjoy it, all right? Don't make a big deal about it. That's worth at least 2 pot noodles in Iceland, if you're very lucky. You can get chicken and mushroom. And the one that comes with a little sachet of curry sauce, which is quite pleasant as well. But no, it's just, looking for all these different... I mean, Spa are now selling wine, which is vegan. Vegan wine. I mean, I don't know where we're heading with all of this stuff. It's all getting a bit bizarre. Also, the Dr. John Inge, who's a clergyman, was stunned when he was sent a letter addressed to the Lord Bishop and his sexy wife. A little bit familiar, isn't it, when you're writing to a clergyman? And it was from a friend. It contained a late Christmas card. Fortunately, both he and his wife, cultural trainer H.J. Johnson Inge, saw the funny side. I don't think that's funny at all. That sounds a bit like stalking. All the pictures on the paper today, and you have to get the papers, if only to have a look at the picture of this sea dragon skeleton, is dug up 40 miles from the sea. It's 180 million years old. It's an ichthyosaurus, and it's absolutely enormous. Now, I don't know where this place is, whether or not it floods and this thing might disappear under the water again. I mean, admittedly, the head weighs a ton. It's a ton, so they're going to have to get it out somehow. But it is. When you look at the size of it compared to the bloke next to it, this thing could have eaten somebody, couldn't it? I don't know what it would eat, actually, but called a giant sea dragon because it had very, very sharp teeth. 180 million years old, and we found it now. Best find that they've ever had in this country. So it's found beside England's largest reservoir, which means that Rutland Water is liable to flood again. And if it does, presumably it's going to cover this thing back in again. They've got to dig it up quick. It's on a television programme. Ichthyosaurus, by the way, were not dinosaurs, but they were a group of more than 100 species of marine reptile, which you probably know. I think they first appeared probably about 250 million years ago. They looked a bit like dolphins, a little bit like, just slightly bigger, actually. But I think it's fantastic. It's wonderful. Well, what they do with it, I've got no idea. I have no idea at all. I mean, presumably, as I say, it'll end up in somewhere like the Natural History Museum. Can't think of anything else. Where else could you put the blooming thing? Certainly wouldn't fit in my sitting room, that's a fact.
Hello. You've caught me at the hairdresser's, brushing up on the best business advice with my friend Deborah Meaden.
Well, Einstein, staying on top of your numbers is crucial.
Indeed, and a smart meter can help you track your energy use and costs over time, so you can trim and adjust where needed.
Meaning more control of your business budgeting.
Now that's sharp.
Search Get a Smart Meter for Business today. Eligibility may vary. Consumer action required.
This is LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Catherine says, Steve, in the olden days, people didn't have best before or use by dates. You'd use common sense. If the milk smells sour, you don't drink it. If cheese has mould, you throw it out. No, we didn't. If cheese had mould, you cut it off and carried on eating the cheese. Oh, yeah. But, I mean, I appreciate now everything's based on sell-by dates, but they have to cover themselves. I used to think that if it got to midnight on, whatever date it happened to be, Monday the 10th, I'd throw it away. I didn't want to risk it. But, of course, you're covered for about a week, I think, on top of that. Well done to a lady called Jean Williams. Jean Williams has been pulling pints in the Griffin Inn for the last 60 years. She's one of the longest-serving landladies in the UK at the age of 74. Blimey. And she has no plans to call time and retire from the job she loves. She's been running the Griffin Inn for 48 years. So she started when she was, from the age of 14. Yes. And she's been running it, as I say, for 48 years. She's lived in pubs since the age of 8, used to help her late father, Price Griffiths, when he was the licensee of the White Lion pub in nearby Hope. And when police officers popped in, she'd have to make herself scarce because she was too young to be there. And she says, that was when I started helping behind the bar, though I really shouldn't have done at that age. In 1973, she got her name above the door at the Griffin, and the village pub has barely changed in all that times. So she shunned popular attractions like a jukebox, a pool table, and satellite television. So in other words, she is a pub. You go in there, you have a chat like it always used to be. There's a pub piano, and she can still knock out a tune when asked. Pub regular Andrew Price says she's a real character. It's great to come into a pub when you can sit down and have a chat with friends. Amazing, isn't it? She's still been running the same pub, so she must own the pub, I'm assuming. I think that's fantastic. It's in where is it? I've forgotten where it is actually. It's in the village of Gresford near Wrexham in North Wales. Bit of a trek, isn't it, really, for a pint? But I should imagine she'll get loads of publicity, but still pulling the pints, and she loves running the village pub because I should imagine she gets the best gossip. She would know what was going on in that village, and that's why. People years ago used to go to pubs, and you'd sit down, you'd have a pint, and you'd chat. And nowadays, people go in there, you look around, you put money on the jukebox, you play pool, you put money in that, you play the fruit machine. She's got none of that at all. Interestingly enough, they've got there was a couple of birthdays we celebrated. I said before, actually, one of them being Sir Rod Stewart, who is 77 now. 77. And Abby Clancy as well. There's a picture in the Daily Mail today as two middle-aged men appear not to have a care in the world. But this is an image of Peter Mandelson with Jeffrey Epstein months after the paedophile financier was charged by police in Florida. And we think it was a birthday or something, because they're blowing candles out on what the producer described as one of the worst birthday cakes he's ever seen. I mean, it really is. Just looks like a block of. I mean, do you think it really is a birthday cake? I mean, I'm looking at it thinking, has it got? Is it supposed to be a piano, or I don't know what it's supposed to be. It's all very odd. But also, by a contrast, there's another picture of Peter Mandelson with Prince Andrew as well. Do you think Peter Mandelson would be one of the people in the little black book of all the names of everybody? Because there were 300 names of well-known people. What else we got in the papers for today? Oh, they've got Dominic Lawson say I was given the same pseudo-medical therapy as Djokovic. And whilst I've not won 20 Grand Slams, I know a stunt when I see it. So you've heard the news. You now know that he's won, so he can stay. Although what the immigration department are going to say about it, God alone knows. Deported, then it's back to Britain again. Last year, Priti Patel hailed a deal with Albania to kick out foreign criminals. But as has been revealed today, they don't stay away for very long. Here they are back in the country, including a convicted rapist who can't be deported back to Afghanistan, partly because the Taliban take a dim view of sex offenders. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense, actually, to me. So he's allowed to remain here. The Home Office said they may try to deport him again if circumstances change in Afghanistan. So we have to keep a convicted rapist, because if he goes home, they'll take a dim view of what he's done, which is rape women. I don't know. Can you believe there's an NHS app to make your child's snacks healthier? It's the NHS Food Scanner, and it basically, I mean, I don't quite understand, really, how dim you'd have to be not to know what food that was bad for you. Tested with one family in London, the application recommended a thin and crispy pizza instead of a deep dish, stuffed crust, sugar-free lemonade to replace the normal version, and a lighter pasta sauce replacement. But, I mean, surely people know this. Well, thin crust, a pizza is supposed to cook in less than 3 minutes. If you have a pizza any longer than that, and it's been in I mean, most of the stuff on it is not real anyway. It's plastic cheese, isn't it? Little bits of things like that. The thin pizzas, you put it in, you put some sauce on it, and that's about it. And that's about it, which is, which is about as good as a pizza can. We used to have a pizza place down here next to us. MOD, that's gone. And they were doing really nice. Their pizzas were exceptionally good and cooked quick, because thin is better for you. You don't want deep crust or anything. That's the fattening bit. Too heavy, isn't it? I haven't had a pizza I don't get pizzas very often. I don't know why. I'm just not. I don't know. Well, the only one I had was Quattro Formaggi in Pizza Express. Only went there because Prince Andrew went, he said, and I thought I'd go there as well. I bet he had dough balls. What do you reckon? I think so. Other stories today in the papers. Another business department cutting its ties with the Stonewall charity amid concern about its lobbying. And Johnny Ray was born on this day in 1927. You won't know who Johnny Ray is. He's way before your time. Singer-songwriter. And he was very, very, very big, very big. And a robot electronic brain in 1966 at Birmingham University is going to control the traffic more than 100 miles away in Holborn. I never understand why we don't have the system, especially here in London. In the early hours of the morning, when there's no pedestrians crossing the road, you sit at a red traffic light and you ask yourself the question, where are the people? Because they're not there. Why can't we just have the same as European countries, where at night time, after midnight or 1 a.m, all the lights flash amber, and if it's clear, you can go across? That's absolutely pointless sitting there at red traffic lights. There's one up by the Ritz, and you've got to wait for cars to go. I've only ever seen 2 cars going over, and that's in about 15 years. Nobody's there at that time of the morning. It's coming up from St James, and you sit there and you think, this is just crazy. Crazy. It's crazy. Also, the sculptor Dame Barbara Hepworth was born on this day in 1903, died in 1975. And what was the other one? Oh, Britain's new Prime Minister is to be chosen today by the Queen, likely to be Mr. R.A. Butler. This was in 1957, just in case you were worrying about it. The top cop on the worst force finds time to do a TV show. They're obsessed with doing all sorts of TV shows. I'm still obsessed with that. What was that programme I was obsessed with the other day? Was it 20... No, not Love Island. No, it's never been Love Island. Even in my worst dreams, it would never be Love Island. I mean, put it this way, it's bad enough with The Apprentice and the people who've lied to get on a programme by saying that they're entrepreneurs. And it turns out they are so thick. All the TV reviewers have said it's almost compulsive viewing, but these people just blatantly tell lies about how clever they're supposed to be. And we all know that when they pull their little suitcase in at the beginning, they're empty because they've already put their little clothes out. Must be a bit of a nightmare, mustn't it? People trying to keep up with the Jones on that programme. Other stories which will make in the papers, it's how to make your money go further in retirement, and loads of pictures of Kate. Some very nice pictures, wearing her red and white Alexander McQueen dresses. As I say, she is absolutely perfect. She just gets on with it and does it. She's 40. I know, 40. It's very good 40. Very good 40. Mind you, they don't exactly have a stressful life, do they? Not exactly that difficult. Why Majestic Kate deserves her place in the nation's heart. And the university professorship named after the Rhodesia founder Cecil Rhodes has been axed over its links to slavery and racism. Always goes round in big circles. Morning, I feel so awful about Darren's present, honestly, and I distinctly put it to one. It was in the kitchen. I kept looking at it thinking, he'll like this because it's unusual and it works on batteries and he'll be even more thrilled. Anyway, nice to have your company. I trust you are well. I couldn't work out this morning if it was lightly drizzling, not even drizzle. You know, you get that very fine rain, which you can only see in the street lights. And it was like that. And then I thought, oh, perhaps it's snow. And then I thought, no, are we going to get any snow? And I'm not even sure if we're going to get snow. What have we got today? Goodness me, we've got a whole ton of stuff, including... You know, we found that ichthyosaurus the other day. Well, I didn't find it at Rutland Water. It was found by these paleontologists. The latest discovery is a whole Roman market town. I mean, it's enormous, absolutely enormous. Today, it's going to be cloudy with rain and 11 degrees, so it's a bit nippy, but the temperature does drop tomorrow down to 7, 6 on Friday, 6 Saturday, and 7 on Sunday. So it's a bit all over the place, isn't it, really? There must be some good news somewhere. It's here. Apparently, Rolls-Royce say COVID has led to record sales. And I remember talking to the garage where I get my cars from, and they were saying they've actually had a really good year. You would have thought with sort of COVID, nobody would be out buying luxury cars. But in fact, that's exactly what they're doing. People were trading in cars and buying them. I don't know whether or not it was to sort of ease the pressure and make them feel a bit better. But whatever it is, it sounds like good news. Prince Andrew finally settled his debt on the chalet. Now, this is interesting because they've not sold the chalet, so he's managed to come up with £6.7 million. Where's that come from, dear? Where's that come? You just find it down the back of the sofa? Oh, I know, you had a word with Sarah. She's made a statement. Sarah Ferguson has made a statement. I thought, oh dear, what pronouncement are we going to have to put up with now? She's decided to stop recording her little YouTube videos. You know, when she tells stories and dresses up. Apparently it will be back and she'll let you know when. And hopefully both of you can watch it. That'll be quite nice. But no, Andrew's £6.7 million. So where did he get that from? He doesn't have a job. Perhaps he's been squirreling it away from somewhere. Perhaps he's sold a few of those freebie cars that he gets. But they're not sold the chalet. But it's... and they're going, oh, it's really desirable. Well, I don't think it is. Otherwise, it would have sold a long time before. Places in Verbier sell quickly. But this is 17, 18 million they're looking for. They're not going to get it. Absolutely not. But at least he's settled the debt on the chalet, which he obviously could have done ages ago if he had the money. Unless he asked his mother, is it possible to transfer? I mean, put it this way, I'm having enough trouble doing a few £1,000. They must have a nightmare with 6.7 million, 20,000 a day. Imagine how long that takes to do. I would hope that they have to operate under the same rules as the rest of us. Dicky's got to make an appointment. Is that Andrew Windsor? Andrew, would you like to pop in and have a word with the bank manager? We think you've overspent. Oh, it's Andrew York, is it? Oh, is it Andrew York? Oh, right. Is he not Windsor? No, he's the Duchess of York, isn't he? Duke. Oh, well. And, but his real name's Windsor, isn't it? He must be. The Queen is Windsor. Isn't she? Oh, I don't know. I've lost track of it all now. Goodness sake. I mean, whatever it is, it still doesn't bode well for the future. So you think he's the Duke of York. So, but I don't think he's Andrew York. I think he's Andrew Windsor. I'm pretty certain. Does he not have a surname? They're just called Andrew Albert Christian Edward, Duke of York, Earl of Inverness, and Baron Killy Lee. Not for much longer, love. Not for much longer. That was that thing, wasn't it? We were talking about Fawlty Towers earlier on, and that's where this bloke turns up. I just what was the bloke's name? I just sign it. I'm Lord Melbury, but I just sign Melbury, and he's on the phone, and he goes, go away. And he puts the phone down. He goes, well, Lord Melbury, I'm so delighted to see you. I'll just put some valuables in the safe. Then eventually it turns out to be 2 bricks. It was wonderful. All the royals have the surname Mountbatten Windsor. Oh, right. So he's Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Don't take all the other names. You don't have to worry about things like that. It's of no interest to anybody. Olive oil every day can slash the risk of heart attacks. I don't think I've ever had olive oil. I mean, I've seen it on sale quite clearly. I've been to Waitrose and had a wander around Lidl and stuff like that. But I mean, I've never bought it. I wouldn't know what you did with it. Do you put it on salads or something like that? I mean, it's supposed to be healthy. The Italians seem to live forever and a day. So perhaps I should try doing that. A pair of dog breeders, ghastly little pair. They've just been fined £400,000 for basically pushing dogs into having puppies and everything else. They've been told if they don't pay it, they're going to prison. Oh, please send them to prison. Please. These people are scum of the earth. They really are dreadful. 25,000 people have supported the little bus driver. for being too short. She was dropped by the bus company because she's not tall enough to reach up and do the mirror on the side of the bus. She must be really tiny. And so they moved her onto the school bus, which is a lot easier, but it comes with less hours, and she's complaining about it. And she's gone to the union. And so, I mean, she's done 34 years of service. Presumably, she's been all right up until now. And she's 5 foot. 5 foot seems quite normal to me, actually. I had a producer who was under 5 foot tall. So she's lost the job because she lacks the capability to drive the new model of bus used on her route. And it's the wing mirrors and the pillar on an assault screen installed to protect drivers. It means that she'd have to lean back to use the mirror, leaving her unable to reach the pedals. I mean, I suppose it's done for safety. She's now struggling. She's got kids. She's a widow. And she needs the money, and she loses money. But they've said, listen, you can't have somebody that short driving this particular bus. I mean, I understand it, because if you've got the screen in, if she wants to see the mirror, she's got to lean backwards. And by leaning backwards, her feet don't go anywhere near the pedals. So if the bus lurches forward or does something, they're all automatic, aren't they? Well, yeah, but 5 foot isn't that short. But if you're driving these new buses, you're a long way from the pedals. It's the bus's fault. Don't be so ridiculous. I've never anything like it. It's not a design fault. It's designed for people of normal height. What do you say? It is normal if you want to work in pantomime with Snow White and 6 other people of restricted stature. But you can't drive a bus in Manchester. Yeah, Barbara was 4 foot 11. Yeah, but she never drove a bus. I don't think she ever drove a bus. Honestly, once he starts arguing at this time of the morning, you're in a hiding to nothing, aren't you? Holly is hoping romance will heat up the ice. What is it that the television is so obsessed with sort of people's sex lives? You know, oh, we've got to get together. Perhaps there'll be a romance on it. Who cares? Who cares? We don't care. Sex mad they are on television, especially Holly Willoughby. She must be mad as a broomstick, honestly, all the time. Oh, we're hoping that there'll be a romance between a few of them. Who? Not Bez, surely. He can barely string 2 words together. I mean, and a few other people. Somebody off Love Island. I mean, you're struggling with them straight away. Why are you obsessed with these romances? And now they've got this other Oti Mabuse thing, where somebody's going to be singing to somebody, but you won't be able to see the person who's singing. It sounds ghastly. Romeo and Duet. Have you heard of it? What is the matter with these people? Why don't they just say, listen, I tell you what, we're going to be showing sex on the television at 7 o'clock this evening. Want to watch? Why not? You know, having had Naked Attraction, and these people. There was an old boy last night. He was 70, and he had a mixed panel of people. Some women, some men, because apparently on Naked Attraction, because he decided at the age of 70 he was bisexual. And he'd been to a naturist club, and the 2 gay guys who ran it had indoctrinated him, and he had a play around, and he apparently liked it. Well, that's what he said. He had a plan. Listen, I am merely repeating what they said on this Naked Attraction programme. And then he got rid of one of the blokes on it because he was too hairy. And the bloke said, well, I'm not shaving my hair off. I mean, this old bloke looked like somebody who'd been living in the Highlands for donkey's years. He had a beard. He had a beard and a kilt on and everything else. To be honest with you, I didn't bother waiting till the end of the programme to see what was under the kilt. I thought I can live without that. Don't things like that, do we? It's unnecessary. Giles Corran has made a dreadful cock-up at a restaurant, and I'll tell you about the story a little bit later on. Michael Caine is selling a lot of memorabilia. He's downsizing. And Wilko's stores, 15 of them are going to close. And they're big stores. The big one in Hounslow in the Treaty Centre, which I've been in. I like it. You know why I like Wilko? Because they play old records in the store. They play sort of gold, which is really good. So it's all gold music, old, Beatles and stuff like that. No, not our station. Well, I don't know where they get it from. I've got no idea. So 15 of them are going to be closing. What do people not get enough of? Holiday, sunshine and sleep. No mention of SEX. I mean, everybody moans about that, don't they? That's why... Was it Basil again? And he's got the 2 psychiatrists in there. And they were at cross purposes. And the... people had been speaking to Sybil, and she'd been saying how difficult it is to get away on holiday because they're running faulty towers, and so Basil's going backwards and forwards, and then the psychiatrist says to him, so how often do you manage it? And Basil went, well, about the average, 2 or 3 times a week. I think, because me and my wife were thinking maybe only once a year. Oh, no, I don't think that. And so it went on. They were at cross purposes. And so Basil goes into the kitchen to have a word with Sybil about it. And she's, no, Basil, no. We were talking about holidays. And he goes, oh, God. He just makes these terrible mistakes. But my favourite one was when they had fire drill. And he completely loses it. And he's almost having his own breakdown. In the meanwhile, Manuel's in the kitchen on fire. Fire! No, it's a drill. It's a drill. And then he pushes him in the kitchen and locks the door. So he stays in there. Honestly, some of it was just brilliant. And then when Matron sort of is making his bed, he looks up and he goes, my God, you're ugly. You don't need a doctor, love. You need a plastic surgeon. That's right, he'd had a knock on his head. I love it. Apparently, Dale says, re-olive oil, drizzle it over a leafy salad with tomatoes and feta cheese. I've never had feta cheese. Doesn't interest me. It's crumbly, is it? Oh, definitely wouldn't be interesting. Oh, that's right, yes. So it's a Greek brined curd white cheese made from sheep's milk or a mixture of sheep and goat's milk. Ooh, I'm going to be sick. Sounds horrible. I'm sure somebody loves it. Shane says, I've just come back from the city. I forgot Sydney trains are on a weekend timetable due to the high number of employees isolated. We've got the same coming in. They're going to be changing the timetables because there's lots of ill people, so they can't run the services, which, of course, means it's absolutely ideal for a lot of people who sort of want to fiddle the fares, because there's hardly anybody checking anything at the barriers now, which is appalling. Scott says, I worked with the world's shortest bus driver. The late Frank Hatcham was 4 feet 5.6 inches and had a place in the Guinness World Records. He was a superb chap. Passed away in 2020. Wow. I've never even heard of him. But he was little. He was very little. So he is the shortest bus driver, Frank Hatcham. He suffered a heart attack. He was rushed to hospital, but unable to be saved. Strangely enough, he is short, isn't he? He is tiny. He was only 58. But that's the problem, you see. If you're a particularly large person or a particularly small person or a particularly tall person, you stand a very good chance of not seeing out. I remember seeing the world's tallest man, and I think he was something like 8 foot something, and he died a long time because everything was in proportion. He had to get huge shoes and had to have a bigger bed and had to duck when he went through doorways, and I think he died a while ago. And his name was, if I remember correctly, was it Robert Wadlow. And I forget how old he was, actually. I think he was 8'11". There you go, 8'11". And he died. How old was he when he died? He was huge. I mean, absolutely enormous. I think they deliberately found short people to put him with them, but it doesn't say. So his height was 2.7. 1940 he died. 22. You see, that's the problem. All these people, they didn't have the facilities to look after people. But he was the tallest. And when you see him with normal-sized people, he was only 22. Only 22. And so what could you ever do with somebody like that is they could put them in a circus or a freak show, or they'd be used. In those days, that's what they did. He was raised in a small city near St. Louis. Meet me in St. Louis, Louis. And he was verified as the tallest human being, 8'11". That's nearly 9 feet tall. I've worked that out all by myself, I'll tell you, I'm much better. And Josephine says, good morning, Steve. Have you had halloumi cheese? It's squeaky when you chew it. No, I haven't, actually. No, people keep saying you must have halloumi cheese. No, what did I have yesterday? I had beef burgers yesterday, two quarter-pounders. And I'm taking a break. I'm just explaining what I had to eat. And I had it with a mixture of bean sprouts and mushrooms. That was quite bean sprouts. We heard of bean sprouts. You get them in Chinese restaurants. You can cook them. They sell them in all the supermarkets. Just doesn't get out enough, does he, really? But there you go.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
18 minutes past 4. Morning. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Would you have done the same thing? I was on the train yesterday and I'm sitting down. I've got my mask on. I'm sort of going through my telephone, doing little bits and pieces. Quite happy. And a bloke gets on and he sits right in front of me and he's got no mask on. On a train. Most other people, I say, out of the 10 people on the carriage, I would think probably 8 had masks on. He didn't have a mask on, and then he started coughing. And I remember thinking, now, normally I would get up and move seats because I don't want to sit behind an idiot like that, somebody who I call a spreader. Because I don't know, if he's coughing away like that and he's sitting right in front of me, I'm cowering in my seat at the back. Because there weren't really enough places I could go where I could be sort of, well away from people. Like, who are these idiots? What is the matter with them? What is it? Do you see that Lorraine Kelly got loads of complaints when she was talking about, with Dr. Hillary, the amount of people in hospital with COVID and all the rest of it. And somebody complained to Ofcom, and she had thousands of complaints. Ofcom have decided, very wisely, to not bother investigating it. It's as simple as that. And so she said, to all these trolls, she said, I'm not bothered. We're still going to be recommending that you get vaccinated. But this bloke sitting on the train, I felt like tapping him on the shoulder. I didn't want to touch him because God knows what I could have gone down with. And I wanted to sort of say to him, should you really be out if you're coughing away and you're not wearing a mask? What are you, selfish or something? Honestly, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. It really annoys me. Because you see people. I see people all the time without masks. Loads of people. I almost play a game with myself. When you watch them coming off the train and you start counting, mask, 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 no mask. I don't physically count them, but I do watch them all getting off the trains and seeing who's stupid enough to not be wearing a mask. And don't give me that claptrap about, they might be exempt. Well, then stay at home, because you're the ones who are spreading it. It's not anybody else. A superfan of Only Fools and Horses called Danny Burge. He's named his 8 dogs after Only Fools and Horses characters. One's called Boise, one's called Denzel, one's called Neris, one's called Marlene, one's called Cassandra, and one's called Rodney. Quite nice, isn't it? But so there they all are. But nobody named after the main character, Only Fools and Horses, at all. There's nobody called Del Boy. He's just got Boise, Denzel, who's Neris? I don't know who Neris was. But she might be, I don't know. Marlene, we know. Cassandra, we know, because that was Rodney's other half, wasn't it? Which I quite liked, actually. 830,000 people received their 3rd jab on December the 18th, which is a record. And in fact, 141,000 boosters were dished out on Sunday, which is a bit of a drop. So the PM is in a bid to axe masks and WFH. What's that? Working from home. Oh, right. But may drop off in vax but a drop off in vax may delay it. You ain't going to stop me wearing a mask, I'm telling you. I don't want to catch anything. Thank you very much indeed. Nice to see Denise Van Outen putting on a brave face. She says, they say here in The Sun, her first outing since ditching fiancé Eddie Boxall. Well, this is not true. She was pictured coming out of the Royal Albert Hall the other day. We know that because she'd finished filming the lunch programme with Steph, and then she was pictured. I know that's a different outfit. Why do they say? But don't they? You need to listen to this programme more often. Might better bring yourselves up to date. Very shoddy, very shoddy. I mean, the journalistic standards have dropped. Perhaps they think that nobody will remember. They'll go, "Oh, this is her first outing," which of course it wasn't. She was coming out of the Albert Hall. That's where she was papped. So the ice skating, scarier than climbing up Everest. No, it's not. They're doing it for a fee, OK? That's what they're doing it for. And here they are. Regan Gascoigne, the bisexual son of Paul Gascoigne, who says, and one of the columnists has picked it up, that he couldn't care less who Regan sleeps with. He could sleep with a dolphin. And the columnist wrote, I think the RSPCA would have something to say about that one. Liberty Pool is a Love Island. She says, I think I dance sexy, but it's more of a Macarena. Yes, well, we'll be the judge of that. Ben Foden's an ex-rugby player. The rugby boys have been taking the mickey out of me. No, they've been doing that for years, love. You don't have to wait till this programme. Bez is a music legend. Is he really? Well, there you go. He says, I'm like Bambi. Skating is not the same as raving. No, well, you're way too old for both, aren't you, dear? Skating and raving. But never mind, you must need the money. Kai White is an Olympic BMXer. What? A BMXer? Is that in the Olympics? What? Cycling? Little trick cycling? That's in the Olympics, is it? My God, standards have fallen. Steph Reed is a Paralympian. It's nice to be free, to be bad at something. Still doing it for the money, dear. Rhea Hebden. Anybody on Rhea Hebden? Want a guess on that one? TV presenter? I don't know. I'm the girly girl. I love the glitz and the glamour. She's apparently on Loose Women. I've never seen her before in my entire life. Rhea Hebden, reporting on this morning's Sofa Tour. And she's co-presented All Around Britain with Alex Beresford. Oh. So she's an English journalist and I must have missed these things. I'm definitely missing things. Brendan Cole, my aim to do something never seen before. What, just be irritating like usual. And Rachel Stevens, S-Club's never had a dream come true, be great to dance to. And she had surgery or something. She was completely unrecognisable. The face doesn't even look like Rachel Stevens. It really doesn't. It's very odd. Perhaps they put another... Yeah. And Kimberly Wyatt put her down as pop star. When was the last time you were in our charts, love? Do let me know. I'll rush out and sort of, purchase a copy, which could be lovely. Richard Branson's mum left just £87,000 in her will after her fortune of £3.7 million was swallowed by debts and taxes. Wow. She was 96 when she died. But, I mean, to have that amount of money swallowed up in debts and taxes, they just rob you every which way but. It's dreadful. Apparently, a runaway baby wallaby has twice dodged capture and is still on the loose. They go a bit fast, actually, these things. You couldn't catch one if you were running to save your life. Well, we couldn't around here. Not our sort of thing. There's a woman who was left with sausage lips 20 times their normal size after suffering an allergic reaction at a beauty salon. I mean, I've always said to people, if you're that stupid that you go to a beauty salon and let somebody take a hypodermic needle and shove it into your lips, you more fool you. More fool you. Absolutely ridiculous. I don't think it's collagen going in. Collagen goes around the areas, but I think in your lips it's called filler. And I've seen a few people on it. It gives you this trout pout. But I mean, it's very dangerous. What you're doing is you're injecting, I think they call it fillers. I'm pretty certain, actually. I'm sort of... Is it collagen? Is it really? What, in the lips? Wow. Even more... Look at the state of these people. They say collagen lips also helps revive and stimulate collagen and elastin. And then you look at the state of these people and you think, what in God's name do you look like? Can collagen, widely used in cosmetic surgery, it's a protein found in the skin that promotes skin elasticity. And then you look at the picture, it looks like somebody's stuck on fake lips. You look that stupid with it on. And, of course, there is the danger that, you could be allergic to some of this stuff. You're pushing in poison, aren't you? I believe. Like chemicals. Very, very unwise. Very, very unwise. Love Island finalist Molly May Hague, so not winner, has said sorry over her podcast comments that provoked a backlash online. She was branded tone-deaf and nicknamed Molly May Thatcher in reference to Margaret Thatcher after saying... you're given one life and it's down to you what you do with it. So yesterday she had to... she wrote a grovelling Instagram piece. I don't understand why. You're allowed an opinion, love. I mean, if you're that naive that you think that, because you worked your bum off, So I thought it was quite funny, actually. Because I said before, all she's got to do is turn up to something. You don't have to do anything. Somebody does your makeup, somebody does your hair, somebody sticks you in underwear, and then you have a picture taken. If that's hard work, love, I want to do it. Not that I think with my bosom I'd be getting anywhere anytime soon. But again, as I pointed out yesterday on the programme, she doesn't find these jobs. Her agent finds the jobs and she pays a commission. So, it's not that difficult, dear. It really isn't. It's for people who can't do a proper job. But, if you're happy with it, that's very good. Martin Freeman is a huge star with massive roles on CV. I quite like him, actually, but he's got a new BBC thriller called The Responder, and he says, I haven't played a character with a Scouse accent before, and I was incredibly mindful of that when I was reading the script. He looks very young, doesn't he? Very young. You think he's 50? Wow. Well, you're very rarely wrong, aren't you? I mean, you're right on most things. So... yeah, he probably is 50, I should imagine. In fact, I think he's probably about 52, I think. He's 50. Yeah, all right, clever clogs. Determined to get my pound back from yesterday. I'm not giving that up without a fight, let me tell you. What else do we have? I lost this other story, actually, which was quite a good one. And, apart from Boris Johnson's private secretary inviting 100 staff to bring your own booze to a garden party during lockdown. People, though, got arrested, didn't they, during lockdown for having parties and fined. Steve, Neris was a girl that was nervous Neris, and Rodney took her out on a date in the three-wheeled van and ended up getting chased by a group of yobbos, says Kevin. I don't remember her. I really don't remember her at all. But Paul in Derby says that Neris, nervous Neris, was the barmaid that Rodney took out when he encountered the yobs that chased him in the car after he'd given them the finger. I love it. And Paul says, I believe shortly, next few weeks, a lot of London bus routes are going on holiday schedule. Less buses due to less staff and TfL wanting to save money. Yes. What I found is delicious to go with any food is a drink called a Desperado. Oh, right. Apparently, says one here, this is... fill a large tumbler with ice, add 2 shots of tequila, a large squeeze of lime, and top up with beer. Oh, God, it sounds disgusting. It sounds absolutely awful. But, I'm sure if you like it. It's so refreshing on a hot day like it is here in Adelaide. 39 degrees by the pool today. Groovy Gang. I'm sure the Groovy Gang would love to go out there. Definitely. Oh, so that's Nervous Neris. He pretends to be a bad boy to impress his date. I love it. I interviewed him once. He's very shy, he's very shy. He lost his son. Do you remember his son died? Very young, very tragic, very tragic. Conrad says, Steve, Nervous Neris. Oh, she was known as Nervous Neris. Was the barmaid at the Nag's Head pub in Only Fools and Horses. Merci bien. Thank you very much indeed. I love the way that you all know all these sort of things. She was played by Andre Bernard in a couple of Only Fools and Horses. I think she played a barmaid. Yes, you're quite right. And Ali says, I'm just messaging to say I'm shocked that you're 67. You sound so much younger and carry a good energy. Yeah, well, that's what the papers said. They said Steve Allen, 67, though. And so it's kind of stuck, actually. Mind you, very shortly it'll be Steve Allen, 68. Which doesn't bother me. Ever nearer the cemetery.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC.
They appear to have got... Remember that ichthyosaurus we talked about yesterday morning? They appear to have it out of the ground. Already what they've done is they've covered it with this white cementy type stuff so it all stays together, and then they've lifted it out in sections, but it's out, which is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Daily Mirror today, they're talking here about Katie Price, who's been accused of hypocrisy for trolling Peter Andre's wife. Peter Andre's wife turned up on Loose Women yesterday. She's got a book out. It's about girls... going through puberty and all the rest of it. And I believe that there's a male version of the book coming out as well. But anyway, Katie called Emily Andre a disgusting person on Sunday. Out of the blue, out of nowhere at all. This is why she's a hypocrite. Less than 2 years after she appeared before MPs asking for Harvey's Law to make online abuse an offence. Doesn't quite get that one, does she, really? But anyway, directing a social media post towards Peter's wife, Katie referred to Emily as this so-called woman who claims to be a doctor. She is a doctor. What are you on about? She alleged the NHS medic was using my children to make money in photo shoots. They're Peter Andre's children, love. But, she's married to Peter Andre. You must be really jealous. Katie also claimed Emily was jealous of her relationship with Princess. She's very delusional, Katie Price. It's not right anyway. And she says, you're two-faced and definitely not the person you portray to the public. She doesn't portray anything to the public. She's a doctor. She's a junior doctor. A friend of Peter and Emily says it's a bit hypocritical of Kate to be trolling Emily. I don't think she understands what it is she's doing. I mean, she calls her two-faced and all the rest of it. And very well, and to be applauded, Emily's declined to comment on it. Why should she bother lowering herself to that standard of poor Katie Price, who is now engaged to Carl Wood? So this will be wedding number 4. Shows what a lonely person... No, wedding number 4, definitely. Definitely wedding number... I remember the wedding number 4 because all the others were so ghastly and you knew damn well they weren't going to last 5 minutes. Like this one won't last. None of them last. You know, even though she comes up with the same claptrap. Oh, this is the one. This is my soulmate. This is everything. This is engagement number 8. Yes. But wedding number 4. But of course, Emily and Pete doing very well. Thank you very much indeed. Without your help. You know, it's not their fault you do things, although she'll turn it into some sort of drama. Everything else. Did you go to the same school as Dominic from the Chris Moyle show, or is he a bit older than you, says Kevin in Chester, if you're 67? I don't think Dominic from Chris Moyle's show anywhere near my age. I don't think so. I think he's in his mid-30s, isn't he? I would think. Oh, is he younger? A bit more? Really? Oh, I've got no idea. We never worry about things like that. We never worry about how old people are. I mean, I work with people who are barely out of nappies, you know, because that's the way it works around here. And, you know, we managed to get through, which is good. And Nick in Adelaide, Dom's 40. Is he 49? Well, he looks a very good 49. Mind you, I think I look a very good 67. So there you go. Wait and see what happens by the time we get to the show in February. I met you back in the late 70s when you were 23 and I was 19 when you were still at UBN. You will always be fabulously youthful to me. And this is from Nick Nolan in Adelaide. Gosh, 23. Funny thing is, you know, when you look back over your sort of life and you watch something and I think, actually, you know, I've said it before, actually. I've said it to my boss loads of times. I said, I can't complain. I've had a really nice time, thank you very much indeed. I've earned a little bit of money. I've met some people. I also had a dream the other night, God, I woke up in a sweat, that they'd assembled as a big surprise for my 70th birthday, all my old producers. I mean, admittedly, some of them aren't living anymore. Some of them passed on. But most of them are still there. I think when I had my 60th birthday, we had about 7 of my producers there, I think. Because how many are still alive? Oh, God, there's still quite a few who are alive. Still, sadly for me, you know, there'll be the book out, won't there? Steve Allen, The Truth. He was really 97 and was called Edna. You know, it'll be something like that. Oh, dear. I love the idea of going to school with Dominic from the Chris Moyle show. No, I had no idea how old he was. But then we never think about that, do we? We all think we're the same age. Don't we? We all do. I mean, I don't think. I think I'm any older than anybody else. What else have we got? Lots of fun at the BBC. There is always fun at the BBC. And Jim Carrey. The last time he was in the UK charts, he was dressed as the Mask. I never got Jim Carrey at all. I never got the humour. I didn't get anything at all. But in fact, there's a posthumous release from David Bowie to mark what would have been his 75th birthday, and he's sort of dressed up because David Bowie liked dressing up. But Jim Carrey, I just think he's a bit mad. He's very annoying, says the producer. I mean, every time I've seen him in anything, he's really got on my nerves. And so The Mask turns 25. I never saw it. I never wanted to see it. I don't like those sort of films. I think they're a bit peculiar. It's supposed to showcase somebody's talent, and I'm sure he's extremely talented. But could he do a 3-hour radio programme? Answer, probably not. Probably not. So. What else have we got here? Oh, did you hear this story? This was amazing. If ever there was a God, then this is it. This is a guy called Brooklyn Peakman. Brooklyn is 19. He was having a mechanical valve fitted during 19 hours worth of surgery, which didn't go according to plan. He nearly died. Then he suffered a stroke after the operation at the age of 19, which left him in a coma. So the doctors said to his mother, listen, you have to prepare yourself for the worst. He's not going to make it. And there's nothing. And we're considering switching off his life support machine. So they go to switch it off, and a stroke specialist said, wait a minute, there's still some brain activity. So they immediately ceased turning off the machine, and he miraculously opened his eyes and said, Mum, I love you. So they've decided not to turn off his life support machine and keep him going. So he's now getting stronger and beating the odds that were stacked against him. He even managed to eat some jelly. Oh, I love jelly. Oh, I love jelly. I mean, that'd be enough to keep me awake, I tell you, and to keep me alive. Jelly, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, so he's beating all the odds. He's on dialysis, and he's experienced lots of other issues with his lungs and liver. At 19! You tend to forget there are people who are very seriously ill, and they need hospital beds, not to be taken up by the people who haven't been vaccinated. Just thought I'd mention it. You know, don't want to make such a big deal about it. Do you have a secret army? starring Bernard Hepton, Clifford Rose and Jan Francis. A great drama. It's now being reshown, says Phil. Do you know what they're showing as well? I don't remember it, actually. They're showing the British Empire. Did you ever see the British Empire? I thought that was really good. I nearly bought the box set. I can't buy any more box sets. Where are they showing it? The British Empire? I don't know. It's come up on one of my Freeview channels. And they go, oh, the British Empire's where they keep showing you lots of clips. It's a sports centre it's set in, isn't it? You'd be a little bit unfamiliar with that. That's where people go to exercise and you swim. And a lot of them, you know, I must tell you about it because I've got photographs of me going in the front door and walking straight out the back door. But my godson, Nathan, he had one of his birthday parties at one a while ago, and you can go swimming and they have cakes and bits and pieces. Well, you didn't go to the birthday party. I don't seem to remember you being there. But anyway, that's what you can do. And then you can play five-a-side football in the gym, and you can do all these different things. For a birthday party, you rent the gymnasium and the pool, which is very good, actually. Steve, I think you'd be impressed by The Truman Show. Probably Jim Carrey's best work. And Steve, is the government to get rid of the pensioners' bus pass from Martin? Up to a certain age they are. Up to a certain age. Because I thought I was going to be losing my free prescriptions, but luckily I'm over the top on it. So it's only people who are a bit younger than me. So in England, eligibility is aligned with the state pension age, which is 66. Okay, but in Scotland and Wales, getting the free bus travel comes in when you reach 60. So they're going to be changing that one. So I'd be all right, but of course I don't have a free bus pass because they're a complete bunch of bozos, because they're a bit stupid up there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to sort of I've worked out a way of a fiddle, and I can't tell you because otherwise word will probably filter back to them, and don't want to be doing anything like that at all. But I was quite grateful about the tablets and medication, getting through so many. I was trying to work out, you know, but with all the bills going up, blimey, I'm so glad I don't have any debts, which I think is a miracle in this day and age. Well, at the moment I have, but once we've paid off the mortgage and we've paid the tax bill, yes, once we've worked out how to do it, we should be fine. And then I don't have any debts. I don't have any hire purchase on the car or credit agreements or anything like that. And we pay off the credit card every month, so we're doing reasonably well at the moment. What else we got? We've got more than a third of people would be willing to try meat grown in a laboratory. Oh, I wouldn't. I don't want meat grown in a laboratory. That's like buying jewellery off some of the television programmes. Some of them are a bit naughty and don't tell you that the so-called diamonds that they're selling you are grown in a laboratory. They're not proper diamonds at all. It's a load of old cock and bull, I'm afraid. I love it. I love watching the jewellery channels. They fascinate me. That they sit there spinning out a pile of old tat, you know, and telling you how much money you can save. You know, one of them this morning, they had a jewellery, a gold bangle, 10,900 and something pounds. Before you knew where you are, it was down to 450 quid. I'm only assuming it was as tatty as I thought it was, but I am fascinated by this stuff. So meat, artificial meat grown from animal cells. It's not available commercially, and it has to put a sign on it saying lab-grown meat, and they've got one called beef. And I just don't fancy this idea at all. It looks horrible, doesn't it? It looks disgusting. Absolutely looks disgusting, but it's a new spin on it, and they've got pictures. It's cultured meat. It's almost grown in a petri dish, and people go, "Oh, you'd like this?" I don't think I would. I don't want to eat anything that's grown in a laboratory. Thank you very much indeed. It's bad enough going out buying things at the moment. I mean, where my bean sprouts came from, God alone knows. But I did enjoy them with the mushrooms. They were absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Supermarkets sniff your milk for freshness. I mean, this is the Daily Mirror. This is Today, Tuesday. We did this a couple of days ago. What's the matter with these papers? Came out on Sunday, didn't it? Why are they sort of, really ridiculous? And banks are being urged to beef up on online security after a probe found flaws in their system. Well, I know all about that, don't I? All about that. And here we go. This is something Noreen likes. It's a back to the 60s, 70s and 80s, a soul and Motown break. Over 40s only, and it says with the 3 degrees. Well, I only recognise one of these 3 degrees. I don't recognise the other two at all. And they've got Seaside Party. These are really popular. You know, from £10 per person deposit, free drinks, 4 days half board from 339 quid. So you get 4 days there, house beers, spirits, wine by the glass, pumped soft drinks and mixers, 3 breakfasts and 3 dinners, entertainment with all acts listed, and the car ferry for the Isle of Wight breaks. Free drinks 6 p.m. to midnight each evening. Who cares about the concert? How many different members of the 3 Degrees had over the years? Oh, quite a few. Quite a few, I would think. Probably 20? Not 15. Well, it's quite close. Not expected to be actually on the money, am I really?
This is LBC.
Hola, Einstein here. Just out tucking into tacos and the best business advice with my friend Deborah Meaden.
Because much like a recipe, in business you've got to get the basics right.
Indeed, and a smart meter can help you track your energy use and costs over time. Oh, I think I miscalculated the hot sauce.
So that's more control of your business budgeting, at least.
Search Get a Smart Meter for Business today. Eligibility may vary. Consumer action required.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
It's amazing, really, isn't it? You go through the newspapers every day and you think to yourself, oh, God, we're in a pickle, aren't we, in this world? Everybody's going to be talking about number 10 parties, who didn't get an invite, you know, did you have to take your own booze with the sausages and vol au vents and stuff like that? And it turns out that type 2 diabetes cases have now reached epidemic proportions. So Dr. David Cavan, writing in the Daily Mirror, reveals simple diet and lifestyle changes that can prevent and even reverse the disease. They always say that, you know, they say test your blood sugar levels, which I do, but there again, most diabetics will know if their blood sugars are high or if they're low. I can always tell. And also they say here, not sure how much weight you need to lose, because I actually don't weigh as much as I thought I did. I was quite surprised, actually. But so a good guide is to aim for your mid-20s weight unless you were already overweight then. Research suggests that to reverse type 2 diabetes, you're likely to need to lose 33 pounds. 33 pounds. See, I'm not very good at things like that. I don't know how that. About 2.5 stone, yes. I mean, but I'm not as heavy as I thought I was, actually. I was quite... What? Not all fruit is equal either. Official dietary guidelines recommend 5 fruit and veg a day. However, some fruits such as bananas, mangoes, pineapple and even grapes are very high in sugar. Yep, and melon. And melon as well. Berries are best, followed by a small apple, a plum, a tangerine or any fruit you can fit into the palm of your hand. So it'll be a very small apple and a very small banana or something like that. Overall, aim to get your 5 a day from veg rather than fruit, because you'll come a cropper with the fruit side of it. So just remember, avoid things like bananas, mangoes, pineapple and even grapes. I do like grapes. But I mean, you have to avoid them. Mangoes, bananas I can't have. And strangely enough, he doesn't put down strawberries. I can't have strawberries either. Very sugary. They really, really go right through me. And melon, watermelon apparently is very full of sugar. So you can't have that either. So as I say, get it actually from your vegetables rather than fruit. I mean, it's 100 years, believe it or not, since insulin was discovered for diabetics. I carry my pens with me everywhere. Oh, look, there's a sick person in 1922. They look like they're heading to the mortuary, don't they? They don't look as though they're going to be getting up off that bed anytime soon. Doesn't it look old-fashioned? Doesn't it? Really, I know it was 1922, and that was a hospital with children who were comatose and dying from diabetes. And so what they did, they went round the ward and they injected all the kids with this newly invented medicine, insulin. As the insulin injections were given, the children began to awake from their diabetic comas. Fear and grief soon turned to joy. And this photograph that we're looking at here is taken on the day when Dr. Banting and Dr. Best Medical Innovation Forever changed the course of medicine and life as we know it. I mean, seriously. How fantastic is that? People who, they didn't know anything about diabetes and comas, and kids were sort of going under and not coming back in many cases. That's why, you have to be very, very careful. There's somebody called Priya Gopaldas. I bet you know who she is. You know who Priya Gopaldas is? Love Island, yeah. Do you know what else she is? She's apparently a medical student. And so she's talking today, and she says, my cough is constant, so it's not great on a hospital ward. Because apparently she's got chronic lung condition that inspired her to become a doctor. What did she go on Love Island for if you're training to be a doctor? Was it to find love? Talk rubbish, they don't go find love. Hardly any of them find love. And even when they do, it only lasts a few weeks. Once they've sort of managed to milk it for as much as you can get. then they give up after that, don't they? How to reboot your relationship with devices, apparently in one of the papers today. And here's somebody who says, my last dry January turned into a year and it changed my lifelong relationship with alcohol. Some people are very easy to give up alcohol, and they can happily go and they say, oh, it's changed my life completely. You'll lose a load of weight if you actually give up. And but some people, as I say, only manage a little tiny while. Hello was a spoof on Secret Army, says Dave. Well, you told me something I didn't know. Britas is on Forces TV. Oh, it's BFBS television. I don't have BS television. And every time you talk about the jewellery channel, you make me laugh. I love how they go, Steve, from $10,000 to $50 in 20 minutes on the same piece. Who believes it? Well, many people, because they keep selling it. I should imagine, Adam. They've got turnovers of millions. Forces Television's Freeview Channel 96. Oh, right. It's going to take you forever, isn't it? Go 96, 95, 94. I do have numbers, yes. I know how it works. I'm not a complete idiot. But another one, Nick says, the composer of It Must Be Love, Labby Seafree, went to my school, St Benedict's in Ealing. He was 12 years ahead of me. Oliver Cookson, who ended up marrying Barbara Dixon, was in my class. And Julian Clary was in the year below mine and hasn't changed a lot, Steve. I don't think Julian has changed at all, really. He's still very, very young. Anybody famous at my schools? No? Well, I don't know. I don't think so, apart from me. I mean, I left school at 15, so I wouldn't have known if there was anybody famous there. Brian May went to your school, did he? Obviously at completely different years, I should imagine. Can't have been at the same side. Yeah, same year. Producer a lot older than we thought, heading into his 80s. Yes. But no, I don't think there was anybody well, I don't know. I don't remember reading anything about somebody saying, oh, by the way, in this year, Stephen was sort of partnered up with so-and-so, so-and-so. They all just like children to me. I mean, you look back at... I don't know any of them. Have you kept in contact with any people from your school, then? 3 or 4 people, really? Oh, my God, that must be a meeting of the Zimmer frames, mustn't it? When you all get together. They never reply, I know. You're still stalking, are you? Very wise, I think. Just go and knock on the door. Hello. Yeah, remember me from years ago? Yes. No, I work on the radio now, sort of. And, I don't think I'd ever done that, actually. I wouldn't know what they all look like. I'd have no idea. I imagine most of them look fairly ancient. School reunion. No, we don't do school reunion. Well, if we did, I certainly didn't know about them. What do you do? You turn up and you look round and go... Oh. Dale and I always wanted to go to a reunion of United Biscuits Network for UBN. And he said, we'd have to turn up, he said, because we both got really nice cars, he said, and just see what everybody else has got. And it never ever happened. Yeah, just let him go, because he'd have been bored by that time. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. So, still talking about Djokovic, limbering up for another court victory. Do you know, I'm bored with him already. I really couldn't care less. And pressure mounting for 5 days of isolation. And a foot in the door for the Elgin marbles. Greece say loan of a statue fragment boosts their call for the return. Why don't we just give them the marbles back? You know, why? I mean, you know, they're not ours. They should definitely be giving them back, I think. That would make it a lot easier. But I'm fascinated by all these sort of places. And you know, medieval war horses were no bigger than ponies. Because, what? Did you know that? I only worked that out because when we went horse racing, LBC used to have horse racing evenings, and I'd never seen horse racing at Sandown and all these other places. The horses are quite tiny. They're like My Little Pony without the coloured manes. They're quite far away. I know. No, but they are. Even when you see them close up, they look a bit sort of spindly. They don't look like butch cart horses or anything like that. Women told eat more meat and dairy. And Judy Murray takes a swing at sexist pushy parent tag. Oh, right, because she was encouraging her sons in their tennis careers because she's a woman, so people are criticised. Everybody gets criticised for everything, don't they? I mean, there are enough... Nose is running now. Every single day you open up the papers, there's somebody criticising somebody. At the moment, it's the 46 residents who live down near Jeremy Clarkson's farm restaurant, which didn't get the approval from the planners. Obviously, the planners, you know, have sort of said, no, you can't have that, which is a bit of a shame, really, actually, because Hamish Dewar, an art restorer, and hired Charles Streatham, a barrister, to present his case. He said he'd built a shed 2 years ago as a Trojan horse so he could turn it into a restaurant. He said the presenter had shown complete contempt for planning regulations. My God, they're a miserable bloody low down in that village, aren't they? So he's been given no permission to open the restaurant, but he can always appeal. He could actually go and hire some very, very high-pressure people, and they could probably find you could get it overturned. He only wanted a 50-cover restaurant, you know, if these people choose to live in the dark ages. And he wanted some more parking. Why not? What's the matter with that? But the people in the village, oh no, can't have that. You know, curtain twitchers, ooh, not nice. We don't want that. And he's a man on the television. He talks about, you know, cars and everything. Oh, horrid man, horrid. We go round on tractors, coach and horses. We don't want to change at all. You do laugh, don't you? Oh God, there's another British businessman. The hunts threaten the big game gene pool, and these are people who've shot animals, and then they pose with them. Are these people sick or something? They're trophy hunters. There's one here. British businesses, such as the firm set up by Kevin Downer, have hundreds of registered trophies, and depending on what you pay, determines what you can shoot. And he's pictured here with a dead zebra, which he's just shot. The zebra had no idea, and there's somebody else with looks like a moose or something like that. But it's the record book stipulates minimum size of animal trophies for eligible entries. Elephants must have tusks which together weigh at least 90 pounds. And I've never heard anything like it. So before they shoot these poor animals who've got no idea that they're going to be shot at, they're just wandering about, you know, doing their normal thing. I mean, very shortly there'll be nothing left. A business run by Mike McRae from Kelso on the Scottish borders has 300 recognised records spanning 20 different species. That's for people who want to go out and shoot things. I'm tempted to use a very rude word, I'm afraid, to describe these people. The people who want to go out there and shoot things. I just don't get it at all. Really doesn't make any sense to me. Other thing, past 7 years were the hottest on record. When? Anybody ever noticed that one? No, not me either. And here it is. This is the Roman market town that vanished. And now, because of HS2, they appear to have found all sorts of things. In fact, other finds during HS2 digs include the remains of Captain Matthew Flinders, who led the first circumnavigation of Australia at St James's Garden burial ground in Euston, North London, and an Iron Age murder victim at Welwick Farm in Buckinghamshire. There's just two of the things they found. Amazing, isn't it? And the Roman town that vanished. And here, the trouble is, it's like lots of things. If you go to the Guildhall in London, they've got a Roman amphitheatre underneath the building, but you don't see a Roman amphitheatre. What you see is a few rocks, and the rest is drawn to say that this was a Roman amphitheatre. It's true. It's true as I'm riding this unicycle, which I happen to do on a regular basis. Coming up to the news at 5 o'clock this Tuesday morning. It's the 11th of January. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. You're very welcome. It's nice to have your company.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Greetings, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC. It's Tuesday, the 11th of January, as we race through the month. And I bet you anything, your bills have started arriving. All of a sudden you're going, oh, I shouldn't have spent that much at Christmas because it's all over so blooming quickly. Apparently, Roger says Hugh Grant was in my year at school in Chiswick, which is lovely. Craig says, making me giggle about the shopping channels. You're not the Craig from the shopping channel, are you? He's popped up on the television I think he might be doing one of these holiday programmes. And you know the girl, I think her name's Laura Hamilton. She does one of these takes you out. She obviously is desperate for publicity because there's all sorts of strange stories. The latest one is she's ditched her husband and moving out of the house or moving into, I don't know what people are doing now. It's people's relationships. So Laura Hamilton's picture perfect life. From Maldives trips to a celebrity-packed wedding. Well, it wasn't exactly celebrities, but, it's the best that they could obviously manage. And she loves the publicity. You know, you'll always read a story in the paper about her. Her agent obviously works very hard. But now the latest one is she's split, because they must have got to that. She does the place in the Sun where people go over there and they go, we've got £100,000 to spend. We're looking for a 6-bedroom house with pool. And they go, I think people are just doing it for the freebie holiday. I don't believe they ever, they never take the ones that they're shown. They go, oh, yes, we're really interested in this one. And then at the end it goes, they decided they were going to carry on looking. You think, of course they were, because they're cheating. It's a freebie holiday, isn't it? And there was one couple who didn't want to go and see any houses at all. But I'm fascinated by what you get. I think they just decided they were sort of, oh, no, we don't like any of the things you've shown us. And you think, what are you on this programme for? I can spot the fakes a mile off. Seriously. I can spot all these people who sort of say, oh, yes, we're really interested in a house. And you think, you can't afford to buy this. And they always show them something that's way out of their price bracket. Let's show you this beautiful 6-bedroom house with 2 swimming pools, sauna and a scullery for the maid. And, on your budget of £63,000. This is 1.3 million, but I think you'll agree it's got lovely views. And they show them round. It's almost like reeling them in, isn't it? Come on, you can't afford this. And there was a couple the other day on the television. I knew they couldn't afford it. You only had to look at what they were wearing to realise they were poor as church mice. Poor as church mice. No chance of them buying anything at all. In fact, I'd be very surprised if they even own property in this country. But I'm fascinated by watching it and what you can get in some of these areas. You know, if you really want to go and live in Spain, and some people do it very, very successfully, but it's quite difficult to do. You've got to work it all out and make sure that, you know, you're in the right sort of place. Always take advice from people who've done it before you. That's the only way that you're ever going to sort of manage it. The 2 dog breeders ordered to pay £400,000 by a judge for running a cruel puppy farm. This is Carl and Victoria Shellard. They ran unlicensed posher bulls selling pups for up to, wait for this one, £20,000 each. Who spends 20,000 quid on a dog, on a bulldog puppy? But anyway, the married couple forced bulldogs to breed more than 1 litter a year, breaking welfare laws. At Cardiff Crown Court, Carl, 43, and Victoria, 40, were both fined £19,000 and ordered to pay back £372,000 or face 2 years in prison. Oh, what a decision. What a decision. The pair must also pay £43,500 in court costs. The judge, David Wynne Morgan, he couldn't be more Welsh if he tried, could he? David Wynne Morgan. I mean, that's just fantastic. Says you could have run an extremely profitable business if you were properly registered, but you're going to pay the price for that folly. Oh, let's hope they can't pay. Let's hope they can't pay and they have to go to prison for 2 years. People say there was one guy who's been in he's in the papers today, actually, and he's a drug dealer. And as with most drug dealers, they're a little bit braggy. You know, they want to talk about it. So this one was photographed holding his money up to him, you know, a stack of £20 notes, or there could have been 50s, it could have been 10, I don't know. But anyway, he stupidly put it up on the media. And the police got him, and they put him in prison. And then this idiot, when he came out of prison, he carried on drug dealing. And so they've banged him in prison for 12 years now, just to teach him a lesson. A bit stupid, these people. What is the matter with them? And the answer is, you know, that sort of people think, oh, nobody will ever find me, because he didn't realise that the police had encrypted his telephone. I mean, there was one couple a few weeks ago who actually posted a picture of their Christmas tree with £20 notes all over it. Drug dealing money, isn't it? And you think to yourself, you really are dumb, aren't you? You really are dumb. And of course, the stupid ones, they go, oh yeah, because I was really big shot and all that. You go, no, you're in prison. You're in prison. Yeah, I put 50s on my tree. If you're going to really show off, do it properly. Just the 150. I cut it into lots of little bits and pieces, and it worked quite well, actually. I was very pleased. Craig says, no, I'm not from any shopping channel. I know a Craig who's on a shopping channel. Michael Hutchins from In Excess went to my school in Hong Kong, says Zach. Yeah, someone call that a recommendation. Michael Hutchins, who sort of he was the one who apparently sort of introduced, they say, Kylie Minogue to the delights of. Yeah, apparently so. Yes, yeah, she went out with him. Do you not know that? Yeah, Kylie went out with Michael Hutchins, and he was into all sorts of strange things. Yes, he went out with Paulie Yates, but in fact, she flirted with him on the bed. But then she flirted with Ben Volpierre from Curiosity Killed the Cat. In fact, actually, she flirted with just about anybody who was on the bed. That's what we used to watch it for. They'd go over to her and she'd be sort of sprawled all over the bed. We had no idea what was going on in her mind. Mind you, I'm not totally convinced she knew what was going on in her mind either. But we used to like The Big Breakfast. It was innovative. It was different. And who did they put on it? There was somebody that went on it who didn't do as well as they could have done. But apparently it was by a lock, wasn't it, or something? East London, that's what I thought. But by God, I tell you, that was, they were talking about SMTV on the television the other day. And they were saying what an innovative programme it was. And it really was. When did The Big Breakfast start? Oh, God, I can't tell you. I've got no idea. I just used to turn on the television. There they were in the morning. They were all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. 30 years ago, 1992. Good Lord above. Good Lord above. Who'd have thought? Who would have thought 30 years ago? God, that was sort of, was that sort of, the house was up for sale where they filmed it. 5.75 million, formerly 3 separate lockkeepers' cottages. And so you had Chris Evans, Gabby Roslin, Mark Little, Zoe Ball, Johnny Vaughan, Denise Van Outen. And then the house at Old Ford Lock in East London was renovated after the show finished. So it's spread out over 3. It's quite nice, isn't it? I'm not sure if this is your garden there or people can walk straight past that. Oh, it's quite big inside, isn't it? Very nice. Who could forget? Of course, you know what the saving grace of that was? Zig and Zag. Zig and Zag was sort of... it is a bit gaudy. Lime green walls, not so great. But they have said The Big Breakfast was due to return for a one-off comeback show. I mean, was that last year? Did it actually happen? Oh, right. Oh, well, did I watch it? Oh, that's right. I didn't like it. No, that's right. Steve, I went to primary school with Chris Lowry and secondary school with one of Bucks Fizz, which is less interesting, says Rachel. Good Lord above, honestly. The things you learn on this programme. So what else have we got? What else have we got? We've got a wounded veteran can walk his bride down the aisle. A soldier whose leg was shattered by a blast in Afghanistan has walked with his bride down the aisle. The Help for Heroes charity funded a leg brace for Ben Bainbridge. He's now 30. He was 18 when his explosive device shattered his left leg and paralysed his foot. But 11 years later, he was overjoyed to be getting married and having people stare at him for the right reason, as opposed to the wrong reason. So that's good, isn't it? But Ben's brace cost £4,500, which actually is nothing, because Help for Heroes have got lots and lots of money. Lots of money. Death in Paradise star Ralph Little has revealed how losing his sister as a child spurred him on to success. He was 9, apparently, when 14-year-old Kerry fell to her death from a cliff during a family holiday in Cornwall. I think Ralph Little's great. Death in Paradise has turned him around, really, turned him around. Lots of recipes about, making the perfect omelette. I hate omelettes. I do hate omelettes. They're the most boring thing under the sun. You always get, I tell you, you get those omelettes, you get a lot of those on cruise ships. You go to the cruise ships and you can have the breakfast buffet, which is very nice, and then you can have them. There's always a queue for people making omelettes, and it's either ham or ham and cheese or ham, and that's it, nothing else. And the chefs make these omelettes, and people stand there watching some bloke cracking eggs into a bowl. I don't know if it's anything like it. I didn't have one. I thought, no, I'm not having an omelette. I should have my usual sausages, as per usual, and a piece of toast. And then I thought I'll have some rolls as well, which was quite nice. Kelly Brook was also a presenter on The Big Breakfast, says Ali. Yes, you're quite right. I see young Kelly in this very building on a daily basis. I'm still trying to get over the shock the other day of a lady who came down from Oop North and told us she'd been to Leicester Square but couldn't find the Global building. I stood outside it this morning thinking, which bit of it has she missed? It's tucked, it's hidden away, isn't it? It's enormous. I mean, it's absolutely huge, this building. Seriously. Oh, what was somebody telling me the other day? Oh, a friend of mine lives in Ladbroke Grove, very, very posh, and he's just down the road from him is the Paddington Green Police Station, and I drive past it on a regular basis. It's quite big. I think it was a high security police station because there's hardly any windows in it. Anyway, it's closed. It's being turned into flats. Flats in a high-security police station. That's what they do now. They convert places into flats because people are desperate for flats. They did a show on Dubai the other day. Very interesting. And it was a man who's got a company, and he employs 136 people in this company, and they're all like, yeah, we can do it. They don't earn any money unless they sell property, and they can earn a lot of money. One woman earned £160,000 in 1 month through selling property, because the competition is so big in Dubai for selling property. And they've seen the number plate, 6.5 million, partying, with all sorts of people. But it's interesting that these flats, which are going up all over the place, because we're fascinated by things rich. Do you remember Eamon Holmes did a programme with Ruth on sort of rich people? Because I think and yet he's supposed to have a couple of £1 million sitting in the bank. He'll probably tell us it was a bit more than that, but especially after his feet have given up. And he can't walk without this sort of machine, which is fantastic, which he sort of sits down and, oh, my feet are hurting. And in fact, we had 2 adverts the other day on my television. First of all, him telling you to sort of release money in your property and become bank of mum and dad. And then the other one, and he was walking in his kitchen, then the other one saying he couldn't walk. I don't know which one to believe. Neither of them, I decided. But anyway, they have these people. So there's 136 salesmen and women, and they sell property, but they only get paid if they sell the property. One woman sold 11 properties for over, I think it was £6 million, and she went home with about 80,000 quid that month. £80,000, which is not bad money, is it really? But there's a lot of pressure on salespeople to sell things. Lot of pressure. I know. I've seen salespeople. Every time we do Make Some Noise, I have to learn how to sell things again. But we always manage it. We always manage it very well.
This is LBC.
For local trips around London, think bus. It's the most convenient way to travel in your area. With the Hopper fare, travel as many times as you like, within an hour, for £1.75. Tube it, bus it, train it. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters. Applies to buses and trams. Always use the same card or device. For full terms and conditions, visit tfl.gov.uk/hopper.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
It's very interesting, isn't it? We were just looking at pictures of the bloke who bought all the Rolls Royces and said, they said, oh, the car's very expensive. Well, it's $800,000, but the number plate was 6.5 million. And people think that, that makes them classy. Unfortunately, you can't buy class, because sometimes the classiest people are the ones who haven't got any money. They've got the breeding, but they don't have any finances. The trendy alternatives to milk. This is oat or almond, or following a meat-free diet. Teenage girls could be risking their health. The move towards more plant-based diets means many are missing out on essential nutrients. Now, we've said this before, that it's very dangerous. You've got to find the balance on it. And people go, oh, no, I can't, it'll be fine. You wait. A few years' time down the line, you're going to start seeing disasters. Terrible. Here we go. Party aid might have to quit today. 100 people. No social distancing, no nothing. And here is Carrie heading out for a Mayfair dinner in an artisan gown. Oh, to be honest with you, I've never seen anything so bad in my entire life. Where it comes from, I've got no idea. But they went to Oswald's, and Mrs. Johnson wore a £695 dress which featured embroidery in gold studs and was from Wiggy Kit. Whatever that, I've got no idea what Wiggy Kit is, but it's not the best outfit I've ever seen. But there again, sometimes people who are sort of, the nouveau riche, they'll actually put anything on and go, it looks really classy on me. And sometimes it doesn't. How can the common cold protect you from the virus? Evidence shows some of those who didn't catch the virus may have immunity likely to have come from previous colds. But what is a cold nowadays? I mean, I sort of, have been known to sneeze. And that's about it. I mean, sometimes in twos, but it's never transferred itself into a cold or anything. Oh, God. I can't bear watching these live programmes on the television where they're delving into people's bodies. I watched the other day, there was somebody who, they think it was 999, what's your emergency? And it was this bloke who had lost part of his foot, and they were trying to stitch it back on again. I felt quite ill. I had to turn it over. And and that's that one there, which is... a man has received do-or-die surgery as doctors in Maryland at the medical centre used a pig's heart during the transplant. Now, I've heard of this before, actually. They've used pig's hearts before because apparently it's the nearest thing to us. That's what they... Well, otherwise you wouldn't be putting it the nearest thing to a hamster, would you? Let's face it. It's not going to be powering much, a hamster or a mouse or something. An emu. And so they transplanted this pig's heart on the 7th of January into 57-year-old David Bennett, who said on Monday night he's doing well 3 days after the experimental surgery. I mean, it's too early to know if the operation will work, but I think it does mark a step in the decades-long search by scientists to use animal organs for life-saving transplants. See, the difference is, if they take them from humans, it's a case of it's somebody who's probably died and they donate. If it's an animal, they just take it from them. They don't have to ask the animal's permission or anything at all. But if it saves someone, I mean, I suppose there could be an argument with sort of people saying, well, you shouldn't really take them from animals, so the animal dies, but so we can live. But unfortunately, that's the way it seems to be going at the moment, doesn't it, really? Which is not so good. Nettles, weeds and all things British. What do you think that is? Nettles, weeds and all things British. It would be... The Chelsea Flower Show is back again. And Chelsea goes native. So you will see hawthorn, singing nettles and other weeds. I used to love singing nettles. When you used to wear shorts, in the summer, you'd run through a field, you go, ow, and you've been stung by a stinging nettle. Dock leaves, yeah. You rip the dock leaf off and you put it over and it's cooling, has a very cooling effect. But nettles, oh, dear me, honestly, what a pain they were. You go home, your legs would be covered in blisters and all. Oh, dear, it was dreadful. The hits have given generations of fans satisfaction. I see a red door and I want it painted black. Remember that one? Paint It Black by the Rolling Stones. Goodbye, Ruby Tuesday. And so there's a set of stamps to mark the band's 60th anniversary. That's a bit cool, isn't it? The stamps can be pre-ordered now and go on general sale Jan the 20th. They've also got a touching tribute to Charlie Watts as well. So Painted Penny Black. That's the gag on that one. Very funny, isn't it? Hilarious. I never made that one up. Somebody else did it. 10 ways ministers could ease the pain, because they're looking at ways to cushion the blow of predicted increases of 50% in power bills. Good God. Well, that's going to completely destroy everybody, isn't it? So they say some pensioners get £25 if temperatures drop to or below freezing for 7 days. That could be increased along with the winter fuel payment. I think I'm entitled to the winter fuel payment now, actually. I think I must be. Oh, well, how do you get hold of it? Give it to me. Give me the winter payment. I have to prove the address again, exactly. Scrap VAT on bills. I think we should scrap VAT full stop, actually. It just gets so complicated. It's been up and down like the blooming proverbial yo-yo. And how Putin could black out Britain because of the cables that are going around the world. There's all sorts of things, and there are some cables and remotely operated vehicles which can operate at depths of up to 20,000 feet. These submersibles are thought to be capable of severing cables covertly with hydraulic cutters or tapping them for information. It's amazing what's going on just literally under our oceans. We were looking at earlier on, type in on YouTube, volcanoes in Iceland, and there's a volcano erupting, and literally within 100 feet of it, there are people standing there taking photographs as this thing is spewing out lava, white-hot lava. Unbelievable. The danger must, but nobody seemed to care about it. And you look at it. Oh, this is Shenyun, my favourite. See China before communism. I love it. I just like Shenyun. I don't know what it means, but it's great. And you look at this lava, and Iceland is covered in this. This is the peninsula, some peninsula. Yeah, and in a minute you'll see Darren popping up on YouTube. Hello, see. And you look at this volcano, and it's spewing this stuff out. Because Iceland's full of these blasted things. I don't know why. It must be on a fault line or something. And literally, it's chucking it out like there's no tomorrow. And people were standing round the base of it. Because the producer, look at it inside this volcano. That's what's in the earth. That's what we're walking about on. You seriously can't... You almost imagine when you're watching these things on YouTube, this Iceland volcano with the drone, which has obviously flown over it, you think perhaps it's made up. Perhaps it's not really a volcano. And then you look at it and you go, no, it really is a volcano. Although actually I saw the Jungle Book and it was all CG'd. It was all CGI. There was the little Mowgli, when he was ferrying a boat along, he was just sitting on a piece of cardboard. And everything... No, the bear never spoke a word. Not one word. They couldn't get it to talk. Baloo didn't say anything at all. Very disappointed. But look at this volcano and look at the amount. This is in the earth, deep inside the earth. This is bubbling away, and all of a sudden it's like being sick. It throws it up. So perhaps volcanoes are more human than we realise. I feel sick, and all of a sudden it then throws out all this stuff. But it was the people standing round the base of it, watching it. And I'm thinking, if the sides of this volcano give up, you're going to be dead. But they didn't seem to worry about it. That's the people of Iceland for you. Obviously much hardier souls than me. Steve, Richard Madden and Andrew Neil went to my school, says Kim. Boy George went to the same school as I did, says David. And apparently Suicide Blonde by In Excess. It's about Kylie Minogue. Really? I don't know anything about In Excess. I really know nothing about them at all, apart from Michael Hutchins, and that was about all I know. Richard on the Wirral says, I went to school with Daniel Craig. I remember him being in a school production of Oliver. Steve, I've been watching The Tourist on the BBC. Totally bizarre, says Dave in Plymouth. I've never seen it. Somebody talked about it the other day to me, but it went in one ear and popped out the other, I'm afraid. First time I've listened to the Steve Allen Show, and I'm enjoying it. Well, there you go, you see. Not difficult, is it? It's only taken you 43 years to get round to it, but, come on. Doesn't matter. But I'm enjoying it. Richard Madeley mentioned yesterday that he returned home after 3 weeks in America, and the milk he bought before he went away hadn't gone off and was still drinkable, well past its sell-by. As long as it's kept chilled, it goes a lot longer. I bought some. We were talking, a friend of mine said, I bought some milk the other day. He said it's brilliant. And he bought Guernsey milk, and he said it's really great. I said, yeah, but it's really fattening. Really, really fattening. So how long can you leave it out? What, milk? Oh, within about 4 days, it will go off. What, just out of the fridge, yeah, about 4 days. If you keep it in the fridge, in fact, I used some milk from the fridge this morning to make a cup of tea, and it was just borderline okay, but some Guernsey milk that I'd left out of the fridge for 4 days had gone off because it came out all lumpy. Curds and whey. Didn't like that at all. Steve, says Teresa in Collingdale, cheering me up this morning after having shoulder surgery at BMI Hospital Hendon yesterday evening. Just restless and wide awake all night. Isn't it boring in a hospital? There's nothing to do. You just got to lie there. And, I've got first-hand experience, and they keep coming around and going, OK, Stephen, we're now going to take some blood. And they take blood, and then they do your blood pressure. I didn't have any headphones. No. I did have a television. But I spent most of my time... The one thing I always recommend people is take your phone charger with you, because you'll be using up stuff on your phone like there's no tomorrow. But thanks to all the fab staff at the hospital, says Teresa, who are busy every day with smiling eyes everywhere. Well, that's good news, isn't it? We tend to forget they're there all the time. You mentioned Paddington. I wish they'd put documentaries like Paddington Green on instead of the rubbish, says Jim, that we get at the moment. Oh, God, we do get rubbish. So much rubbish. I wish they ditched Supermarket Sweep. Honestly, Dale must be turning, I should imagine. Iceland straddles 2 continents, hence all the seismological activity, says Lawrence. One of my favourite words, seismological. It's like ichthyosaurus. It's another one of my favourite words. I drop it into most conversations, Oh, I saw an ichthyosaurus today. Did you really? Yes, because I'm a seismologist. And it goes well. So what are these foods that the Queen is going to be eating? The platinum puddings. There's some lovely ones here. Some people doing a twist on a British pudding. The Hairy Bikers have done a pineapple and rum sticky toffee pudding. Yum, 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 yum. Producer doesn't... I mentioned it, but no, I don't like pineapple. Oh, God, honestly. No, please. Not in a dessert. As opposed to what? What do you have it with? Steak? Steak and... No, you couldn't. No, you can't have pineapple with it. I like Tom Parker Bowles' rhubarb fool, because I love stewed... What? I like stewed rhubarb because you can buy it. There's a company called Bon Marché or something, whatever it is. They sell it in Waitrose, a jar of stewed rhubarb. The trouble is it's just full of sugar. But it is nice if you empty a tin of creme fraiche over it, or a pot of creme fraiche, or custard, yeah. But it's stewed rhubarb, and he does one here. And to be honest with you, he's about as near to the Queen as you're going to get, because it's his mother who's with Charles. Fiona Cairns did a crown meringue, which looks very pretty. The sort of thing that you probably have to get from Patisserie Valerie. Rose Prince's jammy roll cake, which is good. And Felicity Cloak has done a jelly cherry jubilee. That sounds quite nice too, actually. And that's from the A to Z of Eating by Felicity Cloak. But this one was created by the great French chef Auguste Escoffier for the Diamond Jubilee of Queen Victoria, and it was a personal favourite. So it's a wobbly, cheerfully stripy pudding, a modern take on the flambé cherry dessert created by, as I say, Auguste Escoffier. Just proving that my pronunciation is particularly good this morning, you know. Yeah, and all right, 5:31.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Apparently, when it comes to a flipping good time, it seems there's only one animal feeling the love as much as humans do. Dolphins. Apparently, dolphins are physically able to enjoy sex as much as people and do it to strengthen social bonds. Apparently, scientists analysed 11 female dolphins and found they've got many nerves in their lower area, which could make coupling up with males more pleasurable. Good Lord above, honestly. So apparently they can not only pleasure themselves, they can pleasure other females. It's all going on in the dolphin world, isn't it? Blimey. Dr. Patricia Brennan, who led the study, said, "We knew that dolphins have sex not just to reproduce, but also to solidify social bonds. So it seems it could be pleasurable for them." Oh, God, honestly. That's all we need. Competition from dolphins out there. Everybody getting on with it as well. Plus, the pig heart transplant makes big news. I remember the first time they ever did anything like that, and it was just amazing. Michael Caine. I only told you to blow the bloody doors off. Selling 60 years of film memorabilia, including a lighter with his initials set in diamonds for £1,500, a poster from the film that gave him his breakthrough role, Zulu, that's going for £2,000, 2 pairs of his oversized spectacles up for grabs, £1,200, hot seat, the director's chair from Get Carter, £1,200, his 18-carat Rolex watch, which is very nice, for £12,000. I mean, that would be a bit of a bargain. See, this is what the starting prices are. I should imagine most of this stuff, because it's owned by Michael Caine, and I should imagine it's probably kept in pristine condition, will probably fetch a lot more. I should imagine his Rolex, which they valued at £12,000, could go for easily 24, 30. Depends. If 2 people want it, that's what happens, isn't it, really? So, birthdays today. Rachel Riley, the Essex-born maths whiz, was only in her first job as an analyst at a price comparison website before securing the role on Channel 4's Countdown. Last month, she was awarded £10,000 damages after suing a former aide to Jeremy Corbyn for libel over a tweet that said she was as dangerous as she is stupid. So she got money out of that. Also, Jamie Vardy, the Sheffield-born Leicester City footballer. This is the one who's got the wife, who's Nola, Colleen, what's her face? It's not Nola, it's Rooney. I get confused with them. It's funny that, isn't it? Because they don't look at all alike. And that one's still dragging on. I thought it would have been finished by now. And in January 1977, a long-standing feud between 3 ex-Beatles and their former manager has ended with a £3 million out-of-court settlement. Last night, tough-talking Alan Klein, the man who gets the money, paid tribute to the Kissinger-like diplomacy of John Lennon's Japanese wife, Yoko Ono. He said that woman is extraordinary. So he ended up with the £3 million. They love the courts, don't they? Do you remember I was telling you at the beginning of the programme, poor old Giles Corran, he's doing this Amazing Hotels programme, which I saw the other day, but he goes out and he reviews a Mayfair restaurant. The critic described the woman who cavorted in front of him at dinner in her underwear as having big, round, expensive boobs. I mean, supposed to be a food critic, but anyway, attached to her impressive Jim Harden dancer's body. He said, look, there was a stripper. There's no getting away from that. He said the sight had caused him to spill his £13 fish taco into his lap because he was ogling her glistening amber skin and smooth round bottom. So anyway, the woman's identified herself as Jolie Papillon, and she's not happy. She chides him for not knowing the difference between a stripper and a burlesque dancer. And snaps, I can see my impressive Jim Harden dancer's body made you quite intimidated. She's like Dita Von Teese. She doesn't call herself a stripper. She's a burlesque dancer, which is they don't strip. No, they go down to sort of pretty bikinis. It's like, have you ever seen the film on Gypsy Rose Lee? Gypsy Rose Lee was not a stripper, even though she took her clothes off on stage, but never showed anything. So in fact, she would sort of come on with a gown and very elegant and all the rest of it. Da, 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 da. And then she'd sort of gradually take off. Apparently in those days, just taking off a glove was enough to get grown men, throw themselves at her feet, groaning at the same time. And she'd take off the glove and then throw it and, you know, da, 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 da. And she said, at these prices, I'm not a stripper, I am an aphrodisiac. So that's what she thought she was. And then she would pull the stage curtain around her body, take off the skirt, and then have a big fan, which she held in front of her. So you never saw anything. That's why it was called strip tease. I do the same when I'm having a shower at home. You know, I'm teasing, you know, in the mirror. I'm sort of got my towel, you know, down, da, 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 da. The minute I walked in the joint, huge fan. Got to cover my body. But no, that's what Gypsy Rose Lee was. They made a film about it. She wrote a book, Gypsy Rose Lee. She really existed. She was a proper person, and so she wrote a book about her life, and she worked Minsky's and all those sort of great entertainment, pleasurable houses. We had the same here in London, only the difference was at the Windmill Theatre, they did take their clothes off, but they didn't move. They were static nudes. They weren't allowed to move. The Lord Chamberlain had decreed that if you moved, you were in big trouble. So they would say, ladies and gentlemen, a Greek taverna, or something like that. It wouldn't be that. And the curtain would open and there would be 6 ladies on the stage holding big jugs, but not moving, and they were naked. And then they'd have all sorts of things. And sometimes the Chancellor would write to them and say, one of the girls blinked, or something like that. You weren't allowed to move one instant. You could see pictures of them online. Inspired, I think, by the Parisian Folies Bergère and the Moulin Rouge shows. The manager, Vivian Van Damme, subsequently his daughter took over the running of it, introduced nude women known as the Windmill Girls. In fact, there's a book out, and it was huge. And the show was called We Never Clothed. And they didn't. It was a non-stop show. And so what they had moving props. And so they had to remain legal, otherwise they could have been closed down. I think the only time was when a bomb exploded in London and one of the girls looked up and stuck 2 fingers up to the ceiling. But very unprofessional. But people used to jump over the seats. As people vacated seats, people went nearer to the front. No, they did. They absolutely did. They used to write to Vivian Van Damme and say, I've had my glass lenses changed to magnifiers so they could see more clearly. Oh, yeah, they used to all of this. Have you never seen the film with Will Young in? Mrs. Henderson Presents. That's based on the Windmill Theatre, which does exist. It's just on Shaftesbury Avenue. And if you go inside, I think it's table dancing or something like that now, but the actual theatre is still there. The little windmill, it was tiny. Tiny. I know because I've been there on a few occasions, not to see table dancing, I hasten to add. And I was not table dancing myself, but I did go there to see my friend Larry Parker, who was working, invited myself and Darren down. And we went into the Windmill Theatre, and it's a piece of history. And I think it reopened last August under new management. It used to have a big windmill on the front that used to turn round. And, they all started there. Harry Seacombe. Loads of famous people started at the Windmill Theatre because in between the nudes, you would get the end act. Harry Seacombe used to do a shaving act. And it's got a capacity of 350, which is tiny theatre, which is smaller than the Leicester Square Theatre, which is 400. And they've got a dining menu, so they're going to do entertainment and everything else. I mean, it's really good. There's going to be a resident compere. So it's going to be called the Windmill Soho. It had a £10 million restoration. It's steeped in history. Have you not seen the pictures of the inside? Because the audience were all men in dirty raincoats. They were just there to see naked women. And so every time somebody got up to go to the toilet, somebody would climb over seats to jump into their spot. Oh, it was like that all the time. It was, people queued to get into it because it was one price. You could stay there all day if you so desired. And Mrs. Henderson, who was a benefactor of it and a friend of Vivian Van Damme, put money into the show. And she would sit in her box and she was dressed. In fact, you must be able to find a picture of Mrs. Henderson because she was an old lady, but she dressed as if she was somebody really, really sort of well-heeled. She's got a little bit like that. You know, you could tell, the fur coat and all the girls treated her, as if she was like a mother to them. It was lovely. It was almost as old-fashioned when she took over the Windmill Theatre and all the photographs and everything throughout the years. But it's the fact it's still there and nobody's pulled it down or turned it into flats. It's like for the second time yesterday, they showed the film The £1 Million Note. Did you ever see that? Oh. That's based on the premise that you could give somebody a note worth £1 million, of which there were only 2 in London at the time, so the film went, and you could actually have the best life you could ever have without ever spending it, because nobody could ever change it. And 2 old boys chanced upon this young man and went, come up, we're going to give you this note. And it wasn't until he got outside he opened it, he went, ooh, £1 million note. So he goes out, he's not doing very well, even though he looks very well heeled, and he goes to a restaurant, and it's only a cheapo restaurant, and he orders the full menu, and then at the end he goes, and I'll have that again, with a flagon of wine. And so the woman running the restaurant with her husband goes, can he afford to pay? Can you afford to give him the cheap steak? Give him the cheap steak, the gristle. Give him the gristle and everything else. Anyway, at the end, he goes, oh, because he wasn't supposed to open the envelope until a certain time, because the old men had decided to go on holiday. And so he says, the man who runs the restaurant, well, is there any reason why you can't pay the bill? And he goes, no, I'll open it. And he gives it to him, and he goes, thank you very much. And they suddenly realise, and they've shoved him at a table out the back because he looks so slovenly. So in the end, what happens is the old boys come back, he gives them back the note, but by that time he's managed to make a name for himself. Mr. Henry Adams, was living in Bumbles, the hotel. It's a nice, pleasing little story, and he gets the girl. So that's all that matters. Yeah, I know, spoiler alert, but it came out in the 50s, I think, that film. Which I love, actually. Steve, it's my birthday today, and I'm up to go to work at UCH, says Louise. Lovely starting the day. You've cheered me up already. I hope that my train from Derbyshire is still running. Yes, I hope so as well, actually. I went to school with Elaine Page, says Sheila Fine-Silver. Really? I love Lorraine Page. Lorraine Page just makes me laugh. Lorraine Page. Steve, I had a dream last night, says Stella. I was in a shop and was eating loads of fresh cream cakes. I could literally taste them, but hey, I don't get to put on any weight. That's brilliant.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. Nice to have you. My mother, Steve, used to take me to Collins Music Hall, where they had nude standing still in the late 40s. Really? I thought it was only the Windmill that did it, but there you go. I was watching an old TV show of Shirley Bassey at the BBC and thinking, I wonder if Steve Allen likes Shirley Bassey. I've interviewed Shirley Bassey. She lives in Monaco. She's in the flat underneath some friends of mine. Always liked Shirley Bassey. I mean, just big voice. Big voice. Little lady, big voice. Bit of a diva, but that's what makes her fantastic. When she did Morecambe and Wise, the sketch on there, she was fantastic. And so she lives in Monaco. She's got a fabulous flat, my sort of flat. It's all gold and everything else. It's very good. How old is she? Shirley Bassey now must be 73. No. Oh, right. Okay, here we go. I'm hopeless on these age things. We always have a little guessing game. 85? Not possible. Really? Phenomenal. Born in 1937. 85. There's something about having big lungs, ladies and gentlemen. It's her birthday Saturday. Brewster's Millions is a warning about too much money too quickly. Great film too, says Raymond in Bedfordshire. Get the £1 million note. If you've never seen it before, it's a very good film. So Andrew settles the £6.6 million debt so the ski chalet sale can fund the sex abuse case. And but obviously he had 6.6 million in the bank and he was able to pay it. Because it was paid 6 weeks ago. Isabelle de Rouvre sold the chalet to the Yorks, and he bought it, I think, in 2008. It's got an indoor swimming pool, but it's a bit pokey. In fact, to be honest with you, it's very... What am I looking at? Oh, this is the Sea Dragon. And they've got an interview on the television with a paleontologist, and they've covered it in this... I don't know, perhaps it's like a light cement that means they can lift it up. And then presumably later, see, look, you could see it's covered there. They've split it up and then they'll just be able to break that off and the actual creature will still be able to take it. It's like a papier-mâché type thing. And it's the only way you can get it out. So, because otherwise, if the reservoir fills up with water, they're going to lose it, aren't they? I love this. I mean, seriously, I'm fascinated by this. And mind you, I became quite interested in the sky at night the other day. I must be getting a bit old. I looked at the sky at night and they were going, and this is Orion's belt, and I'm looking at it thinking, I don't know, perhaps they're seeing different things. I can't see this, and so you look at all this and they say these stars you can see, these ones are very good. Well, it seems to be a combination of people. It's like the, what's that nature program on the television? There's all sorts of nature programs, but it seems to have loads of presenters. They're obsessed. Springwatch and things like that. There seem to be loads of presenters. It's like Steph McGovern's programme. There are about 6 presenters on it. I mean, talk about tedious. I mean, goodness sake. Robin Tottenham says, I love the 3 degrees. Me too. When will I see you again? Betrayal will not destroy Denise. One of the columnists today in the paper says that she's split from her fiancé. And, I mean, they seem to do quite well, actually, all the time, though. He was not being very good. Rumours of infidelity may have something to do with her decision. And this joshing and all the rest of it. But after 7 years, during which marriage and babies were contemplated, Denise says she had to end the relationship because she'd had a look at his telephone and apparently he'd not been as honest as he could have been. It's a shame, isn't it? Because then people tell lies and go, oh, listen, I've changed. I really don't want to throw away what we've got. And you think, yeah, but all the time that I thought you were with me, you were actually off with other people. You can't really expect it. I mean, I would do exactly the same. I would do exactly the same. I'm terribly sorry. I couldn't ever trust you ever again. Couldn't ever trust you. A shamed former bank manager called Stephen Sims has been jailed for using his financial expertise to con more than 600,000 quid from victims, including his own daughter. There's a picture of him. He looks like a complete wreck, actually. He tricked his victims with phony investment schemes, mortgage deals and credit card fraud. Anyway, he had built up a debt with his daughter of £125,000 using her name through credit cards and loans. But she says in a statement she felt a level of hatred and anger towards her father. Another one was convinced to invest £30,000, which he understood to be a short-term loan to a third party. And it turns out it was just rubbish. Anyway, he's been jailed for 4 years and 4 months. Why do they do that? Why don't they just say 5 years? Round it up. Rounded up to 10, actually. But he's deeply ashamed of the way he behaved. I bet he is, yeah, because he got caught. That's the way through, isn't it? What else we got? Oh, poor old Jeremy Clarkson. I feel sorry for Jeremy Clarkson. I thought he'd have done well with Diddley Squat Farm and the retail arm of it to put in a thing. Miserable people. Who'd want to live down there? Oh, dear, honestly. But one of the people had actually engaged a very, very expensive lawyer to make sure that it didn't go through. And so he turned up in person at the meeting to make a personal plea. He told the councillors, we've been told as farmers to diversify, which is exactly what this proposal is. There were 53 objections against 12 letters of support. 7 out of 10 councillors refused plans on the grounds the restaurant would be out of keeping with the Cotswold area of outstanding natural beauty. It's a bloody field. It's a field. So, he ran the farm. Common themes among the objectors around the plans were it would affect traffic, with one resident writing, many local people believe it's only a matter of time until there's a serious accident. Oh, yeah. Like anywhere, love, if you walk along a motorway, there's going to be a serious accident, isn't there? One resident accused Clarkson of changing traditional village life. Another said the broadcaster's farm shop had resulted in the environmental damage to the village. God, they're a right bunch of miseries, aren't they? Honestly. Mud all over the road, apparently. Dreadful. Mud in the countryside. Who ever heard of such a thing? People walking down the middle of the road, and I personally have been sworn at to get out of the way, said one complainer. That was me. Get out of the... Honestly, what a miserable bunch they must be. But anyway, you never know. He actually could appeal, and put it through. I'm sure if you pay enough money to a decent lawyer, he could have the council in knots, I should imagine. 15 Wilko stores closing, another nail in the high street coffin. I think some of those closing. Shipley, Bournemouth, Stockton next month, Scunthorpe in March, Grantham and Redditch in May, Rotherham, Skegness and Sutton Coldfield in July, Llanelli in August, Merthyr Tydfil in September and Cleethorpes in October. Apparently 11 of the 15 stores have an alternative Wilko within 5 miles. So that's good. They do all sorts of things. It's like it's an upmarket Poundland, isn't it? It's a bit like Woolworths used to be. Yes, it is actually, quite right. It is. And very nice it is too. As I say, they've got one in Hounslow, which I've been on loads of occasions. So Dancing on Ice is coming back. God knows why. They can't find any celebrities at all. It's a bunch. I mean, honestly, fancy Bez at his age still appearing on the television and admitting that he can't dance. So what's the point? And then you've got Regan Gascoigne, claim to fame, nothing at all. Apparently, he's got a famous father, Connor Ball. Who's Connor Ball? Is he the Vamps? I don't know. I've got no idea. Rachel Stevens we know, but as I say, she bears no resemblance to what Rachel Stevens used to look like. Perhaps she's changed her makeup artist or something. Brendan Cole, who really can't get arrested nowadays, so he's got to appear on something. He generally has temper tantrums. Ben Foden, I think, is something to do with rugby. And Kimberly Wyatt, I think, was another one from the Pussycat Dolls or something. Oh, no, she wasn't. Was she? No, she wasn't. Kimberly Wyatt. Was she Girls Aloud? Oh, I've now forgotten, actually. Kimberly Wyatt, American singer. Kimberly Walsh was Kimberly. Wait a minute. Yeah, it's Kimberly Wyatt. Look at that. She's changed her image completely. So she was married. She's engaged. There you go. Dance ensemble, the Pussycat Dolls. I saw them at a Royal Variety performance. They were rubbish. Absolute rubbish. I've never anything like it. We were in the Palladium watching the Royal Variety performance, and they were on the act, and all they did was just posture on the stage. It was really embarrassing to watch. I mean, the audience at the Royal Variety are very selective. Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like me? And everybody was going, no, absolutely not. Thank you very much indeed. Gregory Peck was the lead in £1 Million Note. Thank you. Apparently archaeologists use plaster, simple broken limbs plaster like they do in hospitals. I thought that's what it looked like. I thought I'd seen it before. Mike says the £1 Million Note is such a delightful film. Made the boyfriend watch it for the first time and he loved it too. And I'm sure Joan Hickson was the wife who worked in the restaurant. You're absolutely right. It was Joan Hickson. Mind you, all those old British movies, you know, they filmed all over the place. And it was Joan Hickson. Lovely. Really love it. I really love it. As I say, it came up on the television the other day. And even though I've seen it 1 million times before and I do possess it, I watched it again. How mad is that? What is the point? What is the point? There's a 26-foot naked man who's by the side of a road. Somebody's made it, and it looks a bit rough, actually, but I suppose that's how they sort of make these things nowadays. And so people have literally pulled their cars into the side of the road to take pictures of it. They've said it's very distracting. Just as well he doesn't want to open a restaurant. They'd never get away with it, would they? And victims of the pervy coach, Barry Bennell, have lost their High Court claim against Man City. The swimmers braving the ice, who these people are, I've got no idea, but they do say the same. Once you're in the water, it's very warming and very comforting. I don't know, it's not. Oh, there's that man. He's huge. In every department, by the look of it. Well, he looks fairly big. He's 26 foot tall. That looks fairly big to me. As I say, in most departments. The pilot who was dragged to safety seconds before a train hit him, he got his plane down on a zebra crossing, and then he literally leaps to safety, and the train just completely annihilates it. It's something worth watching. Something worth watching. And they do issue a warning. They say the footage may be distressing to some viewers, including me. Because there is the plane, and then the train. These trains, they thunder across these crossings, and he managed to get out. I mean, if he'd been in it, that would have been the end of him. Because these trains stop for nobody. Absolutely stop for nobody. They're thundering. You think there'd be some sort of system on a zebra crossing, on a level crossing, where the cameras would see that there was an obstruction, and the train, perhaps it was too late. It takes them, yeah, you're right, it does take them a long way. But he could have slowed down. You know, or something like that. But they managed to get him out. And then, within seconds, the train comes and just obliterates it completely. There's a councillor who says big dogs should be phased out because they harm the planet. No more than big people, I suppose. What was the other one? Oh, yeah, back to Jeremy Clarkson. Different story. He thinks petrol bombs will explode on the streets in 2022. We don't really know why, but he just says he thinks there'll be riots on the streets. Do you think it'll be the anti-vaxxers again? Or yes, in his village. Or do you think it'll be the insulate people who haven't been out for ages? A bit cold for them, I think, at the moment. Perhaps they can't afford jumpers, or they're frightened about going to prison. Although we had somebody on LBC who said he wasn't remotely bothered if he spent the rest of his life in prison. I wasn't bothered either, actually, so I kind of sided with him. Anyway, coming up to the news at 6 o'clock. It's Tuesday morning. It's the 11th of January. I feel sorry for the hairdresser. Opened a packet of crisps, only to find it completely empty. It had obviously scraped through the boundary. It was in one of those party packs where you get about 6 packets of crisps. And so they've been sent a voucher. How lovely.
This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Nice to have your company. Good morning, everybody. It's LBC. It's Tuesday, the 11th of January. It's definitely, I think it's getting colder again. Perhaps it's just me in here. Because when I walk outside, it's quite, because we've got heating in the rest of the building. But I've just noticed I don't have heating in here. I mean, and if I stand under the air conditioning unit, it's cold air. So it's obviously circulating, which is quite nice. I'm not allowed to turn it up. No, I do try and turn it up, but then elsewhere in the building, because it's master control, they turn it back down again. So I'm literally hot and cold, hot and cold. It's really bizarre, actually. Waj says, Steve, locked into the spike, went to watch Spider-Man yesterday. It was really good. 8 out of 10 for me. Well, it's gross. I think it's the second biggest grossing film. It's nearly $1 billion. It's seriously done phenomenally well. And I don't know why. Is it Tom Holland again? Is Tom Holland swinging from tree to tree? People seem to love it, don't they? I'm going to wait till it comes out on DVD. I think, and watch it that way. I can't sit in a cinema because I've tried sitting in cinemas and I just go to sleep. I was sitting in a cinema once. It was a screening we had to go to, and I think Lorraine Kelly was in there as well. There was only about literally 3 of us in this little tiny screening room, which was in a hotel just in Soho. And the moment the lights go down and the seats are so comfy, I go to sleep. I'm terrible. I mean, I cannot help it. There you go. Spider-Man added $97 million to its global box office takings, bringing the current total to $1.53 billion. I mean, as I say yesterday, even if it costs them 200 or 300 million to make, there's still quids in on that. I mean, that is, I bet Tom Holland's agent's going, could we have not got more money? Could we have not got more money? Because it's now the 8th biggest film ever. And that's ever, forever. So if Waj likes it and gives it 8 out of 10. I'm going to wait, actually. Janice says, when you get home, Google Collins Music Hall in Islington. You'll love it. And somebody says, Chrissy says, I just thought you'd like to know we've got 348 days to Christmas. After all, nobody loves Christmas as much as Steve Allen. It said you keep your Christmas lights up throughout the year. Is that really true? Yes. Well, I say I keep them up. I've got them... I've got a big mirror, of course I have, in the sitting room. It's a big one, and it's got sort of indentations in it, so it's because it's a Rococo type frame, and it's huge. It's about 7-8 feet wide by about 4 feet deep, and I've twisted lights in and out of the all the filigree work and fake leaves and plants and everything else. So I have it all the time because I just like, and down my hall, I've got lights in as well because I just kind of like it, actually. It's one of those sort of things, isn't it? Some people like light. I don't look at them as Christmas lights. I just look at them as lights. You know, some people do, they think. What's the highest grossing film ever? Oh, highest grossing. Is it going to be something from Mr. Spielberg? Would it be something? No, it's not. Oh, not something from Mr. Spielberg. So it's not Martin Scorsese then, is it? No. Is it an old film? It's a modern film. Oh, blimey, a modern film. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, you can help me out on this one. Help me out on this one. Worldwide gross for Avatar? No. Really? It's grossed 2.8 billion anyway. 2.8 billion. That was from 2009. Avengers Endgame, 2.7 billion. Titanic, 2.1. So a bit of a drop there, isn't it? Star Wars, Avengers Infinity. What is this Avengers thing? Are these aren't Steed, are they? They're comics. Ah, right. Infinity War, Jurassic World, The Lion King, Spider-Man No Way Home did very well. The Avengers featured all over the place. Frozen, Furious 7, Black Panther, Avenger. The Avengers are everywhere. They gross a lot, don't they? Are they superheroes then? Are they from a comic? Oh, it's based on the Marvel comics. See, I'm not interested in anything like that at all. It's not my, because I'm a grown-up. I wouldn't even watch Avatar. I think I've probably got it, but it doesn't, I can't even remember what it is. So it's Avatar. Oh, it was that sort of, it's not a cartoon, but they're not real people, are they? It's like CGI. It's freaky. If you like things like that, people like that. And so they've got plot casting. Well, they're not real people at all, are they? They're CGI'd. They don't actually exist. Well, as far as I know, they don't exist. I could be wrong, actually. How long is the full version? So the story is Jake, who is paraplegic, replaces his twin on the Navi-inhabited Pandora for a corporate mission. After the native accept him as one of their own, he must decide where his loyalties lie. God, I'm bored already. And that's 2 hours, 42 minutes. which you're never going to get back in your life ever again. You watch people are writing in now saying, Steve, I've seen that film Avatar. It's absolutely fantastic. We love it. But not for me. Yeah, you're welcome to it, actually. I'd rather go for, the other films that were on the list. Family films, like the E.T.s and the Jurassic Parks. Well, I say Jurassic Park is a family film. It is if you don't mind watching the family being murdered, which is great, by sort of giant Tyrannosaurus Rexes. Or an ichthyosaur. Yeah, there was a film actually that they used some giant thing that leaps out of the water. I've seen this thing leaping out. It's in a water. No, not Free Willy, no. I thought that was something completely different. I had no idea. Nobody told me. But anyway, no, it was a giant thing from the deep comes out of this swimming pool and leaps up to grab fish and everything else. Come on. Is it what? Classic World? Jurassic World? Is it? No, it's one name. I'm sure it's like, not Flipper. Yeah, somebody will know what it is. It's this thing that leaps out of the water. It's huge. It's the size of the pool. And it goes round and swims, and it leaps out of... And there's a picture on the poster of it leaping out of the water. No, it's not Free Willy. It's not a whale. This is prehistoric. But it's definitely not Jurassic World. It's called something else, like Leviathan or something. Whatever it is, somebody will know. Come on, for goodness sake, help me out of this. Because nobody believes me around here. I'm fighting a losing battle. Tara says, can you wish our little girl a happy 9th birthday today? Apart from getting the Prezi she's hoped for, being a mini trampoline. Woo! It's okay, she's already opened it, having crash-landed on the bed around 5. It would be the cherry on her birthday cake. Unfortunately, we have no idea what her name is. Doesn't really help, does it? It's just a little girl. So if you're a little girl and you got that, fantastic. Tanker driver Phil says, did you hear in the news the pig's heart? They've done it before. It's not the first time they've transplanted a pig's heart into a man. It's the nearest thing to us. Sally says, we saw Spider-Man in 4DX screen. The seats move and jiggle about to the action. It shoots air in your face when he shoots his webs. I don't think you'd fall asleep in this one, although you may spill your popcorn. I went to one once, I'm pretty certain. Or perhaps it was another film, actually. I'm sure that they... Clive thinks it's Meg. Is it like Megathon or something? Is it... Put in Meg. It's a shark. It's a giant... No, it's not that one. No, I don't think so. This is from 2018. The budget was 130 million. I'd have got my money back. So it's the Meg. I'm not sure it is, actually. This just looks like a giant creature. Is it in a pool? And do they somebody leans over the thing at the top to feed it? Does look a bit frightening, doesn't it? Whatever it is. No, I don't know. It looks as though it's based on the shark, on Jaws, doesn't it, really? But no, this is definitely in like an aquarium kind of thing. And this thing leaps out of the water. It's huge. It takes up most of the screen. So I've never seen the Meg before, but it does look a little bit similar to Jaws, doesn't it? Even when you look at the picture of the film poster, very similar. It's always been a question, why is there an elephant above the escalators at Waterloo? Why is there an elephant? Well, listen, the straightforward answer is because, you might not know this, but at Waterloo Station, it stands on the same site as Astley's. Astley's was a circus, the world's first circus ring. It was an amphitheatre, though, and the auditorium, I think, was at it was the eastern end of Westminster Bridge, which is now where St Thomas's Hospital is. The circus had been under performance since about the late 1700s, I think. Elephants were regularly on the bill, but in 1828, and I only remember that date because something else happened. I'll tell you about it a bit later on. Yeah, it was covered on LBC. That was one of our lead stories. A frightened jumbo broke into the crowd. And in those days, of course, people hadn't really seen elephants, but they used to whenever the circus came to town, they would walk the circuses, the elephants, through town to give them a bit of exercise. You'd see them walking over the bridges to go to Astley Circus. So that's why you get the elephant above the escalators at Waterloo. There you go. There is today's little snippet of information. I mean, I should imagine most people must have absolutely freaked out, when an elephant gets loose, because apparently they never forget. But in fact, at the Hippodrome, they had elephants as well. And underneath the floor of the Hippodrome, where it is now, there's the Elephant Walk. And that's where they exercise them in between shows. So they didn't really get to see very much of the light of day. And they would take them up to the top of the building on various ramps. And then the elephants would slide down a water slide into the water. I mean, you can't seriously believe that things like that happened in London, but they really did. The Hippodrome was very famous. I mean, imagine if you've never seen an elephant. You wouldn't know, really, would you? And these things, I mean, they're big. When did they stop using them? Oh, gosh. A long time ago. They used to have elephant rides in London Zoo. Elephant rides. You would get on it, and it would have a ladder that went up the side, and you would sit in it, I think about 3 people either side, and you'd go for a walk on an elephant. They do lumber. I don't think it was good for the elephant, and so they stopped doing that ages and ages ago. But elephants, you can still find. You go to European circuses; they've still got lions and tigers and everything. Lots of wild animal acts and stuff like that, and elephants. In fact, even in Vegas, Siegfried and Roy were using elephants only a few years back when they were working Vegas. It was people went to see spectacles. And Siegfried and Roy did this huge magic act where everything was duplicated. They had elephants coming on stage. They had everything. You name it. Mind you, in Rome, of course, they used to use them all the time in the Roman Colosseum. You know, people being trodden on by elephants. You know, what they do is starve them. And then people would lose their lives. If you were lucky. If not, you were maimed permanently, I should imagine. So that's why, Cameron, there is an elephant above the escalators at Waterloo. It's in homage.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Well, we're still struggling with this film this morning after Clive said it was called Meg, and then I looked at the pictures and it's not, because I can see this picture of this thing, which is huge. It's like the size of a double-decker bus, and it comes out the pool and grabs this thing. We think we found it. We think we found it because lots of people have come up with it. Sophie is the birthday girl, by the way, who's 9 today. And somebody says, is the film called Sharknado? I don't think so. And somebody says the film is The Deep Blue Sea. They're in a research centre. No, this is an entertainment. This is people all sitting round as if you're going to watch, you know, whales jumping out of the water and all the rest of it. And here we go. This might be it. I'm looking at it now. Oh, God, don't tell me. That's right, it is. It's called Jurassic World. Duh. You said Jurassic World, didn't you? Yeah, all right, clever clogs. Don't you start. And it wasn't it was a giant alligator kind of thing that leaps out and it grabs this shark or dolphin or something, and everybody gets soaking wet. But it was an entertainment. So there you go. Andrea says in Denmark Hill, oh my gosh, you really do know about everything. Oh, I wish I did. I mean, I know about certain things. Certain things I remember. If it's to do with entertainment, I'm reasonably good with it, except films. Light End. I do Light End. The trouble is, I don't go to this cinema very often. I'm sort of more into sort of old films and stuff like that. I fall asleep. It's pointless me buying a ticket. You spend 15 quid to go and see a movie. I spend 3/4 of the show asleep. Only wake up to go to the end or to sort of get a hot dog. £20 in central London to go to the cinema. Good Lord above. Not surprised people are buying CDs. Although somebody said to me buying CDs is DVDs. Sorry, is it's a bit old-fashioned now. Everybody's all right. I don't. Well, I'm obviously old-fashioned then because I like buying DVDs. God, Betamax. I wish I had actually. So. What else have we got here? And a former archbishop has revealed he's been stopped and searched by police a number of times. This is a former archbishop. It's unbelievable. This is the Reverend Dr. John Sentamu, who is black, told of his experiences as concerns were raised in Parliament over serious violent reduction, orders aimed at stopping knife carrying. Lord Sentamu, he's Lord. The former Archbishop of York says, when I was vicar in Tulse Hill in South London, I was stopped and searched on a number of occasions. This wasn't that long ago. Not that long ago. What else have we got here? The shamed former banker. We've got that one. We sorted him out. He's off to prison now. And these items which are coming from Michael Caine, he's selling off. I mean, even his famous glasses he's selling off and things like that. It's not for any other reason apart from he's downsizing, and it's on sale from Bonhams. Money go. Do you remember that couple who were on the Ant and Dec show? They won £500,000. That can't have been the first show in the series, because they said, "Oh, we've had that before." And I remember thinking, no. So what they've on this new show, it's not live; it's pre-rect. I think they've already done the shows, and what they do is the same as Dale used to do. They would film In It to Win It. and he would film maybe 10, 15 shows. They would select the one they wanted to open the show, because by that time he'd relaxed into the game. And the Ant and Dec one, that definitely wasn't their first show, because they referenced back to, oh, we've had that before. And I remember thinking, wait a minute, this is a prereq. So what they've done is you put a good one on to start with, where somebody wins 500,000. You bet your bottom dollar. I bet you next week's they don't win diddly squat. I bet you. Oh, sorry. They're at the farm. You're going to win a farm. Hooray! Get a tractor and everything. You can mess up the roads around there just to really wind everybody up. Because £500,000 is, you need something like that to capture the imagination. If they don't win £500,000 and they go in with 20 grand, who cares? Nobody cares. People want to see people winning life-changing money. And that's the way it works. So what they've done is they've obviously filmed them all, and then you decide which one you're going to put out because it looks the most polished. So it could have been second, fifth, could have been, 8th down the line. You don't know, but that's how they normally work with these quizzes on the television. But they're going to give some money to charity. They apparently give money to charity at the moment. They both work for the NHS, and they're going to donate out of £500,000, 50 grand. 50 grand, which is, they don't have to donate anything at all. But they've decided they're going to donate £50,000, which is going to go to a few selected charities, which is good, isn't it? I bet you next week's don't win anything. I bet you anything. They can't afford to do that every week. Way too expensive. Way too expensive. ITV are going, cut them back, cut them back. Gillian Ireland says, I remember clearly when elephant rides were always the highlight of our visit to London Zoo, late 40s and 50s. Also the chimpanzees tea party. Well, they used to do the chimpanzees tea party at Twycross Zoo. And those were the chimps that they used on the television for PG Tips. And they were based down there. And all they were doing was just doing what chimpanzees would do. They were sort of pouring things out because that's what they do. They know how to do that. And they were eating cakes and all the rest of it. They just had to dress them up for the television. And the chimps down there. And then they put the voiceover over the top of them. It does seem very weird when you think they were the PG. They were known as the PG chimps. You try saying that after you've had a couple of sherbets. Not that I've had a couple of sherbets. I don't need to drink first thing in the morning. The London Zoo kept elephants until 2001. But they've got two. They've got Whipsnade out of town, which is actually I like both of them equally. I was a member of the London Zoo, and I go there because I used to like watching the bird flying. They do you sit in this sort of like a theatre, an outdoor theatre, and they introduce you to all sorts of animals, and then they fly in parrots. What? They introduce you to... They do. They have parrots, and this parrot sits on a thing, and then they go, duck, because the parrot then is trained to go to the toilet. And a duck comes in. They have all sorts of animals that they bring into this thing. But it's watching the ones that sort of climb the ropes, and then they've got an eagle that flies in. And stuff like that. They're all trained. It's fantastic. It's really very good. Because a lot of people don't see these things. You don't see animals like this all the time. Really, you don't. What else do we have in the paper? Oh, they're really flogging this dancing on ice thing. They really are. And I don't really know why. If only I knew who poor Connor Ball was, it would help. But we think from the Vamps. We think the Vamps. And Regan Gascoigne. I tell you, we've scraped a few barrels before, but blimey, getting a bit desperate with somebody who's not very well known. And they put him on a Dancing on Ice programme. Who's going to be first out? Who cares? Who cares? Doesn't make any difference to me. I should imagine Minty will be watching it. She'll be writing about that one, I should imagine. Dancing on Ice was one of my favourite programmes, I can just see. There's a lovely little girl in the paper today. She's called Brooke. And she's always wanted to be, wait for this for an ambition. She's always wanted to be, and she is, I can tell you, 4 years old. She wants to work in Tesco on the tills. That's her ambition. So they found her a little uniform, and with Tesco written on it. They don't normally make them this tiny. And they gave her a 2-hour shift. I mean, to be honest with you, I think that's outrageous. The union should get involved. A 4-year-old being made to work for 2 hours on the till. Well, no, she was supervised. She asked for the store's uniform for Christmas. She begged her mum to make daily visits to the Tesco superstore, saying she wants to work for the supermarket when she's older. Oh, that's sweet. I think that's so cute. So she's a Tesco, of course, are delighted, absolutely delighted. Find more of these kids. And so that's her ambition. She wants to be the lady who works on the till. So they let her, and she got her name above it, and they were helping. So she was able to move it over the man. I mean, listen, come on, you can't deny little kids. She looks as chuffed as chocolate biscuits, doesn't she? Look at her, bless her heart, and a little Tesco shirt. I think that's really cute, actually. Listen, if that's her dream at the age of 4, God knows what she's going to be like at 5. Can't imagine. I want to drive that bus. Because it never happens, does it really? It never happens. Steve, I remember Sale of the Century, when winning the car was the big thing. I used to like Angela. The Sale of the Century, and Nicholas Parsons would say, and what's the next item we tempt them with today, John Benson? And John Benson, who was the voiceover, would say, 20 pence gets you this bookcase or whatever. And they could bill, they could push their buzzer and bid for something. And they say, yes, you've got that. We now take the money out of your thing. Sale of the Century was great. From Norwich, the quiz of the week, the sale. Now, what have we got on the television? Nicholas Parsons. Nicholas Parsons. I mean, he was excellent. He was very, very good. When you think that Nicholas Parsons' career, he started as a straight man to a comedian. A straight man to a comedian. Nicholas Parsons. He was big deal. You tune in to some old films, and you'll see Nicholas Parsons popping. Did he call you an idiot once? Why? Was he? You're booking a car. Oh dear. Producer booked a car for him and got it wrong. I interviewed him because he then went on. He did all sorts of things in his career. I mean, he had a very varied career. And he went into the Rocky Horror Show as the narrator. And so, of course, in the end, he had to put on the stockings and suspenders and do the time warp and was very happy. I interviewed him a couple of times. He was very famous in his day. I mean, he really was very, very famous. He was famous for doing, I think, a very, very long after-dinner speech. Went for hours. Only died, yes, he was in his 90s, I think. I'm pretty certain. I'm trying to think, actually, how old he was when he died. I think, oh gosh, how old would he have been? He was 96. 96. He was amazing. He really was. So he was an English actor, a straight man. He had just a minute, and he did everything. He also got a CBE. And he was great. He was one of the UK's most popular and beloved television and radio personalities. He'd been in everything, but he was famous for doing an after-dinner speech. Very, very clever man. Very wonderful, lovely voice, absolutely wonderful voice. Steve, I'm old-fashioned, says Paul in Poplar. Oh, thank God for that. I thought it was just me. I love DVDs. Have you visited the shop Fop on the corner of Shaftesbury Avenue and Earlham Street? I have not. I haven't been up to shopping in town for ages. Probably a couple of weeks' time I will, because I'm coming up for lunch. David in Sunderland says, I prefer getting DVDs. Everybody keeps saying get Sky, but I prefer DVDs. Yes, I mean, I'm the same as you. I get a bit of Sky on my television, but all I get is Sky Arts. But I'm more than happy with Sky Arts, because I think they do some cracking productions, apart from that blooming ballet stuff. You know, where everybody applauds for about 15 minutes, 7 bows in. I'm thinking, oh, for God's sake, get them off stage. We've seen the act. It's very funny. Thank you very much indeed. Now bring on the comedy. Much better.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. I love the idea that so many people are old-fashioned. I think old-fashioned is coming back in again, I've decided. And especially when you look at all the puddings fit for the Queen and country. Do you know each person in the royal family have got their favourite puddings? For example, Henry VIII, I know, remember it vividly, but he used to love his red wine. And so he used to have 2 fountains that spouted red wine. So you'd take your cup and you'd fill up with the red wine. And, you know, I suppose basically the same as people do it now, don't they, when they do a champagne fountain or a chocolate fountain, mainly chocolate fountain. But every day he had 13 dishes, I think it was 13 dishes cooked for him. That's why he was the size he was, I should imagine. But he was particularly partial to a jelly. And a jelly must have been something, you know, I quite like it. Only his included wine, ginger and cinnamon. Whereas nowadays we have fruit jellies. I can't think of anything worse than wine, ginger and cinnamon. Queen Victoria, what did she... Well, I mean, she could have eaten anything. Look at the size of her, for goodness sake. Victoria sponge cakes. That's what she liked. And she was said to have had a hearty appetite. Well, I think we've all seen evidence of that. But also, she enjoyed sweet foods from ice creams to pastries and cake so much that the Victoria sponge was named after her. Now you know. Kate likes sushi in Italian, but sticky toffee pudding. I've only ever had it once, actually. It was okay. I didn't not like it. But when it comes to dessert, she likes a gooey pudding. And William, now he likes the one that the Queen likes as well, which is chocolate biscuit cake. This is the one that we mentioned the other day, and it's done without baking. You just literally make this thing. But the recipe comes from his grandmother, the Queen. So it's that chocolate biscuit cake, and we were looking at all the pictures of it yesterday. I mean, to be honest with you, it's something they have. It looks a bit rich to me. I mean, it really does look a bit rich. Well, it's classed as a cake, but I think you don't need to cook anything. You just mix the ingredients together and then basically shove it in the fridge, and then sort of wait until something happens, like it hardens. My mum went to the same school, says Lee, as Stevie Nicks from Fleetwood Mac and Gary Newman. Nobody famous went to my school because I was brought up in the sticks. Steve, happy New Year to you, says Simon. Didn't Nicholas Parsons do Mr. and Mrs.? I think he did. He did Mr. and Mrs. Mr. and Mrs. No, he did do Mr. Did he do Mr. and Mrs.? I thought Derek Beatty did Mr. and Mrs. I'm always certain it was Derek Beatty. I always remember those stay-pressed trousers he used to have on. And now, am I right? Derek Beatty. I didn't think it was Nicholas. I mean, he did do a number of game shows. He was very good at game shows. Like, I mean, the Just a Minute one ran for ages, and he did it with Kenneth Williams, and it was still going strong today. But no, he was the past one. He had such a great voice. But he wrote a book about his life, and I interviewed him on it years and years ago, and he was quite charming. But again, he came from a different generation, and we tended to find that people who'd come from a different generation behaved differently to people because he'd done everything. He'd worked the theatres. These people had worked some crummy places. They'd had to go out there. The worst place, Glasgow Empire, on a Saturday night. People used to get things thrown at them. If the crowd hated you at the Glasgow Empire, you didn't last 5 minutes. They say, they were very lucky, the crowd, if they let you live. It was as good as that. Very interesting. Emmerdale's Kelvin Fletcher, his new career is a farmer, so they're obsessed with farming shows on the television, which I don't mind, actually. I'm quite good with farming shows because I like it. But he says, if you'd have told me the night I lifted the glitter ball that 18 months later I'd be happily shoveling pig poo, I would have struggled to believe you. But I suppose if there isn't anything else on offer and somebody goes, how do you fancy doing a farming programme, then people will do it, because at the moment it's reality shows. That's all it is on the television. There's nothing, I mean, very rarely do you get something new because they haven't got the money to do things. David says you've been to Copenhagen, Denmark. Yes, both. Well, actually, in Denmark, I just went to Esbjerg. I was working as a DJ over there, but I didn't actually get to work as a DJ because I hated it so much. Couldn't think of anything worse. Ghastly place. And although I've been since and I quite like it. And Copenhagen, well, because I was stuck up in Jutland. And I went over on DFDS ferries. They were looking for DJs, a company called Europa Bookings. And I thought, oh, that's good. I'll go over there and be a DJ. So I took all my records over there. And I was sick on the boat because I'd never really been on a boat before. And all the food that they served on DFDS had cream in it. Cream and chocolate, and I remember thinking, this is lovely. So I had chicken in cream, and I had cream cakes and all the rest of it, and I spent most of the trip sitting up on deck being lashed by, force 10 gales, trying not to be sick. It was horrible. I got to Jutland, was picked up by this guy called Jerry Coord, who owned Europa Bookings, and I had to stay at his house for a few days, and I didn't have any money to go and buy food, and he had a loaf of bread in the kitchen. Every day I'd cut a little sliver of this bread off and eat it, hoping he wouldn't notice. It was terrible. I couldn't wait to come back. In the end, I phoned my parents. I had to reverse the charges. And I said, I want to come home. And I came home and there was a lorry driver strike. So my dad had to drive all the way down to, I think it was Dover, to come and collect me and take me back home again. It was a very sad experience, I'm afraid. Yeah, starving. And Copenhagen, we went, and I quite liked it. It's, we arrived on a day of gay pride, Dale and I, and it was all families and everybody waving freedom flags and doing all the kind, and we had the Tivoli Gardens over the road, so that was quite nice. And then I saw the programme which Giles Corran did the other day on the hotel in the Tivoli Gardens, and the Tivoli Gardens is, because I used to think it was a bit old-fashioned, but that was good. And morning, Steve. Talking about old-fashioned, I've been labelled as old-fashioned by my colleagues. I still use a diary. Everybody else uses their phones, which I can't get on with. Use a diary. It's a bit of a first, actually, a diary. I mean, but I suppose in the early days, everybody had diaries. You write things in it. I mean, some people are very good like that. I can't do that. I put things on my telephone and then lose it. I had to ask the producer this morning how to send... what was I sending? We were sending a PDF or something over to my brother. so that we can we can pay a bill, because I've completely forgotten to pay a service charge. Don't want to be in trouble with the management company, which I am the person. Bit difficult trying to remonstrate with myself, but he showed me how to do that, which was quite. Of course, it's gone in one ear and out the other. I've got if it happens again, I'll have to say to him, I've got no idea how to do this. He's going to start charging. That's all I need. That's all I need. So banks told to boost their web security. Virgin Money and TSB were just above it, while HSBC was the best on 81 and NatWest and Barclays. So Jenny Ross of Which, I do love Which, actually. Have you ever read Which? It's so good. It really is. It really is excellent. Banks must lead the battle against fraud. Metro Bank said it took its customer security extremely seriously. I had to phone them one morning because we'd lost the password. And I'm on the train. Of course, the signal kept going in and out. And in the end, I wasn't sure who was more frustrated, them or me. But they then sent me the things. I went, thank you very much indeed. And passed it on. And everything started working tickety-boo. So I was very, very pleased. Very, very pleased. I still can't work out where Andrew gets £6.6 million from. Just like that. I mean, the other week he was having to sell this thing to pay the bills. Now he's managed to cough up £6.6 million because of the debt that was on this thing. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think anybody will be lending him any money anytime soon, unless it's going to be his mother. And I thought she'd said she wasn't going to be lending any more money. But I mean, you never know if you believe all these things, do you? The thing everybody's going to be talking about today is the Down It Street. You know, the parties and everything else. That's going to be a fairly popular one. I could just imagine that. Nick will be speaking to a government minister about the latest party on his show this morning from 7 on LBC. I mean, it's a hot topic, isn't it? And a lot of people talking about the death of US comedian Bob Saget. Saget? Yes. I mean, he was in all sorts of things. I didn't know anything about him, actually, except he was in How I Met Your Mother. Well, that's one of the only American programs I love the theme tune. Ba, 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 ba. Have you heard the theme tune for that? It's really good. It's very addictive. It's very addictive. It sounds like it's sort of a mixture of sort of ba 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 ba, like that. Yeah, just like to mention it, you know, just in case you were going to find it. And so celebrities including Whoopi Goldberg and Steve Martin, it was a shock. He was only 65, found dead in a hotel room in Orlando, Florida. I think he was touring. And he said, I think he'd just come back, and he'd said, oh, it was great. You know, first show I did 2 hours. And I remember thinking, wow. Drivers who break the rules on London's busy red route. Don't even ask me. I've got no idea about red routes at all. But you're going to face a fine of 160 quid from Monday, up from 130. Do you know, we'll have no money left very shortly. We'll be paying it all out, won't we, in sort of bits and pieces. And there's a sinkhole which has opened up in Whitburn near Sunderland, a place known as Suter Hole. That's the crater. And it's revealed a hidden underground beach. An underground beach? What in God's name is that? Apparently, it first appeared as a small sinkhole in 2003, but has now opened into a 40-foot chasm due to erosion and landslips. So, I mean, it's not really an underground beach. It's basically, there's a river that's run through and it's eroded the side, so it's an underground river. You can see them in the jungle. You can see these places where they're these just giant holes, and you can go down, and people then sort of. I mean, you wouldn't get me doing it. Seriously, I can't even go under the duvet. Far too dark and frightening. Far too dark and frightening.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Nice. My favourite, Steve, is a Tennessee grasshopper. A light peppermint mousse on a biscuit base coated with chocolate fudge icing, finished with feathered fudge icing and chocolate vermicelli around the sides. That's quite nice. We used to like rolling. My mother used to make madeleines, which were like little coconut pyramids, I'm pretty certain, coated with apricot jam and then rolled in desiccated coconut. I think that's what madeleines were. And she also used to make, what do they call those biscuits, which are round chocolate with lots of nuts and different things on them? Florentines. My mother used to make, I used to love Florentines. Marks and Spencer's used to do a box of them, but they were little. And they were basically bite size. And they were very nice. So everybody asking me and trying to find out how on earth COVID has helped Rolls-Royce sell a record nearly 6,000 cars last year. The luxury marque, whose cars are priced from $233,000 up to $432,000, although you can go higher if you so choose. They've seen sales rise all over the place. All over the place. And as I say, I was speaking to some... I mean, the Ghost models start at $233,000, whilst 30% of Rolls-Royces sold 49% more cars in 21 than in 2020, and 461 more vehicles than the previous record in 2019. Famous Rolls-Royce owners include Rod Stewart, David Beckham, and reality star Kim Kardashian, although, to be honest with you, I shouldn't imagine she can even get behind the wheel, can she? I don't think she ever drives the blooming thing. I don't see that's very possible. And we don't see David Beckham in his car very often either. In fact, we do see him driving that little tugboat he's just bought, £5 million worth. I mean, really. I wonder if that's on HP. That'll be quite a good one. More on the judge freeing the tennis ace. He goes straight to court at midnight. Fans pepper sprayed in police clashes, and the minister has the final say on kicking him out. But for the moment, Djokovic breaks back. So the Chelsea Flower Show is going to go ahead. I like the Chelsea Flower Show, but I prefer the Hampton Court Palace Flower Show. There's more room, it's bigger, there's more stuff there. I hated Chelsea because they let so many people in. You walk round in a crocodile. It is. It's all you do, because there's so many people there on a small ground. It's on the banks of the Thames. It's the Chelsea Hospital. And what's the matter? In a crocodile, where you just follow the next person round. That's called a crocodile. Honestly, it's like an education, isn't it, sometimes? But yeah, you just follow people around. There's no point, sort of, if you stop, it's a case of, well, come along. It's like people, you're walking down the street, the person in front of you decides to stop and start looking at buildings. And you feel like saying, don't stop like that. It's so cross and everything else. But they're going to go native. And it should be quite nice, actually. They've had a 2-year wait to get back there. But eco-friendly stars of the show will include buttercups. Gosh, buttercups. You don't even see buttercups now. Where would you find buttercups? The end of May, the Chelsea Flower Show. But as I say, my favourite is the Hampton Court Flower Show. Much nicer. Cow parsley, nettles, hornbeam, weeping willows. Weeping willows, which I quite like as well. But you've got to be careful. If you plant them near a house, the roots go for miles on weeping willows. So you've got to be very careful. Sweet chestnut sounds quite nice. Crabapple and hawthorn. Ooh, look at us being all posh. I'm waiting for the miniature daffodils to come out. I went to have a check in the garden centre the other day to see, because I like to buy about 40 little pots, and I put them in all the terracotta pots that I've got, in their little pots that they're growing in. And because I can't be bothered to put earth in and everything else, just not worth it. And then after they've sort of run their course, we just throw them away. Some people save them, but I don't. I sort of pass them on so somebody else can inherit them, which is quite nice. Steve, I make chocolate biscuit cake. Very rich, but good with a serving of ice cream, says Merle. It looks particularly rich, actually. It really does look particularly rich. I can't see the Queen eating very much of that. I really can't. She'd have a little sliver of it. I mean, she's very careful on what she eats. Still, Steve, says Penny, I'm again a bit old-fashioned. I still write thank you notes rather than texting. I'm lucky if I even get a text from my godchildren after sending them presents these days. Yes, I mean, I always get texts from the children and things like that. Which is quite nice, saying basically, isn't there any more? And no, they're always really good, actually, because we were taught to do it a long time ago. We were taught to write thank you letters for birthdays and for Christmases, and mainly Christmas, actually. I don't know, do kids still write thank? I bet they don't write thank you letters anymore, because it means you've got to go out and buy a set of stamps. If I go to Costco and I'm thinking about it, I'll go and buy a whole set of stamps. You can buy, I think, 6 books of stamps. And text is too impersonal. And sometimes you push the button to send it and realise you've sent it A, to the wrong person, and B, you can't spell. Bit embarrassing, isn't it? The poor old Katie Price's text to M's, Peter Andre, is littered with spelling mistakes. Absolutely littered. A friend of mine phoned me and said, have you seen it? I said, no, but it is in the papers today, so we now know. I quite fancy jammy roll cake, which sounds quite nice, actually. It's like sort of a Battenberg, but filled with strawberry preserve. Have you seen all the different preserves you get? It's another word for jam, by the way. I don't know why they call it a preserve, because I thought, jam is jam. And everybody's got their favourite. I forgot to tell you, they're going to do away with. Americans call jam jelly. Yes, because when they were talking about Elvis Presley, he used to have all these things, jelly sandwiches, it's jam. I didn't realise. I just remember thinking, how on earth do you keep the jelly inside 2 pieces of bread and jello and things like that? They're going to do away with those little packets, little sachets of sauces. They're going to do away with those. Well, I mean, people have thrived on those for ages. Normally, they give them to you. You know, if you go to a fish and chip shop, you can buy a little sachet, and that's quite. They're going to do away with all those. So no more ketchup, no more salad cream, no more just about anything that goes in there. Actually, they'll just have a more eco container. What that's going to be, I've got no idea. Honestly, we've gone mad, haven't we? Absolutely stark, staring mad. Life is changing so fast, so fast. Under the microscope, answering a health quiz, talking about, coping with pain and plastic surgery. So you can tell it's somebody who's been on a reality show. Always dreadfully dreary as far as I'm concerned. And why you need to eat to quench your thirst. If you're dehydrated, veggie feasts will help you lose weight for a very surprising reason. So they've got things like spiced squash and cauliflower fritters with red pepper salsa. Sounds a bit posh, doesn't it, really? I mean, to be honest with you, I can't see me ever making spiced squash and cauliflower fritters with red pepper salsa. I'd rather have a tin of beans on toast. Much nicer, much easier. Or little mini sausages, which you can shove in just about everything, together with a swirl of... I think a swirl of cream covers everything nowadays, which I quite like. Boffins say the common cold helps beat COVID. The public told only meet in pairs outside. 1 hour later, Number 10 threw a bash for 100 people. Staff urged to bring their own bottles. How marvellous. I love parties like that. Bring your own bottle. So what you do is you bring the cheapest booze you can find and then drink everybody else's. So I got wise to that years ago. And the councillor who says big dogs should be phased out because they harm the planet. This is Mark Howell, who claims the carbon paw print left by pooches such as Labradors and German Shepherds is the same as an SUV car. I wish these people would mind their own business. It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Sadly, that's all we've got time for. It was Mark Wainfer, who's the cocky drug dealer who's back in prison now for, I think, 12 years. Having sort of bragged to the police about, how much money he was making, they decided that they were going to take it from him. So that was good news.